Welcome to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. It's all lined up here. We've got 2 tickets to the candidates waiting to be punched at the end of this tournament, and things are very much heating up indeed. I'm John Sargent. Joining me is Grandmaster and GOAT Judith Polgar. How are you doing, Judith? Good morning.
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you. Looking forward for the next round.
And look, I step away for one day, Judith. One day. And then it's all draws. The bloodbath, it sort of stopped. What happened yesterday?
Well, probably the players are getting into it, and the matches are getting tighter and tighter. Stronger and stronger players are playing against each other, so it can happen. At the same time, for example, Praggnanandhaa missed his opportunity to win yesterday his game versus Mishra, so there are some missed opportunities as well.
And to be fair, I jest a little bit. There were lots of draws in the top 10, but the games that weren't draws yesterday, I'm thinking Erdogmush, but there are several other games. The ones that were decisive were crazy. Like, some of the action yesterday was amazing.
Oh, absolutely. We had quite a few amazing games. Well, that was a fantastic one with Damus. And also MVL lost a very interesting game against Maurizi. And also there were quite a few interesting moments there, and very spectacular ones as well.
So let's start the day by taking a little bit of stock of where things are and what the lay of the land looks like heading into today. We start in the women's section. It's worth noting that Katerina Lagno has managed to catch up to Vaishali, who was held to a draw yesterday. So now there are 2 co-leaders on 3.5 points and 5 players behind them with 3. So the chasing pack, really, the peloton here seems to be everyone on 2.5 points. But check this out, Judith. We've got a couple of names sneaking onto the front page here, which I'm keen to watch out for. Former women's world champion, of course, Alexandra Kosteniuk there on the right-hand side of the screen. Carissa Yip also recovering after her initial loss. So I feel like there's a couple of fun storylines here to follow.
Yes, absolutely. And as you said, that some of the players lost in the first round, and then they are still catching up, and they have already 2.5 points. It happens in open events, right? That if you start from the very beginning playing well and winning your game after game, then you play against the strongest opposition. While if you're dropping the first game, you draw or you lose. After that, you might play against not the strongest opposition. But after 4, 5, 6 rounds, of course, you will be playing against the very top players anyway.
And unsurprisingly, thanks to the way the pairings work, of course, we are going to see Vaishali versus Lagno on top board. I think, Judith, it's fair to say that absolutely is the game everyone is going to be looking at. But again, I want to highlight that I see Kosteniuk here, I see Carissa Yip here, but there's actually a good number of boards that we want to be keeping a very close eye on, even though board 1 is probably the highlight of this round.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 strong grandmasters are playing on board 1. Very experienced player, Katerina. Several times world champion in Blitz, in Rapid as well. So she is someone who takes chess extremely seriously from her very young age. And we see Vaishali, who is, of course, in the last few years, it became very clear how strong she is. And maybe some people don't know, but actually she is the sister of Praggnanandhaa. So they are the strongest siblings in the world right now, without doubt. So they are both in the men and in the open section, women's section. They are very much there at the lead in world rankings also. So that's very nice. But also we see Stefanova on board 2 playing. So there will be already some very interesting matchups, which could be a final round matchup as well, playing for the title.
It's really nice to just casually have some of the world's best players as your playing partner. Practice partners being able to discuss anything, of course, as well. You're not thinking about what information leaks out where. Very handy to be siblings in that regard. Let's take a look now at the standings in the open section as well, because things very much heating up here, because we have a sole lead. Parham Maghsoodloo has taken the sole lead of the tournament with 3.5 points, and a decent number of players behind. I think that's 13 players on 3 points. We're going to get to see a lot of them in action, and I have to say, Jude, it's only fair to mention your compatriot here, because we've got Parham versus Richard today on board 1. I'm really hoping for fireworks there.
Absolutely, and as we see here the lineup of the top 20, you can see that like Rapport, he was winning the last games, and that's how he's up there, 3 points out of 4. Of course, I'm rooting for him very much, and sure. I can't wait the round to be starting, seeing him playing on board 1. Vincent had a very interesting game yesterday. It was he had his share of working yesterday. He was one of the last to finish, I believe. Even when he got a winning position after some ups and downs from both ends, it was almost that his opponent could save the game, Swane Frederica. And so it was quite something. But you can see the youngsters, they are trying to not to drop points and fight for every half of them. And, well, he's also in a very good form. But we see, of course, Nodirbek, Abdusaturov also playing pretty good. Also 3 points. Had a tough game yesterday versus Maghsoodloo. So tougher and tougher games are coming up, I think.
Well, let's take a look at the chasing pack as well on the second page of the open section. I'd like to point out that one name that we featured maybe a little bit yesterday, but is very much on the right-hand side of our screen, still on the front 2 pages, Vidit. Maybe should have won yesterday, might be ruining some missed chances, looking forward to bouncing straight back, but just take a look at the names on this screen, Judith, all on 2.5 points. Any one of these players could be joining us at the top tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for example, yesterday, Vidit had great chances against Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk missed some opportunity to make a draw earlier. So there were a lot of missing moments, which was not so obvious for a regular viewer. Also for me and David, it was not so obvious at first. Of course, the bar on the side of the board, it helps you out to try to figure out which direction the game is moving. But sure. There are, in more games we found out, there are very, very fine mistakes are made, which is not so easy to discover. This was what happened to MVL. I mean, he made some mistakes that it was so easy to make because he made moves which was very human moves. And you can't blame someone for that. So the mistakes are not so obvious anymore at this round.
I wish that's how people would describe my 2-move blunders in my own games, but I do appreciate that. Look, I just made the human move. Don't worry about it. These are the pairings for round 5 in the open section. Richard Parham on board 1, undoubtedly where a lot of our attention is going to go. But I have to say, Judith, if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm looking at Abdusaturov or Dorkmush, and my mouth is watering at watching what's going to happen in the middle game in that match.
Oh yeah, me too. I mean, it's so fantastic to see Yagiz, to see him show his talent, and in every round we can expect him to show something more of it. And at the same time, Nodirbek, what's his age? He's 21 or something, so he's the old opponent, the experienced one already.
Oh my God.
I mean, this is how modern chess is, right? That we have younger and younger prodigies and talents to be playing in very big events already.
Page 2 of the pairings now. Things that catch my eye. I'm very keen to watch Hans Niemann, Anton Demchenko. Demchenko has had some really quite fun dynamic positions, I think it's fair to say, in the tournament so far. Will Vidit be able to bounce back? We've also got, an all-Indian clash there. Nihal Sarin, Leon Mendonça on board 16. Plenty of action on page 2 as well.
I'm still very much looking forward to see how Ivanchuk is going to be playing out today against Sam Savian. So great matches. Great matches.
Right. Well, good news, folks. The games have begun. So as you can see, these are the top games from the open section where we are going to be beginning our coverage today. Let's go ahead and take a look at where things have been blitzed out particularly quickly. Judith, do you have a specific destination in mind? It looks like Gukesh is moving quite quickly.
Well, maybe we can just look around what is going on and then we pick
Hmm.
something. Well, Rapport played 1d4. He can come up with different moves, of course, and move 2. They are still Rapport is hesitating. We have on board 2 with Praggnanandhaa. What is it? What is it? Was it starting with the Dutch, but somehow it seems very strange that the black bishop is already exchanged on c3, like if it would be a Nimzo, but it's not. Then on board
Hmm.
3, we see Arjun Vityugov, Catalan. We had yesterday also that. Then an e4. What is it? It's Italian. Then we have a
Italian
strange
board
with
war.
Maurice Zikheimer. We have a Sicilian, but White is not bringing out his knight yet on c3. We have again an isolated pawn on Amdu Saturov game. And then, yeah, we have more Catalan. We have a Najdorf. Look at that with Shankland Firouzja. Wow, 6 bishop g5. Sharp, sharp, sharp. Opening over.
Ooh. Maybe
So,
that's where we start. What do you think?
well, I would need some more moves there, but we can jump there also. Why don't we do that? So
Yeah, let's
let's
take a look. So we've got GM Sam Shankland playing with the white pieces and Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces. And this is on board. I'm doing some quick counting here. It's board number 8. So very, very quick F4. You mentioned,
so,
Judith, one of the things here, it can get very sharp very quickly. Talk us through what's happened and why we've chosen this opening.
yeah, basically it's the Najdorf which is started out, and after a6, and in this position, basically there are endless number of moves. There is a move bishop c4. There is a move, I think it's like 6 moves or something, but I was just trying out a4. F4, I was playing endless number of games. G3, a possibility. Bishop e3, one of the main move for English attack to be playing. Bishop c4, we've seen another day. Somebody was playing that. Bishop g5 is happening today. I was even playing, I think, h3, rook g1, queen f3. So you can see that there's quite a number of options for white. The main moves are bishop e3 and bishop g5, also to go f4, bishop c4. Those were more or less, and g3. These were the classical way of playing when I was a teenager. And only later on, when
Sure.
we understood that you have to come up with something, right, to surprise the opponent, just to shift a little bit. And of course, in this, the engines were always a partner to bring out little different moves or different move orders. And after bishop g5, e6, f4. So now there is this Pologayevsky system. Black is playing b5. Do you know that, John, that system?
I not specifically with bishop g5 f4, but I've seen that motif in my own game. I actually, well, in Blitz and stuff, I do play bishop e3 myself, so I'm a little bit
Yeah.
familiar with the structure. But like this looks a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, the thing is that there is this line which is crazy sharp, and it's
What?
called the Polugayevsky. Actually, I was coaching with him. He was a fantastic top player, top 10 player in the world in the 70s, 80s, but even in the 90s he was still pretty good. He had an incredible opening preparation. I know
Mhm.
how much his notes, written notes, were such a secret. And I remember his wife also was always taking, it's like she was taking care of it like nobody has it, more than if you would have jewelry and gold in the house.
Well, look, you can't leak the notes online if they're handwritten, Judith. So I feel like there's an advantage there that we don't talk about anymore.
Yeah, so it was b5, but not many people played because it's extremely sharp, and of course with the computer age it's
Mhm.
quite tricky. So queen c7, black is stopping white of playing e5. Queen e2, obviously it's very clear the idea behind it, but queen e2, instead of queen e2, queen f3, I believe is the other main move, because in these positions, obviously in the system, white is going to be castling long side.
Okay.
So
The
that's a clear cut.
To ask the obvious question straight away, Judith, if black is going to be playing queen c7, it's obviously an invitation to say, I don't mind if you take off my knight and double my pawns. I'm going to get the 2 bishops in the long term. But when black doesn't have a c-pawn and you are invited to double the pawns on the f-file, it does make the king look a little bit breezy. So in principle, is this not something players would consider?
No, actually, the black square bishop is much more valuable than the knight on f6 and doubling the pawns, because actually, if you think about it, this king is very safe. It's extremely safe. And in some cases, black goes bishop e7 and or would go castle and put it on h8. But there is a good chance also that black would be developing with the pieces there and then castle alongside. And then black is also possibly playing h5 at some point and develop his bishop to h6, let's say. So bishop
to me,
is
that's
not
scary. I would never think of castling long into a position where I don't have a c-pawn with queen still on the board. It just feels wrong.
You're more happy to castle short when you don't have a g-pawn?
Oh, I'd rather not have to make that decision, if I'm honest with you.
Or if I understand it correctly, if you don't have these 2 pawns front of your king, maybe you just rather skip the castling option and keep it in the center.
Or try and swap the queens off and then play king e7 and say, I'm snuggled up nice and tight and I'm fine.
Well, and of course there is the poisoned pawn on b2, where black earlier goes queen b6 and grabs that pawn. That's also very sharp line in the knight or bishop g5. Oops, sorry. Yeah. So what we have here, queen e2 on the board. Is black thinking? Yes, because I think bishop queen e2, I don't think it's such a common move, because it blocks the bishop, right? It blocks the bishop, so it's
not the most intuitive, yeah, when you've still got, unless your priority is to long castle straight away and maybe play the g-pawn.
Yeah, but so queen on f3, queen on e2, this is a debate, or can be a debate where it stands the best. First of all, obviously, after queen e2, you're not going to move one move more your queen and then develop with the bishop to d3. That's not the aim. Most likely, White's plan is to play g4 and bishop g2. And long castle, and in some way or another, to try to push e5. So this can be the real plan of White.
Yeah, because the queen is supporting that in the medium term here as well. So that looks like it might be the plan. What we do know, though, is that Alireza Firouzja has settled into a bit of a think. So clearly here, queen e2, the point at which he needs to pause, take stock a little bit, and just confirm what direction he's keen to take the game or respond with the black pieces. So while Sam Shankland has a little bit of a think here, let's take a look at the other games as well and see what we have available. Still very early on, of course. If you're just joining us now, we are only just in the opening phase. We've only just started the broadcast. Let's see if we can spot additional games. I like that we have the surnames on this board. On the preview board that I've got, on board 6 and 7, it just says Nodirbek and Nodirbek, both playing with the white pieces. They are, of course, compatriots. We have Abdusattorov on board 6 and Yakubayev on board 7. They're both playing with the white pieces and they're both sat next to each other. So if you're following on chess.com/events and you see Nodirbek, he's not actually playing a simul. We're all good. Where do we want to go next, Judith?
Well, I see some interesting stuff going on at the Bluebaum Praggnanandhaa game. I would go there maybe first. Or there's another one which is quite interesting already. Very special plan. Maybe we can jump there first. The Gukesh game versus Mishra. Why don't I pull up?
Yeah, let's go Gukesh first and then hop into Praggnanandhaa after that. That sounds like a great idea. Let's go ahead and take a look. What's happening here? What? Okay. Not knight h7 on move 10 is definitely not on my bingo card, but let's not dwell too long on that because we have the opportunity to take a look at what happened at the start of this game. One thing I would say, Judith, every time we've taken a look at Gukesh's games in the Grand Swiss so far, it's very clear he's coming out swinging, and with the H and G pawns where they are, it's obvious this game is no exception.
Yes, indeed. And he has somehow worked it out at a very early stage that he comes up with these very interesting, unexpected new ideas. And he is using his, right? H6, G5, it happened before. A6 is a very typical move, going with the making space for the bishop on A7 for later. Castle, D6, C3, planning to play D4 at some point. You don't play Italian or Rai Lopez very often without playing C3 and having this in mind to strengthen the center. Bishop A7, prophylactical, going away, knight D2, G5, and knight H7. So knight H7 must have the idea to go H5. So the G5 is protected. At the same time, also, there's another idea to go F5. But this king is still there in the center. So we'll see what he has in mind to where is he planned to take it. Also, after knight H7, I believe it's an opportunity for black sometimes to go knight F8 and then go knight G6 and knight to F4.
Okay.
So there are a lot of options for black after that. But it's interesting that it's going away from the center.
I have a Roy Lopez idea / question for you in principle, Judith. One of the things that a lot of players will know, just like the C3 idea you mentioned, is make sure you move the rook on F1 eventually, because the knight that was on B1 comes out 2 and then goes on F1 and it ends up on E3 or G3, right? Very, very typical Roy Lopez idea. It gut feeling looks like I don't think I have so many moves to be able to make these kind of maneuvers when I've got the threat of H5, G5 is on the board. It begins to feel like a really, really quick attack from black could come in if I'm just quietly positionally maneuvering, and you could end up in all sorts of trouble. Is that right, or is it just superficial?
Well, I think white has to be pretty fast in reacting because H5 is definitely a threat very quickly, trapping the bishop on G3, for example. It is very important now, I believe, that D4 seems to be not working, or even if it's working, it's a pawn sacrifice because the knight is on D2 and the white queen is not protecting, supporting the D4. Because when the pieces move away, like now the last move, knight F7, it means that you should be reacting something in the center, because black played this very risky moves of pawn moves instead of putting his king into safety through castling. So it's a big question how white is going to be reacting. Also, H4 is something to take into account. A little bit stopping black from pushing his pawn so fast, but that's also possible, let's say, after H5.
Okay, last question for me, and just in principle here, Judith, because I'm aware we have a lot of games to cover. If we see black expanding so aggressively on the king side, it's obviously a good idea to try and counterattack in the center, but because the black king looks so is there A4, A5 stuff, or is that just simply too slow in this kind of position?
Generally speaking, A4, A5 is a plan where you gain space and you block some of the opportunities for black. But in this case, I would find it very slow. The first thing I would take a look and consider is D4. That's definitely the first one, because I would like to open up the position, and the black knight definitely H7 is not a good spot. It is on the journey until it reached the destination. Because on H7, the knight does not belong there. So definitely D4 is the crucial move, I think, in this position, giving up a pawn.
That makes a lot of sense. And there's a lot riding on this game as well. Gukesh, of course, current world champion, and Abhimanyu Mishra, the world's youngest grandmaster, going toe-to-toe in this matchup. So once again, I guess Gukesh is the old seasoned veteran, in that he's still a teenager. Absolutely incredible stuff. But we'll check back in on this board and see what's going on in a second. I believe you wanted to check out Praggnanandhaa's game next. And Prag's another player who, from the start of the tournament, feels like he's been coming out swinging, playing fighting chess, if possible, is reluctant to play it safe, really wants to take some risks and try and get those full points on the board. So it'll be interesting to see what he does today. He's been so much fun to watch.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you can see this freshness, fresh look, how chess is these days. Some people say on the very top, who are there for decades already, in the leadership of Magnus Carlsen, right? That, well, the opening as it is and as it was in the last century, somehow it got to that end because there's so much theory. We play always the same things. We don't have new ideas. It's very difficult to discover new things. At the same time, in the last 2 decades, players had to be more diverse. They had to pick up many different openings into their repertoire. It's very clear. Try to confuse the opponent, which also means that most likely they are not as deeply understanding the position as, let's say, if you play all your life the French defense. Of course, you will
Sure.
understand everything, all the details of the position, where the pieces belong, even though after the opening, of course, you will make mistakes. But these days, you see that it's very easy to come up with an idea or a new system to understand it a little bit. And this is why I think we see a lot of new ideas. And of course, the youngsters who grow up already in their hands, having the different engines and reaching out to every single important game out there instantly, live, or maximum within an hour, you're going to be seeing what has happened, what has been played just now. So you can't really make a surprise tomorrow, which was played today. And but you see with Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa and Keimer and all the others that they do come up with new ideas. But these ideas, many times, we would definitely consider it as risky ideas. That no, this cannot be good, right? I mean, those kind of things
Sure.
you don't come up. You say, okay, it's risky, but you make your homework. You know what are the dangers of it, but you also understand that the opponent might get lost on the way because sees it for the first time. So let's
I
see.
want to I want to catch on something that you said, Judah, because I think it's really important. You mentioned that it's relatively easy these days to come up with new ideas and test your opponents with new ideas, and I find that fascinating because let's say if you're not a chess player and you're looking in from the outside, it's incredibly easy to say in a world where computers are consistently beating and are stronger than the world's strongest humans. Oh, computers have got it all figured out. There's no such thing as a new idea anymore. The computer sees everything. So when you say something like, well, actually, it's easier these days to come out with a new idea, that's maybe a bit counterintuitive and not something that people would expect.
Well, I said that it's easier to come up with a new idea, but I didn't say it's good idea. It's an interesting it's an
There we go.
interesting idea. It's a challenging idea. It can be an idea which is good for one game. There are a lot
Sure.
of games played that way that you this idea is only for one game. Let's say in my times, back when I was a teenager, I mean, we could say that, okay, this is going to be good for a few games. If something is dubious and suspicious, these days you're going to say it, okay, it's good for one game, or you might say, okay, it's going to be good for a rapid because
Hmm.
if your opponent has time to figure it out, it's not so good because it's more
Yeah.
danger. Or you say, okay, this is going to be for great for a playoff or a blitz world championship, I can play it, right? So there are very different kind of evaluations if you come up with a new idea, a new move. And of course, and the reason I said it's easier because you come up with an idea or the computer gives an interesting move, and then you get a shock like, what is this? And then you go deeper analyzing it, and then you realize that actually it has a point. It's not really good, but the obvious reactions of my new against my new move, it's
Yeah.
not really the best to refute that new idea. And then you
It
say, okay, if it's so shocking, maybe for one game it will be good.
it's like you should have we should have two different evaluations for a move or a position. The objective computer evaluation over the board and the psychological evaluation for how useful it is as a weapon, maybe. Oh, this is
Well,
minus zero point 0.3, but it's plus zero point 0.5 in a blitz game.
it's indeed. You're laughing at this, but this is
I
how it
love it.
is
It's
in
great.
modern chess. And
Yeah.
for example, yesterday, MVL's game was exactly the right game to
Hmm.
demonstrate it after the opening, where you have objectively better reverse position, and it's almost impossible for a human to make the best moves to prove it really that white was winning, because it was
Yep.
very not human moves. I mean, the first move, for example, where he was winning the continuation, it was very obvious. And then after black's very natural reply, the next move, which was the winning move, it was like you're putting from d4 the knight, you bring it to c2, going backwards. The black pawn can capture your knight just because to make space for your bishop, replacing your bishop to your where the knight was standing. So those are the things which makes it complicated.
And I'm sure we'll see a couple of those today as well. As David would say, it's the classic backwards knight move that Judith spots. That happens to be the game winner. So in this game, Judith, we see both players pausing to have a little bit of a think. What the pawn structures are really quite different. Who's the player, I don't know, pressing here? Who's gunning for what? What's going on in this position?
Well, Matthias seems to be playing Nimzo Indian, while black is not putting his knight to f6. And I think it was a kind of a tricky move order what Praggnanandhaa wanted to do in this game, just to play little switch that I'm not putting out my knight yet on f6, so he could play f5. And after f5, if black would have the time to play knight f6 and castle and e4, white cannot play so simple. That's one kind of game. But white was very straightforward and said, you know what, I want to show you that you made a risky move, and I immediately go e4 after takes, queen g4, now attacking both of the pawns on g7 and on e4. Black, of course, did not give the g7 pawn, but played queen e7 protecting, queen e4, knight f6, and right now white is hesitating where to bring the queen back. Should he be going to c2 and after that develop the bishop to d3? Another idea is to bring it to h4, for example. That also kind of could make sense because it also stands well, putting some pressure on the black king. I think queen h4, this is one alternative I would consider, and queen c2. Because others are blocking the bishop. So queen e2, obviously, I don't want to block my white bishop
It's unless like
unless I'm thinking that I have time for g3 and bishop bg2. But you see, time is an important element in chess. So probably black would be playing b6 immediately. So after g3, black is first. And he can go bishop b7, and then already knight f3. It's kind of tricky. Mm-hmm. So this is an option for white. Queen c2 is the most logical to me.
Sure.
Queen c2, and then let's say castle. I go bishop d3. I also want to go bishop g5 afterwards. Develop with the knight, and then short castle. This is kind of the easy way of playing. But black can go
where the pieces are to be put when you do it like that. Everything looks really natural. It looks easy to play. It's clear that the pieces naturally want to be on those squares. You don't necessarily have to devote too much time because the natural squares are just really good squares for everything to be on.
Yeah, but one thing bothers me a lot if I'm playing with white. The black bishop on b7 will be extremely powerful.
For sure.
So that's the only thing which bothers me a lot from the white side. And also we have to say that if let's say white will be able to play g3, bishop g2, in that case black can go b6, knight c6, and go bishop a6, and then the c4 pawn might be more vulnerable. So in that case, if white goes to fianchetto, then the c4 pawn can be more vulnerable. So this is why... but we see queen c2.
Yes, indeed.
So he took the most natural continuation here. So I'm expecting to be on the board b6, actually. Probably it's better to play as soon as possible, just in case. Because even if it's possible for black, to consider to castle long. That's also a possibility. But most likely, Pragg will be castling short, I believe.
Either way, we're definitely getting a fight here. It's not completely clear to me how white is going to make use of the bishop pair to really like expand the potential of those pieces. Like you said, Judith, the light squared bishop for black actually feels way more powerful at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how this develops. The pawn structures are very asymmetrical, and there are doubled pawns for white as well. So plenty of life in this game going into the middle game. I'd like to direct your attention, though, Judith, not to the top 10 games. Not to the top 20 games, but to a player who, on board 26, who many have often admired for some really fun attacking chess. Alexei Shirov has decided that an early sacrifice is a good idea, and I am thoroughly enjoying trying to make heads or tails of this position. So I think we will cover, and we will go back to all of the games on the top boards, but I would absolutely love to check out what's going on here.
Wow.
This is fun.
Yeah, this is, let's go back and just get a quick understanding. What do you think? What has happened? Because,
absolutely.
Okay. So it was a Ray Lopez. Let's see.
Yep.
Open Spanish. Bishop e7. Ah, this one. Knight e5. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
Still,
this is
Queen
very
e2,
spicy.
Bishop e6, f4. Okay, clear cut. White is planning to go f5.
No hidden agendas there.
King f8. King f8. Look at that. Look at that. And then, I don't know where it could be the new move. Knight c3.
King f8 was played in 8 seconds, by the way. So that
Well,
wasn't
probably
deep think territory.
Yeah, I mean, Alyanov is also a player who is extremely well prepared. So whatever opening he's playing, he knows exactly up to date what's going on. Even though I don't see him playing that much as before, I think he's also coaching these days already. Bishop d6, knight a4. So basically, it's a positional exchange sacrifice. I mean, look at that spot, the c5 spot for the knight. And actually, it looks very nice for white. Well, it looks really nice.
If you think about the problems with the pieces, I don't know. The black rook on h8 looks like it's a little bit out of the game because we know that black can't castle. The king's moved to f8, so that piece is already out of the game. And then you compare the equivalent white piece. The white rook on a1 is 2 moves from being in the game, and it's very obvious that the dark squared bishop is probably going to move somewhere like e3, and it can shuffle across to f1. And then you can say, well, yes, but white has a knight on the rim. It's not great, but that knight on a4 has a clear outpost where it can't be kicked on c5, waiting within 1 move. So it feels like a lot of the positional pluses here work in white's favor, but on the other side, if black can find a way to get some sort of harmony on the back rank, you do have 2 rooks playing the 1, and you're the exchange up. So that has to be worth something.
Yes, indeed. The question is, how will black be able to consolidate his pieces? Like after queen h4, white played bishop e3, very natural move. Black played queen g4, and it's white's to move. Well, the thing is that h8 rook, you pointed out rightly so, that it's not connected with the other one, and somehow the development of black seems to be very difficult. At the same time, I believe after queen g4, black might have the idea to go h5, h4, and bring out the rook through the move rook h5 to activate his rook. That could be an idea to bring it out, for example.
But if you were doing that, and you would want as many pieces involved in the attack as possible, so offering to trade queens at this stage feels a little counterintuitive.
But if we exchange the queens, it favors black. Because after, if we would exchange the queens, it means that the black king instantly could come up to e7, and the black rook could be on b8, and the other one could stay on a8. Black is going to be pushing a5. So then, I'm not saying black is so much better, because really the white knight on c5 will be standing perfectly for compensation. But it will be not more than that, really, because whenever the position opens up, Black has already material advantage, and the two rooks will be giving a lot of headache for white. So the white compensation can stay only until the moment the position can stay closed.
Got it. So white will want to avoid the queen exchange, maybe place the queen on d2, threatening to come in on the dark squares. If black plays something like rook b8, would try and get the knight into c5 and just play it slowly. Well, it feels weird to sacrifice something and then say play it slowly, but it feels like you want to be building up the positional advantage here a little.
Yeah, basically in this position, white is absolutely not thinking at all whether should I exchange the queens or no, or in what terms should I be exchanging it. No, the main question is whether is he ready to go queen d2 and then possibly keep an option on queen b4. Does he want to go queen f2 rather to be on the f file, or queen d3 is also an option, so it has queen a3 checks and controls the f5 square after rook f1, so bishop f5 kind of moves are not possible, but queen d2 was played.
Okay.
So queen d2 was played, very logical way to keep the control over these two squares, because queen on a5 can land in with some great attacks. At the same time, now I'm curious what black is up to, because black can go h5, and then let's say queen b4 check, king g8, and white could try to hunt the pawn, but this would not lead to anything good for white, you see. That
Yes,
because
indeed.
my king goes to h7, completely safe, and actually I would be happy if white is taking on c7, because simply rook goes rook c8, capturing on c2, and suddenly black is winning.
Yes. And
So white can go wrong easily.
White's helping you develop the plan there, so you wouldn't want that.
Yeah, so after h5, I believe, well, the knight will show up on c5. Now we're in the next move. And then white would be going rook f1. That seems to be the best. And then the question is, what about playing h4 and rook h5, and how white is going to be developing or strengthening his game? Because
That's
once
a lot of fun.
but once the white queen starts trying to grab more pawns, there is going to be some counter chances. And the e6 bishop is kind of passive for the moment. But once the queen goes back to g6, which is a great location for the queen, sometimes bishop f5, sometimes bishop h3 can be there. So I can't say it's a very bad bishop, because it has a future way of thinking.
So this is the game between Alexei Shirov and Pavel Elyanov. Really, really fun stuff. We have an exchange sacrifice, a positional exchange sacrifice, relatively early on, and it looks like this is going to be a fight for quite some time. Where else? I'm going to pick some interesting positions, and then Judith, once we get there, you can tell me that it's completely normal and that there's nothing to see here. We'll wait and see. I'd like to take a look at board number 12, if that's all right. I'm going to deliberately stay off of the front screen and try and give some of the other boards a little bit of love early on. And this is Mamedyarov against Salem. And this caught my eye and caught Bik's eye as well. Thank you very much, Bik. Shout out to helping us scout for these games, because I noticed the white pawn on h6 very, very early on in this game, and it seems very clear that no one is particularly happy to go home with half a point today. So I'd love to see where things are at here. It feels like white's putting on a lot of pressure, but is paying the price for not castling.
Well, it is a very interesting position, but this is very classical. When you see, you could go, you close your eyes and you go, let's see Mamedyarov's game, and then for sure you will find something interesting on the board after move 15. So, you can just go by name like that. I was playing with Mamedyarov so much in my life, but actually the nice thing is that, my first encounter with him was very memorable for me, because I played in the 2002 Olympiad when we played against Azerbaijan with the junior team, with Rajabov 16, Mamedyarov was maybe 17, something like that. Really junior team. And of course, all of them were like incredible, talented, and great players. And I was playing with him. It was the Open Spanish, And with some home preparation, I beat him with some sacrifices, and it was a spectacular game. After move 22 or something, I won the game. So after an hour and a half or 2 hours, something like that, we finished. But after that, I played with him tons of games, and he's one of the great, interesting personalities and player in chess. So I'm not surprised at all what we see here. And you look at the clock, like he was barely thinking at all because he's 141.
Yeah,
So
he's got
maybe
half
it's
an
the
hour
first.
up.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's like he was barely thinking. Let's go back just for quickly to understand what opening we are seeing. So it's a Grunfeld with some special way of, look at that, this trap with h4. But of course, this has to be all theory. I mean, it's also very typically, it's modern chess, where you don't mind to give up your bishop. You don't mind to have your pawn on h4 in move, what is it? It's move 5 or 6.
Yep, move
Because you
6.
have a very concrete idea how to play. So immediately, white is jumping on the neck of black, right? h5. Show me how you can develop your pieces. And h6, which is a little bit surprising to me.
H6 by move 10.
Yeah, but also after h5, you would think that you want to keep the options to open up and ask
Right.
black whether, are you sure you're going to be castling short? So h6 is a committal move, pushing the bishop to f6. At the same time, if you would want to play h6 anyway, then it's better to do it now, because after black castled, maybe black would be already going back to h8 with his bishop. So from this perspective, it's a better queen d2, short castle, knight f3, rook d8, rook c1, c5. Of course, this is the move which obviously gives black the somehow to break up the center. d5, knight
Makes
c6.
sense.
Because of this pin, it is possible. So great developing move. g3, bishop f5, and now it's white to move. So this is exactly the position which they have, and Shakrial is thinking what to do. Of course, e4, for example, is definitely not a move which you consider. Okay, this we can forget completely because of bishop g4. Later on, black will take and e4, and I would think that black has a fantastic position. The bar is not showing this, but let's say e4 would not be the first move I would consider. For example, bishop h3, trying to exchange the white square bishop, or bishop g2, which would be the natural way. At this point, of course, white has to make a decision, like how to continue the game. White has some space advantage, definitely in the center. But I would rather play e4 once the black knight is jumping away to b4 or somewhere. So not to give this d4 square away so clearly.
Got it. Yeah, and a lot of white's weaknesses in this position are they're predominantly on the light squares. So rushing to engage too early before your pieces are where you want them to be just feels a little bit uneasy, I suppose, for white. But this is not exactly a comfortable position to play. You're not going to sit back and sip on a drink while chilling out here. There's a lot to think about and a lot to consider. Very complicated.
Absolutely, because in a second, black can think of, for example, eliminate the c3 knight, so the d5
I was looking at
can
that,
be
yeah.
vulnerable. And after bishop f5, it's possible that after bishop takes c3, bishop e4 is an unpleasant move because white's pawn on d5 can be attacked. Also, there is an option for black to play c5 and then attack double from d8 the rook and the queen, putting pressure on the d5 pawn. So there are quite a lot of options and moves and ideas which has to be taken in account from white side as well. But by the time management, it seems like Mamedyarov kind of understood. He spent quite some time in preparation, I believe, to know this position.
Last question from me. On a surface level, it does look like that the d5 pawn is under a lot of pressure simply because black can trade the dark squared bishop off at any time. I'm guessing that's where the pawn on h6 comes in really handy. You're forcing a swap off of queens because you obviously can't allow queen g7 checkmate. So is that like white's insurance policy against just that knight disappearing and the pawn on d5 going?
Well, until I can keep my strength of the d5 pawn, I'm doing fine. And I have a resource of playing e4 at some point or bishop g2 defending it. If black captures on c3, he has to know exactly that why he's doing it. Just for the fun of it, to eliminate the knight, that's not going to be working because I can go b takes c3 and after that playing c4, strengthening my d5 pawn. So it can be extremely good for white.
Okay.
That's why black has to triple think it over whether when is he ready to capture on c3. So it's either capturing on c3 that after that c4 is possible to play, or winning the d5 pawn immediately, but it has to be something very concrete. Positionally, taking on c3 and b takes c3 would benefit white.
All right, so this is Mamedyarov's game against Salem. Really fun stuff here, and no doubt a decent amount of preparation coupled with some really quite strategic middle game thinking from both of these players, and I look forward to seeing what happens as they inch forward. Remember as well, the players do not get any extra time until after move 40. So because of that, they don't want to go too far down on the clock. And Mamedyarov is just about 25 minutes ahead at the moment. It's not really a consideration we need to make right now, but it is something to keep an eye on because an hour from now, it could prove to become a little bit deadly. Speaking of an hour from now and having that time run down, we're going to go to our first break of the day here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Make sure to grab yourself a tea or coffee and rejoin us in a couple of minutes as we resume coverage of the openings here in the fifth round.
Has my sister's trash talk ever genuinely hurt your feelings?
No, but I love when her trash talk is mean. I genuinely enjoy being trash talked.
That's very true. Wow.
Do you think the internet understands you?
No.
True.
I wish people would better understand my humor, the irony behind my toxic personality, because I do believe that I'm genuinely a very kind and caring person, and I wish internet knew that better.
Does it bother you that your boyfriend is higher rated at chess?
No, I love it. It's excite me.
True.
If it would get 1 million views, or let's say there's $1 million prize fund, would you rematch me to chess boxing?
Yes.
Definitely.
Would you be able to punch me in the face during a boxing match?
No.
Okay, so she doesn't want to.
Would you punch me in the face during a boxing match if it got 1 million views?
No.
True.
I would.
Okay, so
for 1 million views. That's impressive.
I had a lot of reactions on her. You could get the impression that was because she really wanted to do a rematch.
Yeah, but she wouldn't actually hurt me.
But it creates a lot of reactions to her because she probably doesn't want to do that at all.
I truly believe that I would make a rematch and not hurt you, and it would still get 1 million views. So
That's a nice
I would just
answer.
get beaten, but we would get the million views. I would be so down to sacrifice myself for that.
It's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me.
Netflix wishes it had the drama of this insane game between Anna Muzychuk and Dan Zongyi from the Candidates Tournament. The game kicks off with a Sicilian defense, the O'Kelly variation, no less. White goes for a Maroczy setup, and after opening up the center, Dan Zongyi sacrifices a pawn in exchange for a knight on d4. That is less a knight and more of a rhino. After finishing development, Black recovers the pawn on d5. White is slightly better, mainly because her bishop on e4 is way more handsome and elegant than the poor soul stack on g5. Then, after bishop f6, Anna makes a mistake with queen to d3, because after he takes f5 and this spicy little sequence, the Chinese player ends up with a dangerous protected pass pawn on e4. Even worse, the bishop on b7 has less future than my gym membership after January. Important note, after rook ad8, white cannot grab the a6 pawn because of queen to a7 here, with a double threat, one on the bishop and a nasty discovered check along this diagonal. Sweet, sweet pain. Instead, rook ad1 was played, and Dan manages to shove a pawn down white's esophagus. Brutal stuff. There is a trade of minor pieces now, and the question is, what about the pawn on e2? Can we take it? If white takes on d8 followed by queen takes e2, that leads to serious intestinal problems on the back rank. That is why rook d3 was played here. Now rook fe8 was the best move, but Dan decides to munch on d3 first, and suddenly Anna starts fighting back. Now h6 would have been the best try to prevent those nasty dark square checks, but after queen c3, white finds a dream setup. The queen lands on h4, defending e1 while eyeing some future checks on f6. Finally, after queen d2, white finds a perpetual check and the game ends in a draw. Did you enjoy the game? I hope so. Now get out of here. Go back to watching baby reels on Instagram. This has been Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca for chess.com.
Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss. The first hour of today's games has now concluded, so we're moving forward past the opening in some games, but there's one game in particular, Judith, I would love to highlight and to have us go to relatively quickly. And it's not necessarily due to the position on the board, or rather it is, but not primarily, and that's Levon Aronian's game. I want to show you something and get your thoughts on this. And specifically, I'd like to take a look at the position after Queen A5, move 17. And the reason I want to take a look at this position after move 17 is because that's the first time either player spent more than 1 minute on a move.
Sorry, I'm getting fast to get there.
No worries. So, yeah, after the queen moves back to A5 on move 7, folks, this is all insta playing. Yep, queen check, king, yep, no problem. We keep going. No problem. This is all fine. We're busy playing a 3-minute blitz game on chess.com at the moment. This is the point where a player thought for more than 60 seconds for the first time.
Wow.
That's insane.
Well, this is the opening preparation we were discussing before, right? That some of the players have such a strong opening preparation. They know what is going to be standing on the board. And then they just blitz it out because they both think that I know what I want to get out of this opening. And the other one also says, I know exactly what I want. And it seemed like both of them wanted the same story up to move 17.
So with this backdrop in place, I wanted to skip ahead to move 17 first, just to show everyone no one thought for more than a minute on any move up to this point. Let's take a look at how we got here, and then maybe, Judith, if both players want to be in this position, you can tell us why white would want to be here, why black would want to be here, and why everyone's happy. But it all seems like everyone's holding hands at the moment getting to this point, even though the position looks a little unconventional.
Well, I'm not sure I would like to go back from the very beginning, because then we have to make all this journey. What do you think? If we just move forward in this position?
Yeah, sure.
It's clearly that what are the evaluation and the plus and minus in this position for both sides? It's the e6 pawn, which is definitely an isolated pawn and the weakness of black's position. What does black have in return? Is the d file, very good placement for the rook. And also queen on a5, it has a double idea. First of all, it wants to attack the pawn on a2, so which is under attack. And also, by the way, also controlling the 5th rank, where h5 is not so easy to be played because black can just simply capture it. So this is from the opening perspective of this position specifically. White played bishop c5. Why is bishop c5 so good, or so good looking move? Obviously, because black is not does not have time to castle and does not have the opportunity to castle because of this bishop cutting away the king's root. And immediately white is attacking the pawn on h6, wants to give checkmate. So obviously this was not possible to allow. So queen a2, taking the pawn and defending the pawn on e6, right?
Makes sense.
So the sharp force things happen. Rook h3, how often? It's always a move which you have to consider. Once the white king is out of the possibility of castling, this is the fastest way how you can bring out your rook. We were talking about this in the Alyanov game, where it was with the other side, right? Black king was on f8 and the rook on h8. So this is a very typical way of bringing out to activity very fast the rook from the corner.
Now, does that mean then, and I guess it's probably the case, but Judith, if we play the rook to h3, is that another way of saying whatever my plan is, it's not h5 anymore? I'm not going to be moving the rook twice. So at that point, you don't have to worry about h5 as much?
You mean if white wants to go h5 at any point of the game?
That's right, yeah.
I wouldn't say so. If I have my pawn on h4, anytime when I feel it's comfortable and it's good, I will play h5. But h4 was probably primarily played to bring out the rook to h3 and g3.
Okay.
So rook h3, queen d5, centralizing the queen is always useful, bringing it back to the center. Black obviously cannot castle. Rook g3, threatening the attack on the g7, rook d7, defending. So now in this position, I would think that black is thinking possibly to go king d8 and castling very slowly. Nobody sees me going there. Going all the way to c8. Maybe it's an option to escape for the black king. But of course, it's very important for black to keep control over the g7's pawn, that it cannot be given away.
That's so scary as well, because black has no d pawn and black has no c pawn. So to even entertain the idea of just scuttling the king across to that side of the board, you need to really make sure you've calculated everything to do something like that. That's very, very dangerous if there's any tactics on the board.
Well, and white sacrificed the pawn for this position. And, well, hold on just a few moves back because we jumped here. So knight g5, threatening the e6. Nothing better for black than to push the pawn to e5, f4. So everything, you see, it's very, very sharp and very concrete, because this king on e8 in the center gives this opportunity for white to be so aggressive. e4, rook e3. So now white would be ready to capture back the e4, and black played queen d2. I think this is the position
right.
Yeah, this is the position on the board right now. And e4 was very important for black to be playing. So black wants to give back the pawn. So what happens if, let's say, knight takes e4? Ah, sorry, that's hanging. I thought it's just an exchange.
Oh, I thought you were being nice to me, Judith. You were going to ask me a question I could answer. I was getting ready.
No. No, I just blundered Levon's rook. Well, he's a good friend. Probably he forgive me, but I shouldn't try that. But black looks very active. He's reacting very fast, and he wants to eliminate and exchange the queen. So the question is, for me, is it possible to play queen c4 with an idea to have in mind queen e6? The question is whether can white escape from the queen exchange? Because let's say if I would just simply take on d2, rook to d2, rook on the second, it's very useful. And let's say if knight e4, rook e4, I think black can go king d7 or king f7. Both looks pretty good. I don't know which one is better, but the rook is very active. I'm bringing out the other rook to d8. After b4, I would not allow b5, so I would be playing a6 to stop that. And I think black is just perfectly fine in this position. So I would like to avoid this with the white pieces and not to exchange the queens if possible. So this is why I would want to go queen c4, or there's also another idea, maybe to go rook e1, so to exchange the queens with better the terms. I would think it fits white better, but I think black is doing pretty much okay, because here also black can just takes. Well, if takes, then rook d1. I can simply exchange because king f2 is not possible to knight g4.
Yep, for sure.
So black is doing very fine, I must say. Oops.
So I think that's the reason why, I guess, we're settling into a little bit of a deeper think here from Levon Aronian. Some pretty insane preparation to get to this position, but Sargsyan also showing, you know what, I'm very happy to go into this prep and we can play this out, because at the end of this, if we swap the queens off, actually, I'm feeling like I'm doing all right here. So I like that. Do we think, on balance, queen c4 might be the move that gets played? Certainly one of the candidate moves here.
Yeah, queen c4 is a big question, and we should also not forget that actually Levon is playing with a countryman of his, because he's originally from Armenia. He's playing for the States for the last few years already, but probably he also knows the talented opponent, Sargsyan. So
I love the featured chat. Levon, you're allowed to think. It's okay.
Yes. What about queen c4? I'm wondering what black is going to be doing there. Because queen e6 is not a deadly dangerous threat, because black is just going away with the king. So for the moment, the good thing is for white, knight g4 is not possible, because then knight e4.
And I guess, because when I think queen c4 has just been played as well, so it's on the board
Okay.
now. And one of the things I was trying to think about was in pretty much all of the lines we've taken a look at so far, Judith, Black's idea is to, once everything is stable, just scuttle the king away to safety. So one of the things I was looking at is there a way to simply, you know what, I'm going to sidestep this threat and just play king d8 and start. Unfortunately, knight e6, I think, means that you can't do that straight away, or even, I don't know if there's even potential for the knight to go into... You can't do knight f7 because of the rook. Yeah, I think knight e6 is probably just enough to say, yes, you can do that, but not quite yet.
Well, after knight e6, actually, I'm happy to escape to all the way to c8. But I would think that White's plan is to play b4. I think this is the plan White could try. And then if Black has to go a6, then the bishop b6 can show up over there also.
But I'm really nervous about this position. I don't like going pawn grabbing, especially in a position that looks this sharp, Judith. So just to be clear, but the idea I'm really scared of is if knight e6 can come in at any point with the king on d8, you don't really want to move to the c file, because once you move to the c file, you've got like bishop takes a7 and kind of like sneaky 3-minute chess kind of tactics coming in there. And I'm wondering if that
must be
Black position.
Take that pawn.
Well, I just saw the pin against the king, and I'm thinking that knight looks really looks like it's not going anywhere anytime soon. But can you just do that and plant the bishop on b6 and just try and play against that, maybe?
Well, first of all, I don't know if I can go queen d5. Maybe not, because
everything.
Yeah, but maybe I will lose one of the pawns after queen takes d5. So this is why it's not the proper move to make.
Okay.
But maybe I could just improve my position playing rook e8. This can be a sense. I mean, my king is not more vulnerable at all than yours, because king on f1, having my queen on d2.
The white king is not exactly the definition of safe at the moment, is it?
No.
To be fair. Yeah. I should look at myself in the mirror a little bit there. No, that is fair. That's very, very fair.
So after knight e6, king c8, I'm kind of happy with the position. But
Okay. Wow.
Black played queen d5, which I can understand that he wants to be chasing the white queen, and he wants to be exchanging the queens by any means.
That's a really, really fun... it just boggles my mind sometimes, the level of prep that these top players can produce. The position itself is already fun enough to look at, but the fact is that they got most of this way with a couple of minutes on the clock each, and they basically blitzed it out. Incredible.
Yeah, but I believe that here already they are on their own.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Black for sure. Well, with Levon, it's not clear. It's not clear for how long.
And 6 minutes on queen c4. So... yeah, it's also possible. Let me just remember the move order in this line, and maybe he's got another 10 moves of prep in his back pocket. Who knows? But yeah, 6 moves on queen c4, and then 4 minutes on rook e3 before that. So I think maybe both players are on their own at this point.
With Levon, I don't know.
You can never be sure.
No, because
Maybe
he
it's
has...
a bluff.
No, he had always very serious opening preparation, and this year he's playing pretty well. So I don't know, but he was really playing for so long on the very highest level, and he was always very famous also to have good preparation. And I remember it was very often that he was just playing so fast in the opening, just blitzing out. So that was not a problem for him doing so, giving this pressure to the opponent that I know what I'm doing, so I'm just going to be blitzing out, So we did that.
We mustn't forget, we have the women's section as well as the open section in this tournament, and I want to go to the women's section, Judith, but first, putting the brakes on my ideas, is world champion Gukesh. And I think there have been some very interesting developments in his game against Grandmaster Mishra on board number 4. You can see there, even the eval bar is, shall we say, leaning heavily in one direction at the moment. But the H and G pawns, if we remember from our earlier conversation, have continued moving down the board. And I think we might be seeing what could turn out, maybe, to be a big mistake here. But let's see if we can figure out why, because on the surface, this looks like a pretty scary attack for black with G4 just getting pushed. But our silicon friend here, as you can see by the blue arrow, really does not like that one bit.
And let's go back just few moves before where we left it. In this position after
Yes.
knight h7,
You were
I've
saying
told...
about D4.
Yeah, that d4 is the crucial move. And actually that was played by Mishra to play d4. Immediately trying to break the center for black. h5, d takes e5. And now g4 was played, which seems to be I don't really understand what's going on. And you know why? I don't understand, because it has to be a home preparation for Gukesh. And after knight h7, d4 is the most obvious move, so he had to analyze it.
I was going to
h5.
ask why d takes e5 is being given a question mark, and I wonder if that's purely just because of the pawn pushes here, because it doesn't look that unreasonable if you keep taking in the center, but maybe it's just not enough to make up.
I don't know. I don't know what Mishra had in mind, and I don't understand why Gukesh was not playing h4. This is a big question mark for me. Big question. I mean, it's possible that white wanted to take on h4 and go queen h5, attack on f7.
Sure, but I feel like you better make it work at that point, because you have just played knight takes h4 to bring about the position. There's a lot of pressure, but is that enough?
Well, it seems queen e7, and then on bishop h4. What's going on bishop h4?
Oh,
I mean, is black going to go queen f8? That's a strange thing. But after queen f8, what is important that the black rook is defended, so the knight can possibly jump to f6.
and once the knight jumps to f6, you get the bishop out and aim to castle queenside out of danger, presumably.
Well, I mean, it can be a threat, so the h8 rook can be powerful. So as it is protected, that's why it can make a discovered move there. But for the moment, of course, black's next move would be knight takes e5. But it is really surprising, I must say, that he did not play h4, if that's the best. But he went g4. After g4, actually, the main move most of the time is that you have this move bishop h4. And this is one of the move. Then there is another move, of course, to go knight h4. But then probably black wants to go knight e5.
And I guess you invite black to play the other knight into g5 as well, once you've played g4.
Well, yeah, it can go to g5, it can go to f6 sometimes. At the same time, the f5 square becomes weak. But it's a question, why is it so fantastic for white? I mean, the bar shows that white has a clear advantage, no question about it. But how is it from the practical perspective? So, okay, knight h4 is one of the idea. Bishop h4 is another idea. I don't see... Well, e takes d6 is a question, but I think I'm not sure how good it is.
Yeah, if you're going to refute something like that, you have to start with the obvious pawn takes knight, right? If we want to try and figure out why
Yeah,
it's
but
so
after
good.
this, I have an
I
option to
guess you
go
take one more
d-takes
time.
d7 first. So for the moment, I have with white 3 pawns for the piece. And once black goes, I don't know, queen f6 or something, then
Okay.
knight f3, bishop g4. And of course, playing the game, the bar can show all kind of fantastic numbers, how great white's position is. But you don't necessarily see it. Why?
I don't know who I'm scared more for here, because when I take a look at, I mean, when I look at king safety, I'm feeling like I'm really, really worried for black, but I don't see any knockout blow for white or some big tactic winning a piece or something that at the end of this variation is like, and that's why white is clearly, what does the bar think on the left? Like plus 2.5 or something? That's a lot.
Something huge, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, h3 is possible. I wouldn't mind to exchange, but maybe there are some completely only moves which is not human moves, and then it's not obvious at all. What I'm surprised until now that really g4, if it's a mistake, then how is it possible that Gukesh was playing this? Because it has to be an opening preparation for him. That's why it's very confusing.
Do you think
for
that's
me at this
why?
point.
That's why Mishra is thinking for so long, because
Absolutely.
if it looks like a mistake and it smells like a mistake, but you know your opponent's probably in preparation, you're sitting there right now going, where's the trap that's 4 or 5 moves deep that I'm looking for?
Well, probably it's not as simple just that. I think it's well, e takes d6 is an option. We didn't look bishop h4 further yet. Bishop h4, queen d7, and still my knight is hanging. So it's not clear how white can proceed in this position. I mean, it's clear that the black king will not castle for quite some time.
Yeah.
At the same time, my pieces are hanging. This is not beneficial for me. Yeah, because e takes d6, bishop h4, yes?
That's got to be what we're busy calculating out. In some of these lines, it almost feels like you want one more piece to get into the attack for white. The rook on a1's not part of the attack. The knight on d2. Where are we getting an additional weapon to join the attack? And yeah, I guess I'm just really scared of this, if I'm honest, Judith. This is scary to respond to. Obviously, e takes d6 is the start of the critical continuation, but even the alarm bells are going off in Mishra's head, and we're thinking, well, hang on a second. If this is being invited, what's the plan? What's the trap? What do I need to be worried about? And maybe it's simply that positionally this is strong. Ooh, does the bar want to keep the queens on? Is that what that's about?
Yeah, something is not right for the computer. Not a big fan of queen f3, knight f3 seems to be a better
maybe it
option.
wants the queen to live on b3 eventually after knight takes.
But there was an idea maybe to go e5. I was thinking to make space for the knight on e4.
Right.
This is possible because if once the knight could get to d6 via e4, that would be very unpleasant. And white has already 3 pawns for the piece.
Mm. But then with the king on e8, that's I'm sweating just thinking about it, going, how many different universes are there where I can find a way to just sneak the rook onto e1 and start taking as much as I can to really open up the game with the bishop on c8 still on the starting square, the rook on a8 still on the starting square.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this looks quite dangerous for black. Let's say queen f5. I think I would just go knight f3. Okay, I got further from the d6 square, but I'm open to go with e6 anytime.
My goodness.
Also knight d4 sometimes. I mean, okay, black can go bishop e6, for example. But maybe knight h4. Of course, you see, it's not a simple position how to win for white. So in such a position, anything can go wrong. Though maybe bishop d3, queen g4, chase the queen.
But don't forget, it's Gukesh that made the committal move of g4. So I don't know if Mishra's thinking, how do I win for white? He's probably thinking, oh, this is planned. How do I survive? And actually the position is better for him than he thinks. So maybe the flip side of what we're talking about now, Judith, is what does Gukesh see, or what line did he see in g4 that made him go, yes, this is definitely the way I want to bring this game?
I don't know. I would very much like to know what's going on Gukesh's head. Because from one point of view, it must be a home preparation. At the same time, it seems like it's a very risky one. So it's like very controversial for me what is happening, what I'm seeing on the board and the evaluation on the engine.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that, let me see. I can tell you that Mishra took 19 minutes to play d4. Gukesh responded with h5 within about a minute. And then after d takes e5, d takes e5 was 13-minute think, and then g4 was a 21-minute think. So if G4 is part... G4 was a 21-minute thing. So if that's part of home preparation, I'd love to know what that 21 minutes was spent doing.
But how is it possible that he was spending 21 minutes? He still has 1 hour. He started with 140.
Yeah, and pretty much everything was instantaneous up to h5. So very interesting. Well, we're clearly settling in for the long haul now. This is a very, very deep think. I did promise you, Judith, earlier that we would take a look at the women's section in addition to the open section. So maybe let's pause there, but keep a very big half an eye on the Gukesh game for sure, because I think we are going to want to follow that very closely and take a look at the openings and what's happened in the women's section. I'm looking at games that look particularly interesting at the moment, or seem very imbalanced, or have some interesting positions.
Well, game 1 with Vaishali versus Lucknow. It seems like
opposite side castling.
Yeah, it seems like Black is doing fine. To be honest, it seems very fine for Black. King h1 was the last move, so now White has a threat of bishop c7.
We have kings in the center on board 3 and board 4, which is interesting, and Kosteniuk is on board 4.
Yeah, that's an interesting position, pretty balanced so far. Then we have a pawn sacrifice on board 5 by Tan. And Asebayeva Salimova. Seems like White has a more energetic position. Then Yip is trying to press on against Giri. Ooh, how complex game on board 8.
Maybe we go there first? Oh, wow. That's a lot of stuff on the board.
Yeah, very complicated. And yeah, some interesting stuff going on.
Shall we take a look at board 8 first, and then move back through as we wish?
Maybe we can just go through on 1, 2, 3. On board 1, why don't we see board 1 first?
Let's start with board 1.
Just to see what we have there.
So this, of course, is very important. It's the two leaders of the tournament. It's Vaishali versus Lagno. And of course, Vaishali having a fantastic tournament so far. Lagno also incredibly accomplished player, world champion, and very curious to see how this is going to be playing out. If we take a look at the pawn structures, we've got the doubled c-pawns there for black. Both sides have a knight and a bishop. All of the major pieces are still on the board. And this is the position after king h1 has just been played on move 15.
Yes, what I want to show is that bishop c7 immediately was not possible to queen c5 check, and after that the bishop is lost.
Yes, yeah.
That's the reason why king h1 was played. So now bishop c7 is a threat. So black has to be moving away with her queen, and the question is, where is she going to find it a good spot? For example, queen d5 might be a move. Be in the center. That would be a nice spot, I believe. Maybe the best. Or the other idea is to go to g6. Queen g6 can be also quite sensible. It's pretty tough position for black. I mean, not tough, but it's hard to break. It's pretty stable. Queen g6. I would also think of playing bishop f6. It is very important to keep control over the e5 square, so the knight is not jumping unexpectedly there.
Right, okay.
So it can easily be queen d2, white goes rook e1, black goes bishop f6 and rook e8, and somehow the game will be simplified. Now, if I would have to make a bet, I would bet for a draw in this game.
Okay. If you did play the queen across, for example, was it to d5 instead of g6? Like still keeping an eye on the e5 square. Because we've castled opposite sides, how much should we be looking at stuff like an immediate g5, h5? Let's get the pawns rolling. Let's try and do our best to break this position here. Because without your king on that side of the board, that sort of push feels quite natural.
Well, it is possible. At the same time, after g5, the f5 square can be vulnerable. So after queen d5, for example, I would be also thinking maybe queen g4. But maybe then I'm provoking you, so maybe I don't want to provoke you. Maybe I would go bishop g3, for example. So g5 kind of move will not work because I would be regrouping my knight to all the way to f5. That could be unpleasant. Also, after queen d5, it's possible if white wants to be very solid to play queen f3, trying to exchange the queens and bringing the rook. So I don't think there is going to be too much with white. It's a pretty healthy position from both sides. So maybe we can, we had enough of this position and go back to the bird's eye view to pick something else, because there were
I think so.
Some interesting positions you pointed out. Also,
do we want to check in on Kosteniuk on board 4?
Why don't we? Yeah.
And see how things
Let's
are going
go there.
I believe this was a Sicilian. Beyond that, I haven't seen too much of it beyond the starting couple of moves, but it looks pretty fun, pretty open.
Okay.
Let me see. Black has just castled on move 16. Let's dive in here and see what we've got.
Move. Yeah, she just played castle, right?
That's it.
She just played castle. So what was... Let's just peek into the opening. It was a 3b3, trying to avoid main lines. It was this kind of very slow way of playing. Okay, queen b6, bishop g2, rook b8. Well, this knight can get in trouble in these kind of positions because the e5 pawn is just defended with every piece, basically. Mm-hmm. So black cannot really break up the e5. Yeah, black goes back to h6 and f5 later. Queen takes a5. Black's plan is to go bishop a6 to attack the queen. Rook c1, bishop e7, knight e3. It's kind of a logical move to keep the knight out from h6, bishop a6, queen a4, castle. Okay,
was there any consideration to fianchettoing black's dark squared bishop as a way of gaining some space and attacking e5 again, or does that just weaken the pawn structure too much?
Well, the big problem of black, if she would be bringing the bishop to fianchetto, first of all, on e5, there is not much effort he can do in order to make some problems for white. Secondly, it's very important for the bishop to keep control over the d6 square and also the c5 pawn. It's more important to defend there.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
And it's important also that for the moment the bishop is keeping away the white knight from f3 to go there. Sorry, not there. We make right moves, not the illegal ones. So this is why actually I'm thinking about a possible h4 for white, to try to go knight g5. This would come to mind for me, h4. Or, well, d4, I don't think I would be going. d4 is possible, of course.
Just gets rid of a lot of the tension.
Yeah, but this
the
d7...
advantage white's seeking at the end of it?
Well, the thing is that white opens up the road for the rook on the c file. Also, the d7 pawn is staying back, and white's position is pretty healthy. I mean, my knight on e3 stands much better than your knight on h6, right? And white has a majority of pawns here on a2, b3.
But on the other hand, can black have ideas of getting rid of the weakness immediately with d5?
Well, now the queen is hanging. But now the queen is hanging for the moment.
Yeah, so the idea would be to try and, in the medium term, to sort of get away from all of that by being able to play d5 in one move and saying, I don't have to deal with this weakness in the long term. But you're right.
Yeah.
Black needs to find time to do it.
Yeah, the question is how much time black has in order to do that. But after queen b4, for example, maybe I would go bishop c3. The a5 pawn can get vulnerable. So it's definitely a clearly better position for white.
Okay.
It's very dangerous for black. So let's go back the position. So d4 is a move to consider, definitely. Black also could try, if he has the option, to play f5, for example, against the move of h4. Maybe black would go f5.
Oh, forcing the issue there.
Well, maybe I don't have to take, because after takes, bishop takes, bishop f6.
As we all know, en passant is forced.
New rules, yeah?
Exactly. The rules of chat, we have to respect them. And it feels, this feels weird to me because white's bishop on b2 looked like such a massive powerhouse piece, and the fact that black couldn't comfortably play d5 was also a big bonus in the position, and it just feels like both aspects of that have been weakened from white's perspective to get to this line. Although black still obviously has some big problems, but I feel like some of the problems she was dealing with earlier, it's like partially solved now.
Well, for black now, new problems arise, because now the c5 pawn can be vulnerable. If, let's say, I go queen c2, I can go knight g5, attack, so I'm forcing you to go g6. So for black's position, it's kind of tricky. In the other hand, black can also try, let's say here, I would be thinking to go knight b4, for example, trying to reach and place my bishop to d3. This could be a problem for white. Because now after knight g5, I don't have to weaken myself, but I can go bishop d3. And I'm not getting checkmate on h7. So probably d4 is the move which I would play. It's just opening up the position, but keeps in mind that the knight on h6 is out of play, and this might be a problem for black.
From the analysis and taking a look at the lines you've just covered, Judith, it feels like one of those positions where you could glance at it and go, oh, yes, okay, out of the opening, we're playing things slow and positional, and it's actually, the tactics might only be 1 or 2 moves away if you're not careful, and it would pay to slow down just a little bit because maybe it's a bit sharper than you think.
Well, these days in chess, I think it became much more concrete than before, and this was brought by the engines into modern chess.
For sure.
It's much more less occasions people say, okay, this should be good, and we're just playing out. Because everybody knows that it becomes very fast, very concrete. So we can say that, okay, this is better, that is better, but eventually the bottom line is that once you start calculating, it's going to be a question of one move, one tempi here or one tempi there. So also it happens many times with me when you look at a board and you say, well, intuitively, white is just much better. But it does matter who is on move, for example, So that makes a difference. Or that can make a difference. So why don't we zoom out? Maybe we pick one more game, or we just see what's going on the...
Yeah, we mentioned like 4 or 5 different possible positions in the women's section. So let's grab one more before we either go back to the open or go to a break. Quite a few to potentially choose from. It looks like Tan is enjoying a significantly better position at the moment. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the most interesting, though.
Well, that's also interesting. There is a full board position with on board 8.
Yep.
Tsolakidu against Balayeva. Let me pick that. On board 8.
Let's see. Shall we go there?
Yeah, it's just interesting that all the pieces are still up on the. It's a full board position, which we don't see too often, that they don't exchange any piece, even though it's already move 19.
And I think I'm making a judgment based on the clock times for each move, but my guess is this was preparation up to move 14. Based on what we saw, there was a single 6-minute think on move 11, but then blitzed out after that. So I'm feeling like the first 14 moves of this game, which was another Roy Lopez, by the way, was probably preparation. But yeah, it's interesting that absolutely nothing has been traded off the board yet, and we're at move 19. So very much keeping all the tension on, and interesting position. I'm used to less being on the board by this point. It's interesting that neither player wants to be the first to blink.
Well, in this position, of course, white is keeping the pawn on d3. In the classical, I always like to play the Roy Lopez where I have my pawn on d4 and not making it in 2 moves. And in these positions, white is not able to play d4, but of course, she did it because she wanted to avoid some lines. And knight f1, very typical, trying to reach knight g3, pushing away the bishop, but black was able to play d5. And after knight g3, just simply going back, bishop g6. White goes knight h4, trying to reach the square with one of her knights on f5. Black plays very healthy and closing the position. So this is the position now, and black played knight e8. White has a very stable, beautiful knight on f5. White might have the very straightforward plan of playing h5 and pushing h4, h5, so pushing away the white square bishop. White at the same time has one bad piece, which is the c2 bishop. The c2 bishop is the only piece which we are not happy with, but it's taking its role to defend on d3, and maybe one day it will go back to b3 when it's necessary. But all the other pieces are, white has a beautiful setup of the two knights on f5. In these cases, there is only one problem to have these two knights. You would like to have both knights on f5, you know, to have really powerful extra power. But in chess so far, only one piece can be at the same time, only one at the time on a square, right? But okay, maybe one day it can exchange something and can be a refill there on the f5 square. But for the moment, it's a very nice position from white end.
And the move knight e8 sort of made me think a little bit as well. Normally, when you have a knight behind an f-pawn, I'm used to moving the knight out of the way so that I can play f4, f5, depending on whether I'm playing white or black, right? And in this case, there is no possibility for black to play f5. The white knight is very firmly on it. It's not so easy to move the bishop so that you can play g6, f5, because the other knight is looking after the h5 square. So this is not so straightforward for black to solve as a problem, which then made me think, okay, so maybe the point as well behind knight e8 is that you get to play knight d6 and you just try and dislodge white's good pieces that are encroaching on the position. So you might get a mass piece swap off at some point on f5. And then in the long run, let's imagine that happens for a second and black has to eliminate their own light squared bishop. Suddenly the bishop pair from white pointing towards the black king is looking pretty good for the rest of the middle game. So definitely some positional problems to solve here for black.
Well, knight d6 can be an option for as a plan for black, but also white, for example, can try to go rook f1, preparing to play f4 and breaking in the center. But at first, for sure, I would like to try, I think, h4, h5. That seems to me the most unpleasant for black.
There's certainly a lot of fun and a lot of potential in this position for white to try some very dangerous attacks. Last question from me, I think, Judith. We obviously still have some tension in the center. We've got the black pawn on d4, white pawn on c3. While all of this is going on and we're focused very heavily on the king's side, is the tension going to disappear in the center of the board? Like, under what circumstances does, if we're not careful, that becomes a counterattack for either player?
Well, in the center for a long time, we have tension. At the same time, sometimes there is an opportunity for black, for example, to take on c3 and after that to play b4 for the reason to create a weakness on d4. So there is no white pawn which is covering that square. So that can be, in some cases, an unpleasant opportunity. But for example, if before the last move, instead of knight e8, if black would be taking and playing b4, then, for example, bishop a4 could be a very unpleasant move because it's threatened immediately. So my bishop, which stands not so powerful on c2, once the position starts to be open up, on a4 I can show up and I can attack on c6, threatening immediately to gain a piece. So this can be also very unpleasant for black.
So there's options on potentially both sides of the board here for white. You can't afford to just focus on the king side here. You have to take into account what happens if you end up opening up the center of the board. Right.
Yeah.
So let's, okay. So we've covered 3 or 4 of the games there, the top boards from the women's section. Let's see if we go back to the open now, what the situation looks like. We have a game finished on our bird's eye view. It looks like Aronian Sargsyan has concluded. It was a peaceful draw, and that was the game where we had a slightly insane level of prep. Judith, I think you also mentioned that, well, you know, they're both from Armenia. It's possible that there's a level of respect and maybe a level of preparation that they've both seen this before and they're happy to agree this round peacefully. So that's our first game in the top 10 concluded. We've also got, do we have time? Oh, we might not have time to do it right now. It looks like there's quite an interesting position. Big's letting us know. Mishra is going down a particularly entertaining line, which I don't want to go into now because it will go past when we come back from a break. But this is a very dangerous situation in Gukesh's game that we were taking a look at earlier. So I think we're going to go there next. But for now, we're going to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. If it's lunchtime where you are, grab yourself a bite or refresh your drink. And when we come back, we'll be hopping into Mishra versus Gukesh. See you in a few.
It's a normal, puzzle. We don't have some funny, tricky things.
No, it's a normal puzzle.
Yeah, I was thinking like first B8.
If it's a puzzle, some moves like with the king are usually not working. The problem is that if you promote to a queen or to a rook, it's a stalemate. So we have to go very likely with some under promotion.
After knight, king e8, and if promote queens, you just move.
I have to put something and then to cover. So one of the ideas is to put, for example, a8 to go with the bishop, and then to promote with to a queen. Yeah, but if I do that, for example, if black plays king f8, then it works because I promote to a queen or to a rook. King f7, bishop d5 will come with a checkmate. But in case of king e8, it's also the mate, because I go here, and then no matter if black goes here or here, queen will come with a checkmate.
A8 to knight. Well, things like king e8, king e6, and promote queen is winning.
Doesn't matter if it's a bishop,
Yeah.
or a knight.
Okay,
Yep, correct.
Then just queens, it's winning, yeah.
Perfect. Well done.
Has my sister's trash talk ever genuinely hurt your feelings?
No, but I love when her trash talk is mean. I genuinely enjoy being trash talked.
That's very true. Wow.
Do you think the internet understands you?
No.
True.
I wish people would better understand my humor, the irony behind my toxic personality, because I do believe that I'm genuinely a very kind and caring person, and I wish internet knew that better.
Does it bother you that your boyfriend is higher rated at chess?
No, I love it. It's excite me.
True.
If it would get 1 million views, or let's say there's $1 million prize fund, would you rematch me to chess boxing?
Yes.
Definitely.
Would you be able to punch me in the face during a boxing match?
No.
Okay, so she doesn't want to.
Would you punch me in the face during a boxing match if it got 1 million views?
No.
True.
I would.
Okay, so
for 1 million views. That's impressive.
I had a lot of reactions on her. You could get the impression that was because she really wanted to do a rematch.
Yeah, but she wouldn't actually hurt me.
But it creates a lot of reactions to her because she probably doesn't want to do that at all.
I truly believe that I would make a rematch and not hurt you, and it would still get 1 million views. So I would just get beaten, but we would get the 1 million views. I would be so down to sacrifice myself for that.
It's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me.
Welcome back to round 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We've just covered a fair number of the games in the women's section while we took a look at the waiting for some more moves to develop in the open. And we do have some very entertaining news for you here. We're going to jump right in. We previously looked at Gukesh's game against Mishra, the world champion against the world's youngest grandmaster. And this game has been absolutely thrilling to watch. Judith, I think you helped us break down a lot of what was going on in the early middle game previously, but now we have even more happening, and we reach what feels like a fairly critical position in that game. So I'm very keen to take a look at what's happening.
Yeah, we were almost here because where we left, it was, let's see, it was at this point, I believe. After g4, Mishra took the right decision and captured on d6 and sacrificed his knight on f3. After g takes f3, d takes c7, clear continuation before capturing back the f3. And in this point, we were discussing queen f6 instead of queen e7. So Gukesh played queen e7, and then knight f3 happened. Bishop g4, developing
and just
move.
for everyone watching at home, we know the names on the left are wrong, and this is not Parham versus Richard. We'll be going to that game next, though. So this is Mishra versus Gukesh. Sorry, Judith, keep going. My apologies.
Yeah, so after bishop g4, Mishra played h3, asking that bishop, where are you heading to? Do you want to go back, maybe? Somewhere, or are you going to be ready to capture the knight on f3? Do you really want to do this exchange? And then white will be going queen f3. White has 4 pawns for the given knight, which was sacrificed on f3. Okay. And it's a very sad situation for Gukesh. I just simply cannot understand what is really happening in this game from black side, you know? I just don't understand what has happened. Did he mixed up some moves, or I just don't understand this.
I would say though, like, even though there's 4 pawns for the knight, the pawn on c7, it looks really scary when black can play moves like bishop b6. I don't know how stable it is, and then also, I don't know. But even if you get a pawn back in this position, white's position still looks really solid. Let's imagine that pawn's disappeared from the board and black manages to capture it. Like, there's only 2 pawn islands for white. You've got the bishop pair. The black king is still in the middle of the board with queens on. It feels like a lot of the positional advantages, even if that pawn drops, are still going Mishra's way.
Yeah, but the problem is for black, I mean, after bishop b6, it's also possible to play, for example, rook d1, with the idea if bishop takes c7, I can even play queen takes f7. Well, starting with the bishop, let's say, but doesn't matter. Takes, and after that, just to give a check on d7, and then taking with the rook. I mean, this is also objectively, white has a huge advantage. I mean, of course, some technique is needed to convert the advantage into complete victory, but it's just, this is something you don't get at this level, these kind of situations and positions. So this is why I'm kind of asking myself, what has happened to Gukesh in this game? How is it possible? Until which point he had home preparation? What was really happening in his judgment?
I was going to ask a variation of that question, actually, Judith, because I was thinking, okay, it's very easy to point to the 20-minute think on g4, and it's very easy for us to see the blue arrow from the computer afterwards, e takes d6. But is that the only place? Is there maybe something that Gukesh could have done to steer the game in a more favorable direction? Does it all hinge on one move, or is there actually a little bit more to it than that? It's not completely clear to me, but yeah, even the fact that you've got a pawn on the 7th, and even if that drops off, it feels like the positional advantages lie with your opponent. That's a very scary place to be, I think, for the world champion.
Well, the only thing I can think of, going back to this critical moment where d takes e5 was played, and d takes e5, according to the computer engine, it was not the best move because h4 was the best move. The only thing I can think of that d takes e5 was not considered seriously in the home preparation. That, okay, d takes e5, okay, I go g4, h4, I don't know what. And somehow it was superficially discussed, maybe. And said, okay, nobody is going to take on e5. You see that it's a bad move, right? By the engine. Sure. So you see that you don't have to take it seriously because that's the most obvious move, but okay, it's a question mark. So you go to look at the h4 move because that's the crucial. Maybe it was a new idea during the tournament which came up, you know, and specifically they prepared it, Gukesh and his team for today. And they were not spending enough time on d takes e5 and said, okay, h4 is the best, but g4 is also possible. And then it was some confusion. This is the only thing I can think of. Because h4 was the good move. So maybe he forgot, was it h4 and winning the g3 bishop? Or was it g4? And then in the hesitation, he said, okay, it was g4.
And it feels like h4 looks good, but it feels like it's one of those things where there's a good move. Can I find an even better one? And he must have spent a long time going, is it worth playing this instead of h4? And ultimately, after 20 minutes, he decided, yes, that's where I want to go.
Well, of course, he must be telling all kind of things to himself that, oh my God, why do I have this position? And it's all my fault. I mean, it's all his fault that he's having this position in move 16.
Very tricky stuff. And now we have a situation now where Gukesh is being asked to commit one way or the other. What's happening with your bishop? And of course, Gukesh wants to keep a bunch of complications on, wants to muddy the waters and find a way to resume some sort of advantage. But at the moment, it's beginning to look like Mishra has a firm lead positionally in this game. Maybe now let's go ahead and take a look at the bird's eye view and see if there are other games we want to get stuck in on. For example, I know the bar is relatively even at the moment, Judith, but at the same time, we hyped up, and quite rightly so, Parham versus Richard on board 1. I feel like maybe paying that a visit, or even just to know what we want to be looking out for later, could be a good idea. What do you think?
Well, I'd love to go to Rapport's game because just a few minutes ago it was quite a different position. It was much more tension between the pawns. But I think now it's the right moment to go there.
Let's go ahead and take a look. So this is board number 1 between Richard Rapport and Parham Maghsoodloo. And Parham currently enjoying the sole lead of the FIDE Grand Swiss. 11 rounds, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It is round number 5 after all, but a sole lead is still a sole lead, and you still have to earn it. So very, very nice stuff. And this is the position after knight d8 has been played on move 21. So let's take a look at what's going on here.
Yeah, if we just go back a few moves, because it was a slow start with d4, d5, bishop f4, just jumping back to this position. I mean, it started out slowly, but let's move on and get to this point, because this was the moment when it caught my eyes that it's a very interesting pawn structure we are having. So obviously the exchange was happening on g6, where the white square bishops got exchanged. And it's interesting that white has this g4 pawn, which was played, forcing black to go to g6 and having this very special pawn structure in this position. Of course, the pawn would be better off being on g2. It would be a more solid position, because it does not give any real benefits for white. And at the same time, the king can be vulnerable. And in this position, black played g5, stopping the opportunity for white to play g5, though that was not at the moment the plan. But I think it was important for black to make space for his queen. So when the queen shows up on g6, it could be taking away some important and controlling some important square from white's side. And then it was an interesting decision by Rapport to break the center. Maybe there was an option to play e4, for example, with white, trying to highlight the weakness of the e6 pawn. But he went d takes c5, and a very clear forward idea. He did d takes c5 because he wanted to go b4. So you can see that Rapport likes to play with pawns. There's only one single pawn left on f2, which is not moved from its initial square. So after b4, black goes back, bishop e7, and he pushes b5 because he wanted to create for his knight this beautiful square on e5. But the question is, who does it favor, this pawn push, b4, b5? Because right now, this c3 pawn became vulnerable. And black's plan is to go and continue to bring the knight to f7, where it's going to be defending and protecting some very weak squares. So I don't know. I'm wondering why is it so good for white?
That's interesting too. And if the rook was still on a8, I would have been looking at that going, oh no, there's a chance for the knight to hop in via a5 into c4. What a great outpost for the black knight there. But there's no route in to c4, and there's a weakness to target on c3. So even if it's not immediately obvious, yes, black's going to be better here, it's like the plan is quite obvious, if that makes sense. See if you can find a way to get your knight onto better squares. Focus on the weakness that's been created on c3. That all makes sense. I found it interesting as well that after playing g5, one of the things I looked at when you said, oh, this frees up the space for the queen to come out to g6. So there was part of me immediately thinking, okay, well, why couldn't white's queen immediately come out to d3, for example, and just proactively shut down ideas of black having firm control of the light squares and things like that? Before we answer that question, though, we asked you guys a question a little bit earlier on. This obviously is our featured marquee game of the day. It's our board one clash. Were you supporting Richard Rapport or Parham Maghsoodloo? And we have, you'll be pleased to know, Judith, Richard has won that poll, 57%, still quite close to the middle, but I think that's a clear edge for Richard here.
Well, I see we have more Rapport supporters in this broadcast, it seems. And of course, he showed a lot of great results, and he was for quite some time, I think for years, in the top 10. And he gained his image that he's a very creative player, very original player, and he belongs there in his best forms, definitely. But, well, this is not exactly the way we are heading to, that he would be winning this position, because I think he has more dangers in his position than black. Parham is doing very fine in this game because of all the weaknesses what white has. Queen d3 is a very sensible continuation for two reasons. One, what you mentioned, that I cannot bring out my queen to g6. Other one is to protect my pawn on c3, right? That is an important story. And, well, black can go straight away to continue with knight f7. I think this is a very logical continuation. At the same time, I would also like to highlight that black can sometimes think about playing h5, you know. I'm not sure this is the right moment because of knight g5, and after h takes g4, h takes g4, I'm not able to take on g4 because of the checkmate on h7. But generally speaking, this h5 can be also possible at some point of the game.
As an idea, as a theme, that certainly looks like it could be dangerous down the line. You have to... It is one of those things where there'll be one moment where it's really dangerous and other moments where actually there's nothing there, and you have to calculate when the right time is to play, right? Very tricky.
Well, for example, after knight f7, maybe at some point already h5 is possible because the g5 pawn is protected. But for now, I think my plan would be to go knight d6 and go into e4.
Yeah, and have both knights on that square. Judith, I'm gonna ask you to pause there just for a second. I'd like to come back to this game and take a look at some of the options, because I want to talk to you about which files the rooks want to be on for white, for example. But first, I would love to temporarily deflect our attention. I'd like to play an intermezzo here and go to Sam Shankland, Alireza Firouzja, if you don't mind, just for a moment, because we have a play like a super GM kind of moment here, where my question, the question here is, after Queen e3 is played, there's only so long black is going to delay castling in this game. Do you go kingside or queenside?
First, I'm trying to figure out what is going on in this game, because white has all the pieces great. At the same time, I'm calculating how many pieces I have, and I'm missing one. Because it seems like white sacrificed a piece to have this position. And, well, the question is whether white has to take back the piece with the queen exchange. Because then, of course, I would want to go long castle for black.
Okay.
So this is the big question. Can white gain back the piece without exchanging the queens? Because that would be the only way for him to play for a win. But maybe it's not anymore.
Did we cover the piece exchange when we were looking at this game earlier? If not, should we go back and take a look at how this came about?
I don't know what has happened.
With Sam Shankland on 1 hour 6 minutes on the clock, and Firouzja with less than half an hour, and they're only on move 21. Okay, I can see we've gone queenside, but still, move 21. Firouzja's a beast when it comes to low time on the clock, but still, you don't want to voluntarily have your opponent be 2 or 3 times the amount of time that you have. So this is going to be a little bit tricky here.
Maybe we can go back just a bit how this piece sacrifice was done, because it was done in a very unusual way. We were actually, this was the first game we started out our stream. It was a Najdorf, and then things have speeded up. If we just go bishop queen e2, this is where we stopped. It was e5. Shankland started to play very straightforward. e5, exchanging on d5, exchanging on e7, long castle, knight c6, and now he gave up a pawn. He gave up a pawn by playing g3, knight e5, playing rook e1, f6, the only move basically, defending completely full defense over the e5 knight. And then he went bishop g2, bishop g4, and now he decided to sacrifice a piece. Not yet, but playing bishop f3. Black goes bishop e6. this knight on e5 in the center, basically that's the heart of the position for sure. If that knight would be eliminated, then black's position would collapse. But now it's a very unexpected way how white played, and played bishop h5 check. And look at that, after g6,
Oh, wow. What?
crazy move, but
How
the
does that
best
work?
move, yeah, it's unbelievable. g4, and after g takes h5 to push g5. So finally, white was able to weaken the knight on e5 by attacking by the side, playing pawn to g5. Very interesting idea, very unique idea. Bishop g4, queen e3, and right now this is the position we are having right now, and black castled long. So it happened what I suggested before. It looks like a very safe position for black, because if takes, queen e5, takes, rook e5, black is going to be playing, I believe, well, I don't know, maybe rook e8, simply. And then black has a pawn up, but they are double pawns. But still, it would be better for white if this pawn would not be on the board. White has a beautiful knight on d4, blockading the pawn on d5. At the same time, the g4 bishop is quite active. So in this position, let's say white goes rook e1, then black takes, and goes rook f8, looking for extra opportunity on the second rank for the rook.
I love what our featured chat is saying as well. It feels like Firouzja just plays better with very little time on the clock. You have to bear in mind that when, I think I speak for almost all of us when we say when the time control is reduced, there are certain decisions you're more prone to making. You also have less time to calculate. It's trickier. You tend to play worse. But there are some players who the time cutoff at which you start playing worse is smaller and smaller and smaller because they're blitz specialists or their calculation ability is unbelievably strong. But that doesn't mean you would ever want to be in a position where you had 1 minute versus 5 minutes, for example. You're still giving a big advantage to your opponents by giving them that opportunity to think. I think the Esports World Cup arguably proved that to us, right? Where we had some crazy situations where Magnus, where Hikaru, where Ali Reza, they were down to 30 seconds on the clock to make some amazing moves. And you know what? You can make 14 out of 15 of them, but you only need one of those moves to be a mistake to accidentally hand your opponent a point. So yes, you can be really good under time pressure, but I don't think there are many players where you could say, or you should be able to say, if you're not under time pressure, you're actually playing worse. I think if that's true, then maybe something's wrong.
Well, some people can play really well in time trouble. Grishchuk is the most famous one from
sure.
being known for that if he has
Big
less
reputation.
time, when he's in time trouble, you have to be really careful against him because he starts playing the best he can. In this position, by the way, maybe I made a mistake for black playing rook f8 because white can play h3, I believe. And okay, bishop takes a, white takes here, and then in the next move I will be able to capture the pawn on h7. It is very equalish, but at least it's white who is playing for a win. So right now in this position, long castle has been played. Also, g takes f, queen f6 is on the board. I don't see anything else than queen e5, unless you want to try to play h3, but I think it's not possible before. Knight c4 first, and after that I can move away with my bishop. So white will have to capture, or maybe there is one more move to play rook hf1. Maybe I can go this move before capturing the knight on e5.
There's only so long you can go insisting that the piece stays sacrificed, Judith. You're going to have to, well, we have to take it at some point. We're trying our best to delay it as long as possible.
I mean, it seems like black is having a good position, especially in here, because the next move I'm not going to be capturing your rook, but probably going into e4, and that can be
okay. Yep.
A move which bothers white's position. So So after all, maybe white do have to take on e5. So I think after takes.
It's certainly the simplest, isn't it? Like just to try and resolve the complications and see if you can get into a position where things are a little bit more clear. But that said, if you're the side where, you know, you've sacrificed a piece to try and get into this position in the first place, you're not trying to resolve everything and be like, okay, great, now everything is peaceful and it's easy to calculate and we can go home. You're trying to press home an advantage. So it's not necessarily that clear exactly where we're going next and what other tricks there are in the position, especially because so many pieces have now dropped off the board.
Yeah, actually here h4 can be very unpleasant for white. So I don't have this idea of h4 and rook takes both of the pawns. It can be kind of tricky for white. So it's white who is playing for a draw, okay? Just to make it clear.
Right.
Because it's a double pawn, but I have two of them, as I mentioned. So, and I try to keep one of them as an extra. So, yeah, queen e5 is on the board right now. So Alireza is thinking, is he have a better version, better terms of exchanging the queens, or can he move away queen g6? Of course, he's trying to think about it, but I think it would be actually losing to rook e3. And then suddenly some unpleasant surprises might arise. Interesting that it's not losing. Why is it not losing completely? You know, I don't understand. What can black do? And just a little bit the bar goes upward that, okay, white has a little advantage. Why is it not completely winning? No, I know why is it not completely winning, because queen d6 is still possible. But this would be already a benefit for white, so I can go h3 and then I can collect the h5. But okay, clearly black is not going to be doing that. I think black
one
will
extra
be
tempi.
capturing. Yeah.
Well, here's the I've got a question here. Do we feel, if we are Sam Shankland right now, do we feel like we've invested so much into this that you're sat at the board thinking, oh, I feel like I deserve to have more from this position. There's something else I want to keep pushing. Because obviously we're not trying for a position where we're just trying to play for a draw. We obviously wanted more from that. So is there a particular place where it went wrong for him necessarily? And went wrong is a very strong choice of language. It's not like he's losing or anything, but maybe he just wanted more out of this.
Well, I understand. We have our wishes and we have our dreams. But
of
we
course.
have the reality we have to face. And in this game, he never had anything really more. I mean, here I think he might be not worried too much. At the same time, I think exchanging the queen on e5 and playing h4, it is white. It is Sam who will have to play the most accurate moves. And he can go wrong. Okay, yeah. He can go wrong. And I think Alireza has this. Okay, I didn't get much out of the opening, but he played with the black pieces. He played pretty well. I don't see where he could go better. So the most realistic is that it's like draw. It's drawish, but white still has to make some accurate moves in order to make it a result of a draw, not only principles.
So this is the current position in Sam Shankland playing Alireza Firouzja. It looks like this could end up being a grinder for Firouzja if he wants to try and squeeze something out of this game. But that said, it's every possibility to potentially go wrong. We'll have to wait and see. Judith, I would like to direct your attention, if I may, to maybe briefly take a look at another of the boards that we haven't actually covered yet today. It's board number 32. Where we have Rauf Mamedyarov.
I picked number 2 in the meantime, but let's go to 32.
So we've got Rauf Mamedyarov playing against Jules Moussa. And we've had a pretty entertaining sequence of moves. You know me, I'm very superficial in my 3-minute games, Judith. I love a good knight takes f7. But we have had one in this game. And with, oh my goodness, it's not even move 20 yet. There's a lot of time to go. until the players get to move 40 and they get some extra time. And already this is looking maybe beyond dicey and beyond saving for the black pieces here.
Well, I have little doubts that we were going to reach move 40.
I don't think move 40. We'd have to see some pretty amazing moves.
That was a very optimistic saying, looking at this position.
Exactly. All I need is to reach the time control and then everything will be fine, right?
Well, if
Actually,
you reach the time control, absolutely everything will be fine, because
exactly.
in that case, you win the game with black. I mean...
So yeah, the last move by white is queen d3, but the move before that is knight takes f7. So maybe if we want to pick a couple of moves to go back and choose an opportune moment to hop in, Judith, this looks like it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it seems like it was a Petrov opening, and black was not so careful, or was not careful enough in this position. Black played c5. Which means that he just didn't sense the danger at all. Look at that knight on b6. This knight needs to be at least to closer to d7. It can be still seemingly be far away from the king side, but at least after the next move, which was knight g5, pinpointing the weakness of h7. So if the knight would be on d7, it could still go to f6 or f8 to strengthen and defend the h7 pawn. But as the knight is so much far away, black had not really a choice already, because basically white is taking the huge advantage after that, because there's no way black, what can he do? I don't know what was the best against g6, but I'm just so eager to have my mouse go making this move with taking knight h7.
And you take it anyway.
Yeah, and then just go h5 and look at the power of what, well, not that pawn, but I have this bishop attacking. The discover check is just about to take in place after h5. The queen and the bishop on this diagonal, I mean, bishop can go to e5. My queen can also show up on h6. So it just, the first impression is that it should be enough, the attack. So black was not making this move, but he went h6. But after that, f3, what is f3? Why f3? Probably bishop h7 and already knight f7, I think it was in there. I think he could have done this and go queen d3. Right? So queen d6 is not possible to control and cover the g6 square. So this was already possible, but white seems to missing this one and played f3 first.
Maybe it's because in the line you just, well, in the line you just shared, Judith, I was thinking to myself, I wonder if g4 is possible at the end of that, but it's fine, because if black takes the pawn, it's a deflection, and then you come in with checkmate. So maybe white saw ghosts a little bit and just wanted to make sure bishop takes g4 wasn't possible. But yeah, you're right, the bishop in straight away looks like it just works.
Well, I mean, the question mark, of course, goes not as if f3 is a bad move. It goes for the fact that bishop h7, knight f7, queen d3, which I just showed. It was a much easier
more
way.
powerful. Yeah.
So this is prolonging the process. Yeah, I mean, what can black do? If black goes bishop h5, I think simply white goes g4. And it seems to be horrible. Horrible for black. So after f3, black went bishop d7. I think again it was possible to go bishop h7, but white was just enjoying himself. Like, what can black do against my fun threats, right? Bishop h7, knight f7, it's coming.
g4.
And black just played bishop c6. He didn't know what to do. And then finally, it's on the board.
There we go.
Queen d3. And black played queen d7. But I think some bishop h6 will be on the board. That's
interesting. So this is effectively the third opportunity for this wombo combo to get played.
Well,
oh, let's sack some more. Why not, Judith? We still got pieces. Let's get rid of them.
No, I just want to give it checkmate. But for the moment, this is the position we're in. I'm sure
Like you
Ralph,
say, we have our hopes and dreams, right?
yeah, I mean, I'm sure
Beautiful.
Ralph is just enjoying himself so much. He's just thinking, bishop h6 first, or should I go queen g6 first? And after that, should I go bishop e5 or bishop h6? Or how to do it to have the most joy in this position? But
You've said several times today, Judith, oh, this is the nature of modern chess. Well, what we're watching right now is romantic chess.
oh, exactly. This is not modern chess. It so rarely happens that you can just crush your opponent with bishop h7, knight f7 sacrifice, queen d3, and mate in what we are at move 19. So this game will not last until move 23.
So we have four moves or less by the looks of things is the prediction here. Oh, this is brutal. I mean, queen g6, king f8 check. Do we then maybe have bishop takes h6 and resigns? You think at that point?
I think it will be maximum 2 more white moves.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, it's just. I mean, this is what happens when you move away with your defending pieces. Like, you cannot do this. I mean, please, everyone who is listening, remember, you cannot just without being punished move away with your pieces when there is a. Look at this bishop.
It was like it was a little bit like a compound of two of the same idea, right, Judith? Because the knight moved away to b6, and then we spent a tempo repositioning the light squared bishop to c6 as well. And it's like, okay, first it was a little bit poor, now it's too much. And
yeah, but the thing is, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, if you give your opponent that much time in a position where actually you only need 1 or 2 moves to start executing the tactics, then you're going to pay for it, aren't you?
Yes, and you know what's interesting? That knight to b6 happened back in move 10. And why knight b6 happened? Because when you go knight b6, there was a specific reason for it to play it, to make space for your bishop, to open up the diagonal, right?
Yeah, it doesn't look bad here.
Yeah, but after that, bishop came here, bishop on d3, bishop g4, h4. You would have to go back with your knight after you brought out your bishop, just in case, to be ready to go back to f6 or f8, because this square, this h7 pawn, is so vulnerable. I mean, I understand that it's still very difficult already for black. In this
or maybe
position,
coming back via d5 so that you hit the dark squared bishop en route, or does that not matter here?
But then, for example, I can go bishop h7 to start with to win.
Oh, right, and you just start the party straight away. That doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
Ouch. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I think we can move on from here, because there are not going to be surprises in this game, but it was fun to take a look. What do you think about going board 2 or board 3? Which one? Arjun or Praggnanandhaa game you want to go first?
So I'm a little bit biased here. I think I would like to see the Arjun game. Vityugov, we've seen a little bit of him. Obviously got some English representation on the top 10 boards. And I've pulled you away, Judith, so much from the top 10 whenever there's an interesting position somewhere else. I feel like it's only right that we stick with the top 10 for a little while here. Arjun is down on the clock. He's on half an hour playing Vityugov's 44. And this is the position after rook e8, rook fe8, I should say, has been played on move 22. So that's important, or will become important shortly, because obviously there is no additional time until move 40.
Yeah, maybe I would go back to the opening, because it was an opening I also played with black. It was a Catalan position. And it went on to be a very classical line: d4, d takes e4, knight e5, knight c6. It is a line where white gives away the white square fianchetto bishop, in order to gain material. So knight c6, queen e8, knight takes e7, queen a4. White is ready to capture the c4. The only or the main activity and compensation black has to put the bishop somehow on the from h3 or from b7 on that diagonal, the weakness of front of the king on g2, that is the counterplay. So black goes here not with the bishop, but there are two options, either to go c5 or e5 to break and to open up some lines and diagonals for the bishop. Black decided to go e5, and of course it was home preparation for him. Rook e1. Queen c5, still trying to defend the pawn on c4, but it's going to be falling off anyway. Probably black was happy or forcing the bishop on e3, so after queen h5, knight g4 was even a stronger threat. f3 is a move which white is capable of playing because it is not such a weakness, especially when the bishop is already on e3 and defending and can come behind the pawn on f2. So at the moment, it's equal material, right? So black has to be looking for either gaining back material or how to get the compensation to be real compensation, because this f3 pawn is covering some of the most important squares. And also if the bishop goes to the long diagonal, it blocks the power of the bishop. So black went queen e5, attacking the bishop, attacking the b2 pawn, double attack. White went bishop f2, takes, knight a3. In these lines, knight a3 is very common. We know that the traditional saying is, don't go to the side of the board, don't go to the rem. No.
Exactly.
But in this system, it is very common because when you capture the pawn on c4, it will be standing very well. And interestingly enough, now black played bishop d7, knight c4. Obviously, black did not take the queen because in this position, white would have a huge advantage, having basically not an extra pawn yet, but later on white goes e4. But this is the huge weakness isolated on c7. Also, the a7 is not in a very good shape due to this bishop, which is attacking. So this would be a huge suffering and very slim chance to save the game. So this is why it was the moment where after knight c4, black didn't find anything better than to give up the queen. And it's an interesting, of course, you cannot take it because the queen is taken. But white has this move, queen a3, and suddenly the black queen is trapped. You see, there is no way out for the queen.
Oh, wow. I did not see that at all. That's one of those... It's very difficult sometimes to see a tactic that doesn't involve a check or a capture. It's nice and subtle.
Yes, because it's a quiet move, right?
Yeah,
so the black
exactly.
king trapped, black has to take on e1, and now it is material balance. In principle, if we count the pawns, and usually the two rooks is just okay against the queen. Actually, more in many of the positions, two rooks is stronger than one queen. But in this position, it's not the case because black went bishop b5, trying to put pressure on the c4 knight, queen c5, rook b8, bishop c3. And the problem is in this position, now knight e3 was played. So why white is so much better? Because look at this bishop. It is just so much more powerful than the bishop on b5. Of course, the bishop in b5 attacks my e2 pawn, which can be a problem. But if white could play bishop f6 and ruin the structure of the black pawn structure front of the king, it can be just lost. White's plan also can be knight f5, and also white's plan could be queen g5, being a killer move, because this special bishop on c3 is just so hard to deal with. So it's very difficult for black right now. What to do? Probably there are some only moves, but I would be very surprised if Arjun would not win this game.
It's one of those fun positions where the presence of additional pieces sort of changes an evaluation. Like opposite colored bishops, for example. Oh yes, they all tend to be drawish, but you put a pair of rooks on the board and suddenly it's one of the most dangerous endgames where you can overlook something. And if you remove both bishops and both knights from the board right now, I think most people would look at you and say, okay, I think that the two rooks here are looking pretty solid. There's not too much that white can do with only the queen and nothing else. But the fact is, while those minor pieces are still on the board, that queen is an absolute menace.
Yes, but it's also interesting, if let's say we would take off the two bishops, black is doing fine, I think. Even if we have the knights. If we would
Even
take
with the
only,
knights on. Okay.
Yeah, if we would take off the knights and keep the bishops, it depends. If black has the time to play f6 and block the powerful bishop from c3, then black is doing fine. And it's all the time. If the black rooks can be activated to the second rank, let's say, it can be a killer. So
yes, absolutely.
It's very important in what setup we see the pieces on the board when it's imbalanced like that.
Goodness.
Yeah.
So
if the pawn would be on f4, black would have great opportunities because the e4 weakness would give so much possibility for black. So in these positions, it becomes very complex and needs to be understanding on different layers to be able to make the right evaluation. But the heart of the position for white here is the bishop.
Arjun is like a modern Tal, always creating chaos from positions that look like they could be simple. I like that. Very interesting. Well, look, there's we have to earn our madman monikers somewhere, right? So we have to maintain our reputation. That much is for sure. I think you mentioned as well with David yesterday, Judith. I think it was David who said that Vityugov, Nikita, the kind of player who likes to sit back and watch you create imbalances, and then once you've created those imbalances, to try and come and punish you for them. But in this case, I feel like if black had a way of forcing off a pair of minor pieces, maybe he would get what he wants out of the position. But because there's no way for Vityugov to force the knights and bishops off the board, I think that's where it's going to get super challenging.
Well, it's very difficult, but I think actually probably we should check bishop e2 because it is a question whether how white is going to be able to play. Because, for example, I see a concrete line. If white goes knight f5, bishop can take on f3, and knight g7 would look like a great combination. At the same time, it would be a great blunder suddenly because of check and knight e4. Yeah. So white also has to be extremely careful. So after bishop e2, my question is, should white be taking there? Also, my question is, can white go king f2 first, defending the pawn on f3, pushing the bishop away, let's say, to d3, and only after that to get into action. But after the e2 pawn disappeared, it's not so easy for white to take the knight and go knight g4 because suddenly the black rooks can come into the second rank. So probably here queen c3 or queen d4 should be my move.
And in principle as well, after having so much discussion around the extra pieces on the board make it more difficult for black rather than for white, it feels very committal to exchange the bishop for the knight on f6. Yes, you're weakening the structure, but it feels like your queen versus two rooks you've got less to play with all of a sudden, and it doesn't feel like an easy calculation to have to make.
Well, this game is not easy for either player, I must say, because while it is very tempting to play it with the white side, you have to be very sharp because when you give up your bishop, new squares are to be discovered by black. For example, rook b2 once it shows up. I mean, the king can be in a big danger. So after bishop f6, for example, of course, I would think to go knight g4 or knight f5. But for example, after knight g4, maybe black can just simply play, I don't know, rook e6. But in every move, you see the bar also, it shows, okay, now white is winning. If I don't play the right move, but the question is, what is the right move? What is the right move? If let's say king g7, it's also something not very advisable, it seems. But maybe king g7, maybe queen c1 is the move. Look at that. I just blundered this move.
Better than my queen h5. Yeah, that's way more active.
Queen h5 was the other move I was thinking, and maybe actually if we go to
queen
the
c1
same,
feels nicer.
It's more elegant, right? Maybe it's also better. Now I have to understand also why. I just didn't want to leave the possibility for black to go rook b1.
Exactly. You cut all that out.
Because, well, white cannot go to g2 because I get mate.
Oof.
Or something really bad happens. So I have to go king g2, king f2.
Yep.
And then maybe I can go rook f1 and rook f3. You know, maybe this is the defense and I'm defending the f6. So after queen h6, going to g8, knight f6. And this is going to be a fortress, kind of, I think. So I think I can go rook e6.
You know when I said, Judith, that you need to be pretty brave to play bishop takes f6? I'm going to take that back. You need to be a lot braver to play this.
For example, here, you know, I mean, you can go wrong so many times. Like rook e6, I wanted to give up. After queen d8, king g7, I thought you're going to be taking this, and then I play a6 and I'm fine. And I have my fortress, and it's very difficult to break. But if I do it this way, that in this position you can go queen d4 check, and when you go out with the king, I capture not the c7, but I can capture the a7 pawn. And this is a completely different story, even though here it's also not going to be so easy to win for white, because I have a very strong fortress on e6 and also the bishop. So whenever you try to push your pawn, it will be not easy. But still, it was a much better option not to give the a7 pawn and simply at this stage just to go simply a6. Okay, let's forget about it, that you can take that pawn. And then you can just give checks and take the c7, but I don't care about that.
Right, because the a pawn from white later on can act as a lever to try and prise the rook or bishop away from the fortress and just make you disassemble that effectively.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's not easy, but let's see what is going to be the move for Nikita, because bishop e2 seems to be did he play it?
Bishop takes e2 is on the board, yes.
Yeah, he played it. Yeah. So now the question is how white is going to be reacting. Is he going to be taking on f6? No, king f2?
Straight king f2 is the answer.
Yes, because, you know, you don't want to give up this bishop. You don't want to give up the bishop. Maybe after king f2, let's say bishop d3, maybe the best move is to go g4. You know, I like g4. To make space for my king, just in case. So after g4, for example, I might be threatening already to take and go knight d5. And then whichever rook gives a check on e2, I will be sneaking out on g3.
It's also the way to keep, not just to keep the pieces on the board, but to try and keep the position as complicated as possible, which works to your advantage when you've got the queen and there's lots of different ways you can try and attack with the minor pieces, right? So it's a different philosophy to switching off the knight.
It's very difficult for black, you know? Because if you don't give up the bishop, once you give up the bishop, it starts to be very concrete. And you either are losing or losing material, or if not, then you're just fine. There's a huge relief when the bishop takes on f6.
But Judith, I want to say there's a little bit of an elephant in the room in this position, which is both players are at about 30 minutes on the clock right now, and we're only at move 24. I think it's justified from me now to start talking about time, because this is easily the kind of position where to calculate everything out to a technical position that you're happy to play, it's very easy for players to spend 10 or 20 minutes thinking one move, where it feels like almost every move could be critical. So if you've got 16 moves to make until the time control, you're both under half an hour, and one mistake could cost you the game, it's very possible that this becomes a mistake in time trouble to decide the outcome of this game.
Well, it would be very difficult for Nikita if, let's say, he would have 5 minutes left on the clock. That would be almost a sure situation where he's going to be making a decisive mistake. 30 minutes, and we shouldn't forget that after every move, the players receive 30 seconds, which
Sure,
is
of course, increment.
quite significant. So, which means that they have about 15 extra minutes. That is not so bad. So
Okay.
Nikita has enough time to consider his options, because it's not such a many options, but I think it will be very unpleasant when bishop d3, g4 will be on the board, to tell you the truth. To be
So
honest.
all to play for here in on board number 3, folks. Both players now under half an hour. So Arjun Erigaisi against Nikita Vityugov. And it looks like Arjun will be pressing. We're going to go to a quick break for now, although I can see we may have some very interesting challenges for Gukesh to continue to solve in his game. We did promise you the Praggnanandhaa game, so we will be going back to that, I think, first when we come back after the break. Nonetheless, we've got Gukesh, we've got Prag, we've got lots of top players continuing to fight for dominance in the middle game here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. We'll be right back after this break.
I had some difficulties, especially like when I got the first kid, readjusting. Also when I got the third child as well. Although most of the raising of the children, they're carried by my wife. Still, of course, you know, I try to play a role, and every time I'm kind of in a new situation, I realize that I need a little bit of time to readjust, because, you know, playing chess at high level, it takes lots of time, and you need to find place for that. One thing I find really positive about having kids at such a young age is that I notice that my children, they can sort of see me at my professional peak. I understand, for example, the common idea of like first doing your career and then having your kids. I really get that, and it has lots of practical advantages, but I also see a lot of positive things in having your children live with you through like the most intense period of your sporting career. And I find that very rewarding too. It worked out quite well for me, I believe. My results have been very good the last few years. Yeah, I'm in a happy place of where my family is at.
Michael, well, he's too small for chess yet, but yeah, he's all about playing, all about cars or tractors or whatever that has wheels. And this one is into eating. Yes? Yes?
It's also different stages, you know, as they grow up already. Then he's already very big, so he's into the, you know, big boy stuff like reading books and playing chess and doing, you know, adult things, kind of. Yeah, I think everybody has some hobbies. I picked up skiing as a kid in Japan. There are lots of mountains there. It's a big thing there, and I really enjoy it. I'm really not amazing at it, but you know, it's a hobby of mine. And my wife, in fact, never really did it before. But we tried with my son. He's big enough, and he really enjoys it. And Michael and Rihanna growing up, you know, my dream is that we're gonna go together, you know, and enjoy the slopes. I do enjoy skiing as a chess player a lot, because when I go from a particularly difficult slope, the only thing on my mind is how to slow down, and that's a good way to, you know, sort of meditate in a sense, like to put all the other thoughts away, and then there's no time to think about the chess. You're just trying not to crash, you know, and just slowing down. And yeah, I find it's some sort of meditating experience in a way.
Join the community club on chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on chess.com.
Yeah, I was raised in Telna Village, Arizona, which was where the Church of Immortal Consciousness, which was a spiritual group, formed. It was a cult, and it's taken me a lot of years to come to terms with that. But once you do, and you kind of reflect on a lot of things about that experience, you realize that it was not normal and not okay. And the unique story of my life is that as I became a strong chess player in the American chess scene, one of the top players, I was taken away, separated from my mother by the cult leader in order to pursue chess, which is the wildest thing in the world, given that that road kind of ultimately led me here.
Did they realize that you have talent, the cult leader, or what was the process there?
Yeah, I mean, I learned to play chess along with my stepbrother, which is its own very complicated story with my parents and how that dynamic went down, because my dad was actually one of the leaders of the cult. Very wild aspects there, and I learned to play chess with my stepbrother, and we got good really fast. We were obsessed with Searching for Bobby Fischer. I mean, that was the movie that got a whole generation of players into the game.
Welcome back to round 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We've had one game finish out of the top 10 in the open section so far, but lots of fighting going on the remaining boards. Judith, it feels like there have been so many complicated positions that there are some games we've just completely missed because there's so much going on and so much depth in some of these wonderful positional battles.
Absolutely, we got lost with some great actions with Gukesh and Ali Reza's games and some others. So maybe it's time for us to have a bird's eye view and go and see what is going on in the 9 games out of the 10 which is still playing.
Right. So here's what I'm going to suggest, Judith. I think we should go to board 9 and work our way backwards towards board 1. I really want to check out Richard, Parham. I want to check out Pragg and Arjun and go back there straight away. But we haven't actually seen much of Anish Giri today, and I think it would be very, very wise to check in on his game against Oparin. That's happening on board 9 right now. Both players have a somewhat similar amount of time on the clock. 22 minutes, plays 31. And we have somewhat slightly different pawn structures. It's a knight versus bishop with all of the major pieces still on the board. Let's zoom in and take a look at what's happening here. This is the position that we're joining after rook AB1 on move 27.
Yes, it's a pretty balanced game as far as I was peek into this game in the break also. There was no real mistake what was going on. It's a very smooth game which is happening between Anish and Oparin. Um, it still looks very balanced. So the logical result outcome of the game should be a draw. At the same time, of course, white is pressing. And why is that? Because the pawn structure having the c6 pawn is not very healthy. So if white could eventually one day go rook fc1 and play bishop a4 and put pressure on c6, that's one of the ways. So it's black who is fighting for equalization in this game, but it's not going to be easy for him because right now, for example, white just played rook a b1, so this cannot be taken because the queen on d6 is unprotected. So white can have queen b8 was played, as far as I see, which is a good move, I believe. Maybe white is going to be playing rook b3 and then trying to go rook fb1, so forcing black to exchange the queens. And there are many scenarios where black can suffer in this game. Also, for example, queen c3, also an option for white to be playing queen c3 here and then trying to push a3, forcing the black rook to give up the stable square e4. So it can be a great suffering for black.
And a lot of these, well, all of these ideas that we've discussed so far are very much about how there are ways for white to tie black up on the b file. Are there any universes where black chooses to sit back and try and swap over to the c file so that he can get rid of the weakness by playing c5 himself? Is that something that black can aspire to?
I don't think there is a scenario where black can play c5 and it benefits him. Because even if, let's say, there would be a way to play rook c4 and playing c5, exchanging those pawns, after that the d5 would stay alone and be a weakness itself. So one thing would be a great thing, but also black has no time for that, to go knight c8, knight d6 and control the e4, possibly jump into c4. That's also too far away to reach that square because the knight has its obligation to defend the c6 pawn. So it is very difficult for black. It's a torture. Black should always keep in mind that he has to be taking care of and defending the c6. The a5 is not so vulnerable for the moment, but it can be, especially if after rook b4, a takes b4 would be the position.
Got it. So it's almost like
go ahead.
You want like an extra tempo for the knight almost. If there's a way for the knight to reroute, let's say in the future you play knight f5, but it's with a tempo because it's attacking something, then maybe you have enough time. But until you can get to c4 safely to block the threat against c6, all black can do is defend and wait for a mistake.
Yeah, and the knight is not going to be able to reach that square. That's quite clear to me. I think queen d6, black will have to go back. Still, I don't know if a3 would be the move, and then maybe black can go rook c4. But then maybe white is just going queen b3, and how is black going to be stopping this bishop d3 threat? So if after a3, black should be taking on b1, this is really horrible for black. I mean, it's so difficult to hold it. White bishop will show up on a4, threatening the c6. The queen is attacking the a5 pawn. The a8 rook is just tied down to defend that. Also, the rook on b6 can show up, and also queen c5 stabilizing it. So there are lots and lots of problems for black in this position. So Anish is playing well this game. Very slowly, but always improving a bit on his position.
Righty-ho. So this is game, this is board number 9, I should say. Well, let's work our way backwards through the boards. Although we have recently covered Sam's Shankland versus Ali Reza Firouzja. So I'm going to skip that board, I think, Judith, and we're going to go to board number 7, where we have Yakubayev against Gumlash. We haven't really taken a look at this game too much so far today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the two Nodirbeks. So this is board 7 at the moment, and this position, I think, is move 27 after white has played the rook to d1.
Yeah, it seems like it was not the best move, according to the computer, of course. We don't know what was going on before. Well, in this position, it's clearly white has a huge advantage because white has the bishop pair. Also, it's a great bishop on b2. Wow, what a powerful bishop on b2. So, well, of course, we could think of playing bishop e4. It would be just perfectly standing. Huge advantage for white. Very difficult to make moves for black because black cannot go knight e6, eliminate the knight because the e5 knight is would be under attack by the bishop on b2. And very important squares are controlled. Also, the white rook has the a file. White has the opportunity to control the other file with the rook. The a1 rook can be going on to the 7th rank. The bishops are extremely powerful. The knight is just getting ready to jump to h5 and attack. Even in some cases, knight d5 is completely ready. But for the moment, the knight on c7 is defending that square. So it is a very difficult position for black. That's very clear. At the same time, of course, to find the very best moves, it's not exactly the simplest thing. So white went rook d1 without bringing his bishop back. And the rook was actually standing pretty well for defending the pawn on e2. So this may be some counter chance for black. But after queen e7, defending the c5 also. So that is not under attack anymore. And I would think that bishop e4 may be not so stable anymore, because what about playing knight g4, for example? Is it a blunder or... So knight g4 comes to mind.
You certainly have to make sure everything's covered, because the number of black pieces pointing towards e2, it's one of those situations where one mistake and all the initiative goes to black side, and you can start to really dictate the pace of the game. So every move has to be precise now if white wants to cement the advantage, because it feels like there's so much counterplay here.
But hold on, maybe this is the problem of rook d1, that now suddenly c4 might be a counterplay for black. Because if bishop takes e5, then queen e5, and then the bishop on e4 is hanging. So it's not so easy for white also. So after c4, if white takes it, then knight c4. Now suddenly e4 is hanging. Knight on b2 I want to exchange.
Yeah, c4 looks really annoying to force white to use the tempo to think about the threat.
Well, my question is, can I go to k7 threat of knight d5? But usually I don't like these things when the pawn can be pushed to c3. Knight d5. Knight takes d5. Rook takes.
Okay.
I would sacrifice the queen. I have this beautiful passed pawn. I'm not sure it's worth a queen, but I'm trying it.
Yeah, I mean, it's protected. I think with the bishop pair for white, it feels like covering the squares that the pawn can get to doesn't feel so difficult. So I feel like you want to be swapping some more stuff off so that you can sneak a rook in on the a file or something.
Yeah, we are dreaming, but probably white's bishops are too powerful. They control most of the important squares, and just with one passed pawn, protected passed pawn, it's not necessarily that I'm okay with giving up the queen for a rook and the piece. But c4 is something definitely white has to look. So this is kind of forced if after c4, rook a7, knight d5. Otherwise, black still has a very bad position, I believe. Rook d8 is also possible to trying to simplify the game. But it's clear that Nodirbek is the one who is pushing it very hard, and he has a better position.
And I feel like even then, if you exchange one pair of rooks on the d file, you still have rook a7 ideas potentially, unless black recaptures.
Oh
with the
yeah,
queen.
oh yeah.
So
It is very clear that that white has
not gone.
clear and huge advantage. The question is whether in what form he's going to be able to convert it, or he's not going to be able to convert it.
Just cover our options here. No, you're exactly right. There's a lot of pressure being applied at the moment, a lot of positional pressure, and we'll see if Shimon is able to navigate his way through that. That was board number 7. We go from one Nodirbek to the other now as we hop over to board 6. So we have Yakubayev versus Gumulash, and now on the board immediately next to him, we have Abdusattorov. Abdusattorov is playing Erdogmush, who had an amazing game yesterday. Very exciting game between these two young giants of the game. Again, very weird to be calling Abdusattorov the old battle-hardened veteran here, but that's exactly what's happening in this tournament so far. We have some fantastic young players and some great talent showing off their skill. This is the position on move 28 after black has played knight g4.
Well, it is very clear again that white has a huge advantage with the pair of bishops. It's
and the
very
clock.
Powerful. The clock is even more powerful, but you know, just because we have a half an hour extra compared to our opponent, it doesn't mean obviously that the game will be win.
For sure.
But when you have an extra time of that amount and your position is really great, then you have great chances. Black is trying to kick and look for counter chances. I just want to go back just a few moves because there were quite a few moves happening. Because in this position, it was that clearly the white square bishop is very powerful. The black square bishop is just controlling many of the important squares. And then black went f5 to defend the knight on e4. And then white played g4, trying to break up this very clearly. And then rook e8, protecting the knight. G takes f5, rook takes f5, rook d1. White is trying to enter to the 7th rank. So this is why black went back knight f6. And after rook ac1, so these two rooks actually standing the best possible. And sometimes rook c5, giving exchange of rooks might be a plan. Because look at that, this b5 pawn can be vulnerable. For now,
For sure.
the black rook is defending it, so you can't just play bishop f1 and capture it. But once, for example, rook c5 exchange happens, then already the b5 pawn can be much more vulnerable than without the rooks. So knight g4 and white to move. So the question is what to do with white.
Yeah, because you've got knights versus bishops, but in a position that's completely open. There's part of me that wants to park the bishop on b6 and say, oh, c5 has been played, but say, look, you're not getting rid of me anytime soon. On b6, I was also looking after the d8 square, although maybe with the knight there, it's not so bad. But there's no way for, no easy way for black to enter. Maybe we could be looking at getting like really aggressive with, you want to be able to get the other rook into e2 and stuff like that, but then you leave the door wide open for white to do all sorts of stuff as well. So there's no easy way to close the position back up so that your knights have a big advantage after it's already been opened up, Judith. That's you've opened Pandora's box. You have to live with it now.
Yeah, but it is very dangerous for black because I've just mentioned before that how strong the g2 bishop is, but the c5 is not less important in this position. First of all, I like on c5 the bishop because it's more active than on b6. Secondly, it cuts off the connection between the rook and the pawn on b5. So already I'm getting prepared just to go bishop f1 and take that pawn. And of course, Covering the f8 square, it can be very useful. Not now exactly, but let's say if the white rook comes to the 8th rank and the black king comes to f7, then for example it can support and defend the rook f8 check possibility. Also, the other reason why it's very good, because it's not only powerful there, but defends back the f2 pawn, which is the main target for black for counter chances. And I think absolutely you were right by saying that rook e2 is the move where black could be looking for some counter chances. At the same time, there are a lot of tactics could happen. My first question is whether bishop f1 is already pushing back the rook to, I don't know where it's
Yeah.
going away. But this b5 pawn is under attack, right? This is one of the options. I'm not sure bishop f1 is the best, because I was also thinking about going rook d7, but also possible to go rook e1 and pushing the rook away.
I guess if you go bishop f1 straight away, you try and keep the pressure on by just sliding it across to a2 and saying, if you take that pawn, I've still got pawns to take of my own, maybe.
Yeah, but if you go to a2, for example, I take bishop b5 and bishop c4 might be, though maybe b5 is very strong. And then suddenly with your two knights and the two rooks, you get quite a bit of counter chances. So I think after rook e2, I have to be careful. I'm thinking what to do. Rook d5 is possible, for example. I was thinking about rook e1, but...
And it probably benefits... well, who does it benefit if you just dive in to like d7 and then both sides just start trying to eliminate material as quickly as possible? Is that a thing?
Well, I think the question is whether after
it
rook
looks
d7,
nice,
for
but...
example, can I go knight f2? Or it's just losing because you go rook f1. Right? So it means that rook d7 is extremely powerful, because rook e2 was a good move, but the f2 is not under attack. So for example, if you go knight e5, what should white be doing? But I don't know if rook d8 is, because if king f7, I think I would just go king, maybe rook. Maybe I can just take now to b7. But you see the bar is jumping from here to there, because I thought that you cannot go knight f2, because I would go rook f8, takes and takes the
Sure.
knight.
Yes.
Right? So that is not possible. But maybe you can start going out here. Though I was also planning that maybe I have king f1, pushing the rook away.
It feels like a lot of the lines and a lot of the moves where black has counter chances to get back into this game properly are also the ones where black is attacking and constantly moving forward, trying to use activity in the knights to offset the advantage of the two bishops on the open board.
I don't know for what is the best thing for black. This is disturbing that the computer always says good, bad, good, bad, good, bad. And I don't see
that
the
means it's really
connection
sharp
between the logic.
Yeah. And when you've got 3 minutes, it's hard when it's this sharp and you've got 3 minutes on the clock.
Well, it definitely means that black has huge dangers. At the same time, if white is not very accurate, black has chances to recover. This is also kind of clear. So this is the position now. So we had the moves had been done. Knight went back to e5, rook c3, controlling the third rank. Knight f3 is not possible, taking away the square. So it seems like Nodirbek is doing a great job. And he just wanted to make sure that this pawn and and it's off. Knight. So for the moment, a4 is not possible because of knight b2 double attack.
And we would like to, as black, get ourselves into a position where at least one knight is on a good enough outpost that the only way for you to make progress in the position is to trade off one of your bishops for it. And as soon as you do that, of course, you lose the bishop pair, and then we play for some chances in the endgame. So,
well, this is what black is offering. Give up a pawn. I want to get rid of it about your bishop. Okay, so white is able to grab a pawn, and he has to decide whether is it enough for me to grab a pawn and then strengthen my position, or my bishop pair worth more than a pawn, and I'm not going to take it. So this is what black offers. He sees himself having more chances to make a draw by giving up a pawn right now.
I think I know the answer to that question, Judith, which is when it's move 30 and my opponent has 2 minutes and 40 seconds, is there a way for me to just maximize the complications in the position and to increase the percentage chance that my opponent makes some critical mistake? If I can do that without taking a knight off the board, without getting the extra pawn off the board so that there's more to think about, that's probably something I would seriously consider right now.
Well, at the same time, you can also say that I go bishop d5. I just simply take the pawn. Sorry. I just play bishop d5. I grab the pawn. And then and then how my opponent is going to defend himself. And I just win the game. After that, I go back rook c3. And rook g3, rook d7, whatever he has in mind, and I start push my pawn majority on the queen side. I mean, I understand both way of thinking. That you can also say that, okay, I can get that anytime. But it's not necessarily the truth. Because, you know, to play a4, it's not that simple. For that, we have to move away with the rook. For example, going here. Rook c1.
No, that's very true. I can see Artur in the chat saying he thinks keeping the tension is what Nodirbek will do, considering black's time scramble. But what you say makes perfect sense, Judith. It's, yes, okay, if you take the pawn and you just play it quickly and you force black to play it out on the board, it's not like resolving the tension means it's an automatic draw for black or anything like that. There's still so many questions to answer in the position that it's not like it becomes a position that's easy to play with 2 minutes on the clock. It doesn't, right? So there's a very good argument for saying, okay, I'll take the pawn. And how are you still have a hole to dig yourself out of. It's by no means over. You haven't earned a draw. Keep going.
And it's also interesting. We should not forget that Nodirbek is an experienced player by now, while his opponent is just 14. Yesterday, winning an amazing game at Domus was sacrificing a queen, letting the opponent to have 2 queens on the board. And he's making his judgment. And he says that, you know what, I'm going to be fighting until the very end. And I decided, you know, it's time for me to give up the pawn on my terms. And this is what the message he gave to his opponent. Yeah, you're a great player. You have a great position, but I'm going to be fighting. And I don't think Nodirbek is happy about this offer, you know, because in one hand, you want to win the pawn on b5. In the other hand, this is a completely different extra pawn than if you just take it with the bishop on b5 and keep the bishop there. So there is a small dilemma, I think, for Nodirbek, like what is the right decision? And it's not an easy decision, I think. Both are good, but he has to decide whether... You know, when there are 2 knights, you can also blunder things and some things can happen. I mean, black can also say that next time he doesn't... Wow.
What?
What?
No, hang on.
No.
That's not the extra... That's you. That's not them.
Yeah. Sorry.
One second.
No.
And suddenly the pawn structure looks great. What happened here?
No, that cannot happen, of course. I was just surprised. Where does that move come from? No, what I wanted to give, not to exchange it, but to say that at one point Black can also think that, okay, I have two knights, and suddenly I can strengthen my knight on c4 by playing knight e5. So White has to be looking very carefully with his decisions. What do you think about going to another game? Because we have quite a few going on.
I was thinking that. This is board number 5, so I'm going to stay true to my commitment that I gave the stream at the start of this segment and go -1 because we do have on board 5 a game that I don't think we've covered yet, or if we haven't, it hasn't been for a long time, and it's between Maritzi and Vincent Keimer. And Maritzi, I think maybe, Judith, for people who are just tuning in now, might be worth giving a bit of context, but he defeated his compatriot MVL yesterday, and he will be remembered for winning that game, of course, because very much an upset victory, but in a very, very nice way. And his reward for that now, of course, is to try and score another victory against a very, very strong Super GM.
Well, we are far away from scoring a full point here, but he is better. He is better, definitely, and gives a hard time for Vincent. Vincent is fighting for a draw. He has a pawn down. Now they just exchanged the rooks also because White was kind of forced to do that. It will be very difficult to win the game for White because there is such a fortress having the queen on e6, and there is very little material in the game. So it will. I don't even know how he is going to be trying to put pressure on Black. I mean, this queen is blockading this pawn on e5. Very importantly, covers the h6 square. So if, let's say, Black would be attacked with rook g3 and bishop h6. Okay, White goes rook c3.
Rook c3 to go rook c6.
I think Black can just go rook c8 to...
And just stop that, yeah.
Yeah, and then takes. And now it becomes extremely hard for White how to make progress. Of course, White will try it, but Black can always keep the queen on e6. In some cases, I think Black can go also g6. If White could exchange the queens, then maybe some chance, but it also depends on the circumstances, because, for example, if the queen exchanges and king comes to e6, practically there is no chance for White. If we can exchange the queens, having the king on f5, let's say d5, and exchange, well, even that is very hard. So there are very little versions of giving hard time for Black.
I've seen something amusing, Judith. I was taking a look at the live position and I was trying to decide, is it possible for Black to play a move other than the rook to c8? And then I thought, okay, can we maybe play like rook d7 instead? And then I spotted, I don't think it's that good, but I spotted that if Black plays rook d7 here and White plays rook c6 anyway, Black can get away with playing rook d6. No difference to the potential result, but I just thought that was quite amusing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there are some tactics also in this position. So let's say, what I want to say, Black has to make tons of inaccuracies and serious mistake for White to be able to win this game. And Vincent is not the kind of guy who would go wrong in these positions. I think he's very stable, and he will not do any crazy thing in this game. But he still has to make some accurate moves and hang on and just sit there for another 2 hours or so.
I can cling on to hope, Judith, and I can say, remember how when chess players make mistakes, they often make mistakes in pairs or in triplets, because once you go down one path, it's very difficult to dig yourself out. But you're right, this is the sort of thing where actually, you make a minor positional mistake, you could make 2 or 3 of them and would still just be drawn. So very difficult to find one that would be game altering, shall we say. Oh, yeah. Well, we did it, Judith. We started from board 9 and we went all the way across the bottom row of the bird's eye view. And then also to the top right, which leaves the top 4 boards. Now, we have been to all 4 of them at various points today already for quite some time. So I think it's fair to say now we can have a free choice again. If we had to pick anywhere boards 1 to 4, Judith, where would you go?
Well, I think we have to go back to Gukesh because there were so many things what has happened, and Mishra went wrong at some point. And I can't blame him so much, even though he had a great position. I would want to jump there and not the live position for a moment, because I just want to go on where we stopped and where white was clearly having a huge advantage. And this was the position after Mishra sacrificed the piece and h3. But
yeah, this looks scary.
A lot has happened. Bishop went back to e6, bishop d6, queen d7. White has a clear advantage, but it's not so easy how you convert it, you know? It was an exchange of bishops on e6. Okay, white has 4 pawns, but it's not so obvious how to make it. I think, for example, queen d5 is something I would like to check. Maybe after that knight f6. It's not easy. This is what I want to say. Please, everyone, just because the bar says that white is just completely winning, it does not mean that in practical game it would be so easy even for the strongest grandmasters.
Yeah, there's no, like, you don't have a light squared bishop, for example. So saying you have pawns on great squares, but if you don't have a concrete plan for that, and this is how I'm going to advance them, or this is how I'm going to use these pieces to deflect and create a weakness elsewhere, it doesn't look obvious.
For example, I don't know if c4 was possible, with the idea to block the bishop with c5, you know?
Let's compare the activity of our bishops. Well,
yeah,
that would be, oh, wow, okay.
It's interesting, right? So if black takes here, I think I can go queen d5, or rook c1 and queen d5.
Okay.
Knight e5 was also a move. I was thinking first to go here, and then, well, maybe now, queen a4, no? What about queen d5? I want to go this queen d5. The engine doesn't like it, but also
is that
now
just because it likes the
already.
queen still on?
Maybe e5, and also at some point rook c6 might happen.
Oof, yeah, that would be. I could see that being devastating.
You have to make some very powerful moves. This is what I just want to say, that c4 I think is a good move, and with a great idea of cutting the bishop away. So white played e5, king d7. King d7 obviously is a move which you can blunder very easily, going into the d5. So it's like visually you can move away the bishop. It looks so dangerous and so on and so forth. And suddenly white played knight d4, which was clearly a mistake. I don't like it, but okay, black is threatening to go rook a8 to g8. Immediately there is a pin, queen h3, and then king goes to c8. So I can understand why that he was kind of panicking suddenly and went knight d4, which was not the best move. Takes. Interesting that black took with the bishop. But now suddenly queen d5, and the bar still says that white has a much better position, but I would panic already. In the break, I think we discussed this, that it's a matter of question, what is your taste? I don't have a white square bishop anymore to kick away the square on d5, the queen. I don't have a knight to push you away from knight c3 or knight e3. While black wants to go rook g8, he has not only on g2, all these things, just attack for it's such a great position.
The way I put it was, hang on a second, My king's in the middle of the board. Queens are still on, so I'm a little bit nervous already. Those white pawns invading the position, looking like they could be menacing. And I think your response was really quite succinct. You said, yes, all of those things are true. I'm also one tempo away from playing rook g8 and threatening to checkmate. I'm not busy thinking about defending in this position. The center's blocked up. There's no way for white to attack me through the center. So what's my defense? It's going to be offense.
Yeah, I mean, queen h5 is possible, for example, and then you say, okay, I'm not scared of all these rook g8 stuff. Maybe after rook g8, I would just go queen f5 check, and then black goes here. Then on g2, there is no threat. But okay, to take on h5 also, you have to calculate, you have to understand that, okay, just, I mean, yeah, rook g8, queen f5, you exchange the queens. So it's not that easy. And I think here Mishra kind of went, hold on, what did he play in this position? Actually, he took on h5, knight f6, queen f5, queen e6. Look at this, what a fight is going on. And for the moment, it's possible on f6 to have the knight, because then the king d6, the bishop is hanging. So white took, f takes e6. Look how fantastic square is for black now.
Knight's going to get in there.
Now decision. Would you go taking on f6, giving up the bishop? Or you go f4 and you give the d5 square for the knight?
Once you give the knight that square, you have to ask yourself how... I guess the ambition is knight b... There's no real way to make progress.
Well, now the problem is for white, it's very concrete. White is winning because white has too many pawns. Basically, white has 5 pawns for the piece. At the same time, because of knight e3, I cannot defend my d4 pawn with f, because then an f4 is hanging, right? So now some concrete things are happening. f5 takes on f5 takes. So white is keeping himself very active, opening up the position. Rook f7 check. King goes to e6. Look at the black knights. They are just extremely beautiful, amazingly standing in the middle of the board. Rook f1. So white still has this incredible, powerful c7 passed pawn, just one move away from queening, while of course the two rooks on a8 and h8 is keeping that impossible to queen. I mean, it can queen, but it will be taken off the board. Rook g8, putting pressure on the g. And right now, this is the position, if I'm correct.
That is... It feels very strange looking at those two knights and thinking, yeah, nothing's getting kicked. They look so loose, but they're actually doing such a good job.
Yeah. Now my question is, can white go g4? Because I'm thinking that white still has to improve the position in some way or another. But of course, the question is g4. Can black go back to g8, h8? But then my plan, I think, would be going king h2. And then maybe trying to go to g7 or something, and then free this rook on f1. And
There's still some defending to do.
g4 is on the board.
The black king is cut off a little bit from the g and h pawns. So if white wants to continue applying the pressure, either force black to show some additional weaknesses or divert some of black's forces so that there's actually a material gain that can be made. Pushing the g and h pawns makes a lot of sense. It might it might be more superficial, though. It might look scary, but once you get halfway down the board, where's the breakthrough?
Well, I mean, it's scary in some ways for black, but look at this d5 knight, which covers the two very important squares, f6 and rook e7 possibility.
Yep.
So that's why I'm trying out what about playing knight b5 and trying to eliminate this bishop on d6, which does not give winning chances for black, really. I mean, white is still under control, but it would be possible for white to do this way. And white can go, for example, rook h7, I believe, and then knight d6, white takes back, king d6.
Yeah.
Then I would think to go back to control the 7th rank, let's say rook c8, let's say rook h6, king c5, and then I can go back or go rook a5.
And both
here I can
players
go check and back.
They have less than 10 minutes each on the clock as well. So
for how many moves? For 10 moves.
For 10 moves. So experience under time pressure may be a factor here. But I say this like I wanted to say something along the lines of, oh, Mishra, youngest GM, experience. Do you know how many games he's played under time pressure to get to GM in the first place? I think he's going to be very familiar with what he has to do.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, it's still white who is pressing more, you know? It's,
sure.
I mean, even though black has this amazing pair of knights in the middle of the board, controls so many important squares, still, I mean, we should not forget that white has 4 pawns for the piece, and also I have a crazy powerful c7 pawn. And you cannot get rid of that so easily. So knight b5 is something to be playing. I think that's the best move because that is moving ahead things. Otherwise, I'm also thinking what is knight e3, but well, the computer has its opinion on that.
As soon as a rook moves away. As soon as that knight moves away, I'm only looking at 2 rook checks. Either that rook check or rook e7 check. I'd be scared. I'd be so scared to move the knight there.
You know, maybe bishop f8, but then knight e6.
Oh, I don't want to jinx anything here, and I won't, because the game is still very much in the balance. This is one of those positions where even though white is pressing, a mistake could easily lend black the advantage. But I've got a question for chat here, rather than Judith. And my question is this. When is the last time in classical chess Gukesh lost to someone rated under 2700? Do you know? Were you watching the game? That's what I want to know. We'll give you 10 or 15 minutes to have a think about it. Maybe think back to the tournaments that you've seen. When is the last time he lost to someone under 2700? It's got to be some time ago now, right?
Well, he's not playing too many players who is under 2700.
Exactly. He's playing the elite. So,
you know, we have a result in the meantime. Board 3. Arjun won his game against Vityugov.
Excellent. Should we take a look at the would you like to take a look at the end of the game so we can wrap up how it ended?
Yes, I think that would be a wise decision.
Let's do that. Let's go ahead and hop into board number 3. So there you go. Arjun Erigaisi there, taking the full point with the white pieces against Nikita Vityugov. We mentioned when we left the game earlier, Judith, that there was a lot of pressure, but it was not necessarily one just yet. But it looks like it was turned into a 1 position. And actually, I believe where we left off, I want to say bishop took e2 on move 23, and I feel like that's where we left the game. Actually, the game-ending blunder was very shortly after this move.
Yes, after king f2, we were checking bishop d3, and after that, I was suggesting g4, which is very annoying for black. And Vityugov played rook to b5, forcing the white king to move away. Probably he wanted to move away, that all these queen g5 and nasty things should be not possible. But after queen a7, the pawn was given, and after that he played only bishop d3. And then Arjun just went on to take and ruin the pawn structure by playing bishop f6, gf6, and then came back to play queen d4 with a double attack on the bishop and on the pawn on f6 after bishop g6, which was also not the best move, though I'm wondering what else should be done by black, because maybe bishop b1 could be a better move, because there is not much of a choice for black. But after that, knight d5.
Doesn't look great in terms of choice there, does it?
But it seems like the big problem is for black that these rooks can be attacked from having a fork from knight c7, but also threatening to fork from f6. So actually, it's not the pawn which was deadly that rook b5 was played, but the main problem was that the knight comes to d5 and it has all these fork options. So black went rook a8, knight takes f6, king f8, a4. Yeah, and this rook on b5 is really standing the worst possible place. I think knight d5. Now there was a threat of mate on queen h8, so black was already giving up.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The knight. But, you know, the problem is that if black goes back, then white can go knight e7, and after king f8, knight c6, attacking the rook while giving the threat to go queen h8 checkmate. So
You're
this is
renewing
why
the
I
same
believe.
threat.
Yeah, this is why he just captured and gave up. And now you see, this is chess. It's not, yeah, okay, you give up and then you think that after queen takes d5, rook a4, it's still clearly winning for white because there is no fortress going on and white later on going to be pushing his pawns.
Exactly.
But if you can make it not giving the chance or the last possible chance, do it. And this is what Arjun showed, that he took the other rook. So this way the passed pawn on a4 is kept.
He keeps it.
And he gave away the other pawn which was not taken, so queen c6. And this is already something black is going to be losing the pawn. And of course the passed pawn is a killer. So Vityugov said enough is enough and I resign. Very convincing game by Arjun.
Really nice way to finish. I think earlier when we were discussing the game, it wasn't this position, but there were several lines, Judith, where you said if white had the option of capturing between the c7 pawn and the a7 pawn, you would pick the a7 pawn every time because it gives you those longer term additional chances with the outside pass pawn. That means you can't actually build a fortress in the first place. And okay, it didn't happen exactly like that, but it's the same theme here where there was the option and we chose to ignore the c7 pawn and we captured on a7 instead, and it was just too much to overcome. So nice to see the same sort of theme at play.
Absolutely. It was a very nice performance by Arjun. Congratulations to him. And then maybe we can go back to the second board with Praggnanandhaa.
We haven't checked in a while. Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago. And we see an endgame, which, well, it was, the opening was very interesting. After that, just let's peek in the middle game for a few seconds, because just to understand what has happened. And in this position, I think it was a pretty balanced game, even though white had the pair of bishop. It's not such a crazy disadvantage for black, because black has this wonderful bishop on b7, very healthy setup of knights on d7, f6. The rooks are standing symmetrically. Very important counterplay for black, the e4 square in this kind of position. And white can't really think of playing d5 because it would give away too many important squares. e5,
right?
The c5, and the black bishop can always go to a6, attack the c4 pawn, or go to c8 and then be active on that other diagonal.
So what you're saying, Judith, is that white's pieces, even though white's got the bishop pair here, it's almost like the pieces are a little bit tied down. If it was as easy as saying black's light squared bishop is super powerful, fine. I could have just played bishop to f3 and say I'm going to offer to swap it off. one of my worst pieces for your best piece, and therefore I have an advantage. But it won't work like that, because by doing that, you give away the d4 square. Black can come in and do all sorts of stuff. It's not that easy because the pieces are so tied down.
Yeah, the e4 square, which is a key square in this position. So if that's why also black is trying to double the rooks, and then it was impossible for white to keep the tension, so he exchanged the rooks, and then later on it was also an exchange of the queens. At the same time, in this position, I thought white has the upper hand, maybe at some point to play c5. So it was beneficial for white to exchange the rooks, but you see also because the e4 square now is not so weak anymore. Like black cannot go and occupy it with the knight. I'm controlling it with my knight from d2 and the queen on e3, h3, queen f5, d5. Yeah, of course, this is a question. Can I go d5 at any time with good circumstances? If I visualize my knight on d4 and possibly go to e6, of course, it
that looks great.
Not bad at all, but it seems that, well, this is the pawn structure what white has, right? If the white pawn would be on b3, the whole story would be different. The whole story. Because now the d2 knight is tied down to the c4, and it's for the rest of the game. a3, very tricky move. Sometime maybe white thinks that whenever bishop is taking on c4, I don't want it to be attacking my a2 pawn as well. King g8. And then we came to a position after some time that there was a queen exchange. So this is the position we have, I think, b5.
b5.
b5. Black is trying to simplify. b5, and white played c5. Knight takes d5, knight c6. So it's a very interesting endgame right now. This bishop on a6 is not standing well, right? Now the bishop on d3 making a pin to the b5 pawn. Also, white is trying to capture the pawn on a7, but for the moment, black has a pawn up. This can be important.
Yeah, well, the pawn on a7 doesn't look long for this world, and then obviously with the pin against the bishop on a6 and the threat of a4, still a couple of questions to solve, but with both, and actually, with both players with 4 minutes on the clock, it's not inconceivable, but with increment, I think they're not going to make any horrible mistakes like that.
Well, it is possible to make serious mistake, but it's yeah. I mean, it's not so easy to decide, because not only knight a7, but also knight b8, for example, can be an idea for white, and then grab the b5 pawn instead of the a7. But at first, knight a7 seems to be the more logical continuation. So let's say black goes king f8, going out of a possible pin. Whenever I prefer to play on black squares. At the same time, I leave the h7 pawn on pre.
Can I suggest something wild, Judith?
Go ahead.
Are there any circumstances where if white isn't careful and you play knight takes a7, you can respond with b4?
Actually, this is something what I wanted to show, but very good.
Is this too sneaky? Is this too much 3-minute blitz?
No, you're doing great, because this is a possibility to act, and this was also the reason I wanted to go to f8, so bishop c4 does not come with a check. You see?
Right. Yes. Okay. Sure.
In this position, after bishop c4, it would be a problem if your king would be on f7.
If your king was there instead, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So this is very important, and indeed, after knight c3, black is playing a2 next, so black has absolutely no problem. This would be a possibility. So after king f8, now the question is, very good idea. Very good idea.
I didn't think it worked. I was just trying to figure out. I actually thought it would be more like a race, but you're right. You can just hold it there with the bishop and force white to give the piece right back. And then, okay, you're still calculating. You've still got knights on the board. It's not completely straightforward. Oh.
I mean, you can also force matters. For example, I'm wondering if knight c3 is possible to play, because after knight a7 you can do it immediately, and then it's forcing.
I'm very sorry, Judith. I'm going to have to interrupt you, and I'm actually slightly surprised that we don't have ambulance sirens in the background at the moment, because Vincent Keimer's game appears to be in a little bit of flux, shall we say. It looks like he might actually be in trouble, and he's got 1 minute left on the clock, so I feel like we need to go to board 5. We've been really good, actually. Rounds 1 through 4, whenever there's like a blunder or a super sharp position, we have the ambulances outside right on cue. They're quiet today, but look at this on the board. This is... Oh, wow.
But
That's crushing.
Why is it so crushing? Bishop e7? Bishop c7? Because maybe...
Why? You're right, because bishop e7. So why is it so crushing?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. If bishop d8, I go back bishop e7.
Is it something like...
no. No, bishop
is
d6, king e7.
Is it because you have enough time that white can just march the king over on the light squares?
No. The problem is h5. This is the killer.
What?
Oh, poor Vincent. I think this should be the problem.
Why is that? Oh, just because it lets the king in that much faster?
The problem is that I'm going to go bishop f4. I go bishop d2. And then I'm threatening bishop c3. And if you go here, then I give it check. I go king e8, king... I don't know.
Bishop e1 to h4 maybe forces that as well?
But bishop e4, then I keep myself
and you keep the
on
king
e7.
there.
You see? Then it's nothing really happening because I'm just passing. So I have to make it work from this end.
Okay.
So here. And...
King g6?
King g6, h4. And then you go bishop f2. And this wins. Oh my.
Wow. I mean, so to be clear, when I initially said crushing, it sounds like what I meant was, and now we have to play really precisely for 15 to 20 moves, but...
No, actually, there is only one thing that you have to understand with white. That right now you cannot go h5 because after g takes h5, your bishop is in the way. So you don't have the pass for your king to reach f5. You see?
Okay.
So this is the thing that simply h5, you don't have it right now. But where did he go wrong? He went f6. He went f6. Instead of going king f8, let's say. Oh, Ooh.
Can I be honest, Judith? It doesn't look like, on the surface, it doesn't feel like the sort of move that's instantly fatal. You know what I mean? It's a mistake that doesn't immediately look like a mistake. If I didn't have the blue arrow and the question mark on the board, I would look at that move and go, oh, I know what he's trying to do there. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see.
Well, you know how it is. How is the saying goes in English? Never judge a book from its cover.
Never judge a book by its cover. Absolutely right.
Oh.
No,
it's an amazing example. David would be so happy to see this kind of exercise that we are sharing with our audience. What a painful endgame lesson Vincent is receiving? Well, he must be very lucky if he gets away in this game, but I'm pretty sure that he found it until his opponent is checking the moves.
Also, you've got, so you do have to be able to see the bishop check and then h5, presumably, in order to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just under 4 minutes, plays 1 minute. And speaking of time trouble, Judith, I'm sorry, we're going to have to fly to board 4 now. It's all kicking off just before the time control. Both players are down to under 1 minute, and there's still 5 moves to play in the Gukesh game. So, yes, Mishra was much better, maybe winning. Yes, Gukesh has produced a very nice defense to get the... Well, look, the eval bar says it's pretty chill, but we can see the time. We can see what the position on the board. This is anything but chill. They need to get to move 40, and they are down to seconds on the clock.
Well, this game can be anything. I mean, white can blunder checkmate in few moves. Black can blunder checkmate or pieces flying in one move. And it can be a perpetual check very easily. So this is absolutely for 3 results. I think I'm not exaggerating by saying that. 92 double question mark. Just proving my point.
Let's play it safe. I'll move the knight out. I'll move the knight away with check. There's an option to bring the other knight over to f4. They're defending each other. Looks fine.
Yeah.
Except...
because look at that. I mean, you could blunder immediately going here and get a self-checkmate, right? So there are so many tricks going on in this position. Knight e2. So now white king goes out. Let's say
for sure.
F2. Now rook d6 is a threat, pushing the king to e5, and then my other rook goes to g5. So what's the plan of black? Can black go knight f4? But then...
Oh, man. I don't know. Oh, Judith, we have a move on the live board. King f1 has been played. Let's hop over there. And let's see if they hit time control down to 10 seconds for Gukesh. I can tell you guys in the other game, we don't need to switch to it. Maritzi has found h5, just to let you know, Judith. So that is happening. But now all eyes on this. This is move 37. Both players have 3 moves left to the time control. They get an extra 30 seconds after they complete each move, but still, they're having to do this calculation now with a very, very big ticking time bomb, which is the clock, of course. They cannot afford to run out of time. They have to make it to move 40. And this is extremely high stress for both players. And you can see the blue arrow there.
Oh,
Bishop
rook
d4.
d8. But... And he plays it.
Found.
Rook d6. What can he do against rook d6? My God. Oh.
Defending the pawn on e5. Rook d6 threatened Gukesh. 15 seconds to find what to do.
Oh.
What do we do here?
Rook f3 only move. King e1.
Rook f3 check.
No, if king e1, knight d3 and knight e... No. King e1.
King e1. I guess knight d3 check.
King e2. Knight e5,
But
bishop
then
e5.
what?
I know, knight e5 is possible. Bishop e5, rook e3.
Knight d3 check on the board.
King d2. King d2. King d2, I think, and after knight e5 takes and rook g5.
Yeah, king e2 walks into knight e5 check. Does king d2 walk into the same?
No, because there is no rook e3 check.
Because there's no rook e3. Right, okay. 40 seconds. Abhimanyu Mishra.
Last move to make. Move 40.
Very important. And often... Can I be honest, Judith? The move where the largest number of players make the mistake when they think, I've calculated this out now. I'll just play this final move to get to move 40. Whoops. be very careful. Take every second. You don't take your time because you've only got 15 seconds, but don't get complacent is what I want to say on this move. Under 10 seconds now for Mishra.
King D2 played.
King D2.
Plays the best moves. Look at that. He played the best moves.
40 seconds for Gukesh. Knight takes
Crucial
E5.
moment.
Yeah.
But he has no other move, basically. Otherwise, he gets mate rook d6. No other move exists. King e2 would have fallen into the trap. 13 seconds for Gukesh. Move 40. He has to make a move, and he sees that he doesn't have a good one.
3, 2. There can be a bit of a delay in transmission from the DGTs. There we go. Made with 8 seconds remaining. The players have made the time control. It's showing 33 seconds, plays 38, but both players are going to have additional time added now. And they will have a little bit of opportunity to sit back and think about their next moves. Sit back and think about their life decisions, Judith. That was an intense couple of minutes. Oh my goodness.
It's crazy, but still, you know, Mishra still has to make some important moves. Bishop e5 is kind of the key move, taking, and after that rook g5, attacking the knight on d5 will be captured in the next move or so. So black can go back, king e6. I would be thinking that white is going to be capturing with this rook, so to keep the c7 postpone as long as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably the best chance still for black trying to escape, giving up some pawns. But I see little chance for black to be able to save, but it's still something to fight for. I think white goes g5, then black takes on a4. I don't know why the bar. You see, I make it
and
draw.
it's wow. What happened there?
Look but what happened? What happened?
I'll tell you
why
what,
is this
Judith,
so bad?
We've just made the time control. Let's go over this because all rook endgames are drawn, right? Until they're not. In a little bit more detail when we come back, because we've just made the time control. Now is a great time to go and maybe grab yourselves a drink while we head to a break. I would say I'd get myself a tea or coffee, but caffeine is the last thing I need after watching Gukesh make the time control with literally seconds to spare. We've made move 40, folks. The time control is here. We'll be back with more action from the FIDE Grand Swiss right after this.
You know, I fell in love with the game very fast.
An incredible game.
He finds it.
Wow.
This is checkmate.
We have fireworks.
I was born in Russia, in St. Petersburg, to a Russian mother and a father from Nepal. Chess was sort of part of our family. The father of my mom and the father of my dad, they were like casual chess fans. So my parents knew about the game. They had a chessboard at home. In fact, my mom, she liked to play chess with people who would visit our house. Then I got interested at some point, and my mother taught me the basics. Actually, she started when I was 5, so it was a bit early for me. I didn't understand like some of the rules, and so she let it go. But then when I was 6, I got a book, and then I could sort of reread the rules at my own pace. Then I actually, you know, I was able to play properly, and I played with my mom at first, and then she brought me to chess club. And in Russia, there are like plenty of chess clubs for children. Actually, I was very lucky as a kid. My mom, she wanted to bring me to the nearest chess club, which was a lot smaller, and it was closed on that day, and so we had to travel a little further. But the other club where we ended up, there was actually a much bigger club with like better coaches and much more sort of professional, and yeah, that really helped us. So the coaching there and so on. So I got pretty good pretty early on. So in some way I was even lucky, you know, that the club that was near us that was closed for renovation or something. It was just luck from the start in a way. So, you know, I fell in love with the game very fast. The game itself captivated me, but also the fact that there was something I was really good at, you know. I started winning really early. So the thing is, my mom, she did something really clever and not on purpose. So I played her a lot, and I started beating her. And she's a decent amateur, so I was already at a pretty good level. And then she brought me to the chess club, and they asked her like, "What's the level of your child?" And she said he's a complete beginner, which was not true because I was already beating her. So they put me in the weakest section, and I won all my games there. And then as I did that, they moved me to the next section, but like I kept sort of growing along, so I kept winning all the time, like literally all the time. I think that really helped me a lot because even now when I do something and I'm not really good at it, like I'm immediately like, I like to do what I'm good at. And so in that sense, my start to my chess career was, really just, very positive, very happy. So I just kept winning and I kept playing. And yeah, the first real like big obstacles or challenges, they came a lot later. And by that time I was, I was pot committed to the game.
We want to show you some special and fun moments from your career and have you reacting to those videos.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, this tournament means a lot for me. Also, I learned some from my opponent. I feel she is really has some fighting experience and plays nice.
Every time after the game, we do this kind of stuff. Like she says something, maybe I just think about something funny during the game. I just can't hide my emotion. I want to laugh and yeah, something like.
It's difficult to hold in.
Yeah, I think she's better than me, kind of this stuff, because maybe after interview and she will ha 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 something like that.
So excited every single day because if there's many draws in classical, we always get a lot of Armageddon. There were also many days with lots of decisive games in classical. Super exciting to see. And today, I think this is the peak of how this format is delivering.
Yeah, actually, now I remember what happened because she told me some jokes, and when we sit there and we know and what she talked to me, and we just can't hide our emotion because she talked some like really funny jokes like some like on the rest day, and when I saw her face and I just think about that jokes and I just can't become like a normal person.
Welcome back to round 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. I'm John Sargent. With me is Grandmaster Judith Polgar. We have just made the time control here in this all-important tournament, arguably the most important open tournament, because the top places will earn their way to the candidates tournament for a shot at fighting for the World Championship. World champion himself, of course, Gukesh, is playing in the tournament, but in addition to the prize pool, there is so much more at stake. And as we hit the time control, Judith, I feel like someone's taken a bunch of dice or dominoes or playing, and we just chuck them up in the air to see where the eval bars land, because it feels like compared to 20 minutes ago, loads of different results are happening now.
Absolutely. We've seen the top 10 games most of the time, though we were peeking into some other games. And at some point, I thought that out of the first 5 games, more or less 3-4 draws. Now it seems like there is a scenario that there is going to be a decisive game. The top 5 or top 6 games can make somebody a victory.
Wow, that would be
crazy.
We have had a day, I think one day so far, where 6 of the top 10 have been decisive, but the top 6 boards still potentially, all decisive is wild. Let's head a look and take a look at our bird's eye view. But before we do, actually, I want to remind you folks of the question I asked you guys in chat a while ago. When and where was the last time Gukesh lost to someone under 2,700 in classical chess? Judith, if I told you it was 107 games ago.
Wow.
Feels like a long time, right?
Absolutely. And which year was it, do you know?
No, it was just last year. He's played a lot of chess. It was just last year. So, unbelievable. It was 2024 in the Prague Masters against Mateusz Bartel. And it was only 107 games ago, but he's played that many since then. Wow, I mean, guy's played a lot of chess. He is not sitting back, is he?
Absolutely. Wow. Well, he might repeat that today, as we see in the bird's eye view on the first line on green board.
Yep.
It is Mishra playing today. And very difficult game for both players, already starting from the opening phase of the game. We started out with an interesting idea by Gukesh. After that, it was a very good reaction by Mishra on the surprise, playing d4 in the center. After that, Black Gukesh had an option to win whatever piece, the bishop or the knight. He decided or remembered or something went wrong. He decided to choose the wrong one, attacking the knight. After that, White sacrificed it, had 4 pawns for the piece, ups and downs, giving away the advantage, and in time trouble. In the last few moves, the last 4 moves, move 37, 38, 39, 40, Mishra was just playing the best moves. And the world champion got lost in the jungle and made his final, well, it can be the final mistake of the position of the game, because now he's in the rook endgame where Mishra will have several pawns up in the game, and technically he should be winning objectively. But of course, it's a practical game. You can always make mistakes, and we know that in rook end games anything can happen. All rook end games are drawn unless they are not.
Unless they're not, right? It feels like, yeah, one slight subtlety and it goes from draw to massively winning. It is so much more complicated than anyone, including grandmasters, give credit for sometimes. They're unbelievable stuff. So we've got a lovely buffet of selection here, Judith. I feel like it might make sense at this point to revisit board number 1, because it feels like Parham Maghsoodloo is now starting to pile on the pressure to Richard, and also having over double the time as well. This is looking pretty critical.
It is. So I think it's a good choice to go to that game, because we have been there a long time ago. So let's pick their game. But I would like to start going back a bit, because there was quite an interesting moment here where g6 was played, attacked the knight on f5, but Richard played knight d4. He says, you're going to take my knight on my terms. And this made black not to take the knight, because that would have been dangerous for black, but defending the g6 pawn instead. Going knight b3, and it seemed like maybe Richard, for the first time of part of the game, in move, what was it, 25, 26, something like that. Move 30 already, he's taking over. So it was more dangerous for black to play this position. But somehow queen f7, Parham made a good decision, entering into an endgame. And here something went wrong for Richard. c4 looks a very logical move, protecting the b5, still keeping an eye with the bishop from g3, but it's not possible to take it for the moment because of the f2 pawn is under attack. h5, look at that, what counterplay. Parham is looking for, trying to push away the bishop from g3, which is defending the f2. And after that, some things speeded up. And it seems like knight takes c5 was not the best move. Here, white could have played, I don't know if the best thing would be to play h4 immediately or take on h5 and after that h4. But it seems like grabbing that bishop was not a good decision, because now after rook e1, knight c4 defends the e5 pawn while capturing the white one. And this pawn also is under attack. So things have gone badly in time trouble. Rook c1, h4, pushing back the bishop to h2. It's not a nice square for the bishop, and b6. So everything is protected right now for black. And white strengthened his position. The question is, does he have enough time for this? Because this bishop is maybe not so good as Richard could have thought of. Now, rook c7 I like very much, protecting the c4, possibly trying to take that pawn on b5. Rook c3, white is trying to double the on the line. I don't know if black could have taken it. It was possible, I think. And only after bishop e5, black can go, I think, rook c6 or rook e8. Though after this, maybe bishop d4, and the white rook can enter to some important squares.
Right.
So maybe in this position, rook e7 is the best. But then it would be kind of a draw, I think. Because takes, and then white goes rook c7. And if king goes back, king goes there, then rook c6. If king goes to h6, then there is no way out for black.
Yeah,
Okay,
you don't want
so
to get trapped in the corner there.
Yeah, it's just cut completely. So what has happened after here, rook b5 was possible, but maybe it was black who said, you know what? I want to play on. And this is why he played rook c8. He said, I don't want to make a draw. Maybe I can have some chances. And white immediately went wrong. Rook d1, very logical move, very human move, trying to get and enter to the 7th rank. Rook takes b5, rook d7. Yeah, you see, it was inviting. How smart Maghsoodloo is. He was inviting Richie. You know what? You can come to d7, to the 7th rank. It's only a pawn. Come. And look at what is that. Look what's happening. Rook d7, king g8, bishop g1. Yeah.
Very creative, playing with tricks. All I'm going to say, Judith, is it takes one to know one, okay? Oh, I think Richard might be tempted by something like this. Let's give it a go.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is very smart from him. Because before, Richie had a very good position. So it was, what a smart move, rook c8, even though it considers to be not the best. But I think black is not giving away anything. I mean, I don't know what the computer wants to be played, but rook c8, come to the 7th rank. And Richie fell into it. Bishop g1. This is the position we are having.
Yeah, and this is the position on the live board. Exactly right.
So what about playing just rook c5? And then black is moving back with the Ah no, this would be a draw because of this is not possible because takes and bishop b6. Okay. I mean, white has nothing more than a draw, but white would save it. So black should be, after bishop g1, make some good moves. Which is not so easy at first, because it seems like it that white is doing fine. What about...
And then superficially, at least, you're a little worried because black's rooks aren't connected. The harmony in position, a little bit disrupted. You're trying to get the knight out of the way. You can't, of course, because knight e3 check, and the knight can just be captured. Unfortunately, you've got the pawn and the... So you need to... Oh, I don't know.
Maybe f4 is also possible, because what I was thinking, if after f3, maybe I would just go to c6. Trying to go back with the knight to d6, you know?
Oh, right, and then that way the knight's covering everything. Yeah, I guess the alternative would be to not allow... Can you, like, pin the pawn to the king on the second so that you threaten knight e3? Knight e3 is actually possible because you can't play f takes e3. Oh, no, because the rook on c3 is still looking... Yeah, so I was thinking, can you get away with playing rook b2 so that you can bring the knight across this e3? But yeah, the rook's still looking after it. So
do you want to go here now?
I can't work because you said the rook on c3 is still looking after the e3 square, so I can't make it work.
Yeah, but maybe by itself playing rook b2 is not a bad move at all, because it stops the pawn to be opening up the bishop diagonal, and after that you can go stabilize the knight on c4.
Oh, I hadn't considered... Right, because so in my head, I've been thinking nonstop about where I can move the knight. Yeah. I don't need to move the knight. Maybe by playing b5, the knight just stays where it is, and rook b2 allows you to do other stuff.
Well, of course, for me, the question is whether can white just go rook b7? And what is black going to be doing? Is black doing e4? Because maybe this can be a problem, e4 and e3. So maybe rook b2 is the move, just to make sure that the pawn cannot move.
I feel like it buys time. I didn't realize it... I'm not sure it would be... I was thinking, okay, it forces white to deal with it, but maybe that is just a good move.
Maybe after rook f3, just rook f8. Because actually the knight on c4 is extremely strong. It covers this a3 square, which is very important. So the rook cannot go to the 7th rank through a3. And also knight e3 sometimes can be in the pack. I can stabilize it with b5 and push the pawn. I mean, obviously, if we can exchange one pair of rooks, white is completely dead. No, zero chance to save the game, practically. Oh, and rook b2 is on the board. No, not yet. No. No, it's not on the board. It's only on our board. Very unpleasant. Okay. What do you think? Switch to another game?
Let's go ahead and take a look. Unpleasant now for Richard. But that's on board 1. There's still plenty of other stuff going on. We had Prague earlier on board 2. We've taken a look at Gukesh Mishra. Maritzi looking like he's going to convert against Vincent Keimer, but as we saw before, it's not always that straightforward. Should we take a look maybe at Abdusattorov Erdogmush? I feel like we haven't been there in a little while.
Sure. Let's see that. And then we should go back also to Praggnanandhaa, because Praggnanandhaa is, there's a great chance that he will lose that game.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, that could be... That could be very problematic, actually. So, yeah, sure. Let's head to one of those and then the other. What order would you like?
I'm trying to get to Praggnanandhaa game, but for now, let's see if I can get there. Because Praggnanandhaa game should be very interesting knight end game. But let's go. Okay, I'm trying to switch.
All good, all good. How's everyone in chat finding it? Are you enjoying the fact that we have a situation where post-time control, we're seeing a lot of games really swing? Has that been really fun for you guys? Were there any results that you thought were in the bag, but actually weren't? Keen to hear.
And it's really amazing. Poor Keimer, he's suffering in this endgame. I think we'll get there also to go into details. And actually, it's not a difficult win for White at all, because the win is... But there is only one way of winning, you know? I mean, I'm wondering if our audience knows what is the winning plan. John, what is the winning plan for White? You're good. You made this idea of Praggnanandhaa, but he did not find. You said it how to make that draw sacrificing a piece.
Yeah.
You should know that. So what do you think? What is the win in of the hands? How Maoridzi should be converting?
So
He just played bishop e3.
let me get that up on my side as well, because I was looking at it on the bird's eye view, and I want to take a look at it a little bit closer. Where are we? I'm still on the
Board number 5.
So I remember when we were taking a look at this earlier on, it was all about, I looked at ways to get the bishop in from the H file, and you said that wasn't really possible. We had to go from the other way.
Yeah,
So
bishop e3 was good, and now Maoridzi is doing it right. Now there is the winning move.
we need to stop Black's dark squared bishop.
Well,
Get
we
him to
have
decent
to
spot.
maneuver the bishop to g7. So White will be playing bishop h6.
And yes, because the H pawn has now dropped. Because earlier when we were discussing this, the H pawn was still on the board.
Yes, exactly.
now
So
that
he
it's
collected that. And the thing is that White puts the bishop on g7, and after that, the only thing White should have, because the black bishop has to stay in the long diagonal, keeping
does, yep.
protected f6. And after that, nobody can stop f4, g4, g5.
Yes, because on the one hand, without that pawn, you could say White can shuffle between g7 and h8, but Black can also shuffle on the long diagonal. But that's why you have the difference maker. You've got the pawn,
Yeah.
and you can push that up and force your opponent into submission.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
yeah.
And incredible. Yesterday, Maoridzi beat MVL, and today he is beating Vincent. I mean, he is in incredible form. He grabs the opportunity what he gets.
If he does this, it will be monumental. He's already gaining something like 15 rating points from the tournament so far. And I think that's before this game as well. So bishop g7 has been found.
Yeah, and he plays an incredible tournament. He plays over 26, 70 players continuously. First 2 games, he made 2 draws. And after that, he beat Artemeyev, MVL, and today it's going to be Keimer. Look at that. Okay, so Keimer went bishop e1. He did not want to wait until the pawn goes all the way. But, no, sorry. He went bishop there. Bishop g7 is the move. So now probably he wants to go bishop h4. And the thing is that after bishop h4, there is the Zugzwang element, which I love in chess. White is going to be playing bishop h8. Black has no other move keeping the pawn on f6, playing bishop g5. John, do you know what's the key move now after bishop g5?
So after the bishop comes back to g5.
Yeah. We have to take away the square from h4.
I was about to say, it's got to, is it as simple as just g3?
Yeah.
That's it. There's no good move now, is there?
No, because the black bishop has no square.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be good to go to I3, but unfortunately, chessboard has only h4. No I letter.
That's why in the other variation we were looking at having the black dark square bishop stay on the long diagonal, so that there was no you don't really have a way of cutting those squares out. But of course, then you just have g4, g5 to force the issue. So both ways, no matter which way you go, unfortunately, there's a threat that cannot be countered.
Exactly. So I think this board we can switch, which I'm going to switch to Praggnanandhaa. I think it's about time. What do you think?
All right, let's head back to the bird's eye view to show you guys what's going on. The eval bars are very much dancing all over the shop at the moment. Maghsoodloo, Bluebaum currently looking like he's in a great position against Praggnanandhaa. And then you can see Mishra against Gukesh, Maurizio against Kaimer, Abdusatsorov looking good as well. But let's go ahead and dive into board number 2. Matthias Bluebaum right now, King F3 played on move 43. Looking like he's doing very well. Not completely straightforward here, needing to be careful and calculate. Lots of tricks with knights in the endgame, but white at the moment looking poised to convert.
Well, and white has enough time because it's after the time control. We are just in move 43. And of course, Praggnanandhaa is spending a lot of his time because how can he create counter chances? This is the big question. Because he made some serious mistakes where we left off. It was somewhere here. And he just gained back the pawn. I think he didn't feel things are getting dangerous at all. And then there was this interesting idea of playing c5, giving up the pawn on d5 and knight c6. I can think of it that maybe he got surprised the way white was playing. And here we were talking about the option to go king f8, and you brought up a very nice idea also that we can go at some point to play b4, and knight c3 was a possibility for black to go. And knight a7 would be impossible to take because after that b4, giving up the bishop, and after that b takes a3, and nothing can stop black of pushing a2 and gaining back, because after the check, king f8, and then that would lead to a draw. But of course, white could have played differently here, so it was not that simple completely. But something really went wrong what Praggnanandhaa was doing. He went bishop b7, forcing the white knight to take on a7. And after that, I believe in this point, c6 was a serious mistake.
Because this is where we were looking at whether there were b4 ideas in some variations, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, just before. And after knight a7 here, maybe knight f4 was the right move, but I completely understand him that he was not sure about it, whether should he be really giving up that pawn. And then there is this a pass pawn, which gives a lot of danger for black. So I believe that if we go back, this was really a very cool idea by white. And I think this was underestimated by Praggnanandhaa, and I believe maybe it was already time trouble, but this was an incredible nice idea, nice try. Even if black plays the best way, still it gives challenges for black. And as we see, Praggnanandhaa played c6 after bishop e4. There is a huge problem already, because there is the pawn going to be taken, and this is how white gained the pawn. And now we are in a knight endgame. We reach to this position, c6, king e7, king f2, king d6, and white just played king f3. So the problem for black is that what is he going to be doing? Is he going to go back and forth with the king? The white king can come to f4, come to f5, and if the king has to move, then also to e6. That's clearly winning. So what can black do? Can black do knight b1? This is a question, for example. After that, I believe I would be taking on b5, king c6. And, well, maybe just go a4. And white wants to push the pawn if it's possible. Of course, the black king will be standing here on c5 or c6. There's another idea for black to go knight d2, but I think I would be going king f4, trying to enter into black's camp. If I can do that, of course, I'm going to be collecting the pawns. Even if black is capturing the a4 in return, it's not going to be enough. So let's say knight c4, not allowing the white king to move forward. I would not go king f5 because knight e3, I think, grabbing the pawn, that would not benefit white. But I don't know, maybe I would go g4. And still the plan is to go king f5.
Yeah,
Also,
Black's knight's tied down so much to the a file to make sure that pawn doesn't advance. So it's one of those situations where, how do I put it? Yes, the extra pawn is going to allow victory, but it's not because that pawn's going to queen. In fact, something has to probably go wrong in the short term for the pawn on the a file to queen, but it's because it ties down the black knight so much that actually you kind of have no choice.
Well, black played g6, but now I think white will be trying to go king f4. Black tries to play h6, I believe, not to allow the white king to enter to g5. And now let's say h4 is possible to make a move, also then g4. Oh, what does the computer tells us there? Did I make the wrong decision? Maybe knight d5. But it's very strange. What's its problem? What is the complaint? Maybe g4.
It looks very sensible, so I'm really surprised the eval bar is dropping the way it is. I feel like there's some subtlety here.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he has in mind. Because that's one thing is for sure. I have to stop somehow white king to enter. So let's see. He went g6.
Yeah.
g6. I'm wondering if white should be going king e3 and king d3. But after king e3, you know, maybe b4. Maybe this kind of saves the day for black. You see? And I blundered. So king e3 would be an immediate blunder for white.
Okay, so if he can't go towards that side of the board.
But now I understand that here also that's the problem.
But then you've got h6. You can't just go up.
No, is the b4 thing is what I blundered before also. So that's why I cannot go to f4 with my king. So let's say if I go h4 immediately. Let's say h6, I go g4. But then...
Really hates g4, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like... it's completely against my thoughts.
I guess, is it possible that g4 is needed as an entry square for the white king? So like h6
so
and
let's go
g6,
king
you can't
g4.
do anything. But
Let's go king g4. You see? You said the winning.
No, yes, but it's like an insurance policy, right? Because if black ever pushes g5 in the future, then you have g4 for the white king to enter. But if you have your own pawn on g4, you can never make it in, maybe?
Yeah, that can also be, but I think the important thing is that you can go immediately to g4 with the king and threaten to play h5 to make your breaking point.
To force the break straight away.
Yes, yes. Yeah, but there are options for white to go wrong. So from this point of view, g6 was a good try, I think. But Matthias was playing quite good until this point. He created his chances, and I think he can find it. That he understands that king f4 or king e3 would end up giving this opportunity for black to exchange those pawns of a3 and b5, and after that the c6 would also fall off. So it's quite amazing.
And in this position as well, it's... Oh no, I guess you'd play h4. I was going to say you play king g4 now, and then h6. And questions get asked, but that's when you play h4, h5. Yeah, it transposes to h4, h5, doesn't it?
So maybe king g4 is even better, because immediately I'm threatening to go. Black goes here, h4,
and then you've got
h5.
the h4. Yeah. Chess is hard, Judith.
Oh, we figured this out in the first 4 rounds with David too.
Wow, my head.
And endgames are really difficult.
Imagine what it must be like as well. Put yourself in Mateus's position, right? You're playing a game where it looks like you could be winning against one of the strongest players in the world, someone who's close to 2,800. And you've got 40 minutes to figure it out, and he really isn't giving you any hints, and it's this complicated. The amount of psychological pressure that must be being felt in this moment, it is so far from easy. There's so many ways to screw this up, and I don't just mean moves on the board. I mean in terms of approach and thinking and potentially bluffing and double bluffing. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, he has his great opportunity right now, right? And he knows it, because it's you sense it, you feel it, you have a pawn up in the end game. So he just knows it, that he has to understand it until the very end also. We can go to Richard's game, but also we haven't been at the Abdusattorov for quite some time.
Ooh, yeah, maybe we drop in via Abdusattorov or Dogmush, since we haven't been there for a little bit.
But also
you can see the results in the
ahead.
top right as well. Maritzi converting the full point.
Ah, okay. Yeah. With G3, what we were looking. But there is an interesting rook end game. Also, just for a short view, Hans Niemann playing.
Oh, okay. We haven't covered Hans's
Danchenko.
game.
Yeah.
We haven't covered Hans's game so far. So let's take a quick look here, see what's going on, and then let's head over to Hans's game. I think that's an excellent idea.
Yeah. So, which one do you want, Richard? Or Nodirbek?
Well, we're here at the moment, Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Yagiz Erdogmush.
Yes.
So we're on here already.
Yeah.
And it looks like
It's wow. We haven't been here for quite some time. So
this looks like quite a different position.
Yeah, they did exchange the pair of bishops. And what's going on here? White just played king g2. So basically black can't really take on g6 because white goes a4. And after that, if let's say black protects the pawn on d6, I believe white just wants to push.
Just pushes.
a5, and with the bishop on d4 supporting the possible progress for the pawns, it's winning because black cannot go back, I believe, because I think white can just capture it. Maybe it's too early, but I would think that it's...
That's looking pretty scary.
Yeah, just too many passed pawns.
Okay.
Going ahead, progressing.
So black has to find a way to defend against that, or at least hold everything at bay.
So I don't know if black just wants to go possibly king g8. This is possible to make. Or another question is, what about rook d6, attacking the bishop on d4? Probably white just goes bishop c5.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem of black, that black cannot give a check and go hunt the pawn because of rook d3. And there is checkmate there.
Ah, yes. So that would have been not an easy out, but a way to try and deflect and take the initiative away from your opponent. You haven't got that at the moment because that pawn on g6 from white is just so frustrating. It's a thorn in the position that means that you can't venture too far away from looking after your back rank at all times.
Yeah. And even if you would think to go knight e5 to capture the pawn, then bishop e3. And then there is a checkmate over there. So black has to go back, and I think simply rook c5. So it's just completely over. No chance of recovery. And well, it's not fun to play it with black. Maybe king g8. Still, there is one more idea to go here. And
to walk your way out.
Yeah, but I'm thinking maybe white can just go king g3. But one second.
I guess if you're gonna play king, if you're gonna play king g8, I guess the idea is eventually to get to make your way out and get out via e7. But you have to do that in such a way that the pawn doesn't drop.
I don't know why king g3 is giving away so much of the position of white, but I try to understand it. What is the problem? Is it rook a3? No, because rook a3 takes, and white just comes up, takes the pawn, and then goes to the other side. So this should be not the case.
I can't see anything.
No, there is some concrete, because on g3 my king will be in the check, knight d6 and knight f5. So I cannot go a5 as I did before. Okay, so this is a tactic. This is a tactic that does not work, which means that I cannot go king g3, but maybe, I'm sorry, we are looking king g8 right now instead of rook d6. So maybe king h3 is possible. Because after rook g6, anyway, it's possible to play the move a4, and knight d6, knight f5 check is not the opportunity anymore for black. Wow. So there are some hidden tricks, as always.
Just when you think a game looks like it could be won, the depth at which you have to be able to see and understand why in order to execute. It's so much more than knowing what the next move, what the next move is.
King g8 is played.
Are we going to see king h3?
Yeah, so king g3 would fall into a trip, give away the win, practically. But king h3 is still keeping. So this is a bad square for the king because of the possible knight f5 check. Bishop. Okay, so this is a very interesting moment. We've seen... Yeah, so what do you think about going to Hans's game?
I think we should, because I feel like this is definite. Like, we need to keep one eye out on this game, and when a move is there, we should let the stream know. But it's possible this is going to be a little bit of a longer thing. So let's take a look at Hans Niemann against Anton Demchenko. This, two very, very strong players, and Demchenko as well, having a very notable tournament. He's been popping up on the stream quite a lot. And he's been playing really well. And his wins against, he beat, Sam Shankland, is it? After beating one of the Indian players, I want to say Hare Krishna, but I apologize if that's wrong, in the first round. But I remember, I think he beat Sam Shankland. And I think Arjun then stopped him or something like that. But he's brought his way back up. And he's currently on 2.5 points, playing against Hans. And wow.
Demchenko won against Hare Krishna in round 1. And then, as you say, against Sam
Shankland.
And then Arjun beat him. And then against Mamedyarov, he had a draw. And today he plays against Niemann.
Nice. Okay. So, Rook and 3 versus Rook and 5. What on earth is going on here?
Yeah, that's the reason I wanted to take a look at this, because it is interesting that these two pawns, f5 and h5, is keeping up the other 4 pawns of white, f4, f3, g3, h4. So this is what it means when you have double pawns, right? So it can easily be controlled with only 2 pawns, even that it's 4 on the other hand, because g4 will not be possible, I think. But I think that's the only chance we have to think, because the white rook is tied down, so white has no way of making something like this, because rook b2, a2, and white is even losing. So the white rook is completely tied down to the a3 pawn. The black king is controlling, taking care of the d5 passed pawn. And the white king, if white would be going over to e1, then black can give it check. And now it's a problem for white, so you have to... No, but this way you could be going up. 1 second, I have to think about it, if this is possible. Maybe after king e1, I would just go here, you know? King e7. But already if you go king d1, then I wonder if I can go rook g2. Giving up this pawn, but maybe I should have waited one more move.
And then king d6 maybe?
Well, also trying to grab this one. But maybe here after king d1, I would still go here. And only after king c1, I would go rook g2. Because this way the king is still far away and you cannot go king e2, but you can go only king d2, which after I'm going to be making... Wow, look at that, making the losing move, because I think I have to go king d6 first. But it's still, just because it's objectively should be a draw, it does not mean at all that black cannot make mistakes easily. But this will be, it seems like it's pretty drawish, but it's not so easy. So this is one of the ideas, to go with the king all the way, king f1, e1, d1. And the other thing is, what happens if black gets g4?
I was going to ask you about that, Judith. I was going to say, well, what if the white king stayed on g1? Because the idea is to look after the f2 square and the h2 square, and then pushed on g4 anyway, with the idea of pushing both the d pawn and h pawn, or both the d pawn and f pawn.
Yeah, here I think there are several ideas to try to make a draw. First of all, I would check this one, what happens on rook d2, and then grabbing that one, attacking the h5 pawn. So after this, black is just going king f7.
Yeah, okay.
Getting close to the pawn. So with g4, there is very slim chance for white to get the winning ideas. Maybe f5 is better to do, but then also I'm thinking to go simply rook d2, and then I'm grabbing the other pawn. So I believe king f1 will be the move, but for the moment white gave a check on a7, king d6 will be the move. Not much to be done with white. I believe white is going to go moving backwards, and then black will play again. King d7, rook a6, king e7. So this should be able, black should be able to hold it, but we should not forget that the time is an important element of our game. This is move 53. And after that, the players will receive for the final time control 15 extra minutes, still keeping the 30 seconds extra per move. But then they have no more time. They receive only on the 30 seconds that they play. So what's the idea? How do you try to win in this position from Hans? He understands that it's drawish, but he wants to try to go around, make his opponent spend all his time or as much as possible, and then try it out to bring the king, and then give up some of the pawns and enter into that endgame, because that's the best chance he can have to make the opponent as little time as possible.
And I feel like that's... You don't need help from your opponent, but you certainly need your opponent to have a risk appetite for that to happen, right? You need, but for either player to win here, you need the other side to take some chances to create those opportunities to make a mistake.
No,
And,
basically, black has not really real chance to win this game. Only if white goes nuts and moves away completely
only if
from
it's a
the
massive
rook.
blunder.
Yeah, it's a massive blunder. Otherwise, it's only white is who can try to win. As we witnessed, g4 was not so good, but with bringing the king, it means that white will have still extra pawns, but it will be not enough to win the game. But he has to try it. It's only that he wants to postpone it as long as possible to go on to this part and try it out whether his opponent will go wrong.
All right, so that is Anton Demchenko and Hans Niemann currently playing out. Very interesting rook endgame where multiple additional pawns don't necessarily mean that there's going to be any sort of decisive result there, although we are pushing for one. One game we haven't looked at all today so far is the All India clash between Nihal Sarin and Leon Mendonça. It might be worth checking in there. I think that game is actually going to reach a result at some point, it looks like, although this is one of those situations where we have opposite colored bishops, Judith. I'm so sorry. All opposite colored bishop endings are drawn, right? They are until they're not, because we also have a pair of rooks here, and this is looking very, very difficult with a mistake literally just played on the board.
Wow, what was this big mistake? It was king g7.
Moving out of the pin.
Well, but we should not forget that the position was already very difficult because there was a very interesting way of threat. Look at that. Maybe g5 was a threat because there are pins all over.
Pin cushion.
Yeah, absolutely. As white's last move was g3, g4, so it was clearly his plan to be pushing g5, and black had to make a decision because it's not that you sit and wait. You cannot go anywhere different. You either go out with the king, you cannot go to e7 because then the rook is hanging, right?
Well,
So
Judith, if I may,
yes,
I would like to draw your attention. If you have the list of moves, if you click move 38, so rook g4 from white.
Yes.
This is quite fun because black played king f7 here. And I'm going to be honest, I don't necessarily understand this, but I am enjoying it. Rook f5 was played next, which is brilliant. And yeah, I absolutely love this response. So black doesn't take. Instead, we play the rook c to c5 instead. And then look at this follow-up.
Rook g5.
It is the on-pre attack. This is incredible.
Yeah,
I love it.
Brilliant.
And I want to point out, it's not just like a really nice, brilliant move. That was move 39 and 40. You know, the moves where everyone makes mistakes getting time control. Those were the last two moves to be played before hitting time control for white.
Well, Nihal is playing really well. Really well. And he finds this exclusive cool moves. And it was rook e5, rook f5, bishop f8, and continues to play g4, g5. What a fantastic sequence of moves. Yeah, thanks for highlighting this series of moves because
that is crazy.
It is something special. Indeed. But very, very interesting.
Now that a lot of the theatrics are gone after those two moves, I guess it is important to highlight, in theory, if the rooks come off here, it is an opposite colored bishop endgame, but despite that, it's one where it looks like Nihal is very much favored, so it's not just your typical, the bishops are on opposite colors, okay, go home. No, it's none of that. It's actually far more dynamic than that.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how it really plays out and why is it so obviously winning. I mean, takes, obviously white captures the pawn. So this is a question, how can black try to save? First of all, black will go b4. Or not b4, but I can force it, right? So that's why I thought that, okay, black plays this. So what happens? King f3. let's say bishop e7.
I'm trying to remember what we're typically, or what I know about this existed. I feel like a lot of people will say in an opposite colored bishop's endgame, if you can get two passed pawns that are more than
three,
that are 3 files apart or more, then you can win. But in this situation, how do we do that? You can't, for example, play g5 and get, because then you've only got the one passer. Where are we going?
One of the main problem is the issue for black that we still have those two pawns on the queen side. Because what I'm going to do, I think, first of all, I think I have several ways of winning it. I'm thinking to go to that direction.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's say I allow you to go bishop g3
Sure.
to make me do that.
Yeah.
Don't tell me he says that I'm drawing it. What was the problem?
What?
Okay. You can go king h6, king here, bishop e1, right?
Yeah. See, this evaluation makes more sense to me.
Yes, because I think the problem is that now you will be able to have your bishop on c3 and block my move e5. And also we should not forget that the corner is bad. So whenever we get to one pawn on h5 and the white bishop, and we take off all the rest of the pawns and the black bishop, that's a draw.
Sure.
So let's go back. And he went e5. Look at that. He went the best possible move. It's the most clear cut, it seems.
And that's because even though the quarter might be bad, they are connected. You keep a hold of the G and H pawns, and
because
then being
we have
connected
those because we have those pawns. So after f takes e5, I wouldn't be surprised if white is just playing king f3. Maybe
this
he's
is
not
so
playing.
tricky.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I don't believe it. I think bishop e6 should be win before, also. But maybe he wants to. Maybe he wants just to go bishop c2. You know, this is what he wants to do, and then just simply go g5 to come here, and simply go king g4 and to go h5. And basically, this just wins. Because I just push all the pawns. And because of those two pawns...
You don't need to worry about this 3-file stuff if they're connected and you can roll them.
No, because it's simply... Black cannot do anything. I mean, just g7. So actually, e5 is a superb move because it just makes it easy. Makes it easy.
You don't have to take. Yeah, you don't have to take on e6. E6 is at the moment not important to whether the position is winning or not. So e5 striking while the iron's hot. Love it. Absolutely love it. Oh,
very nice technique.
Judith, I've got blunders to present to you.
Don't tell me who, where, why.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and jump on to board 8, if you don't mind, where we can see a rather large swing in the eval bar in the game where we said, you know, there's a chance that Firouzja might be trying to grind this out for the long term. Well, he can still grind it out for the long term, but given it's a mate in 14... Okay, I don't actually think he's calculated it's a mate in 14, but the eval bar says it's a mate in 14, and this is looking very, very one-sided. It is Mobius strip territory.
You know, I was keeping an eye on that game, and it was like this. It was like this.
Okay.
Black had these double pawns on the side, and actually, Firouzja just won.
Wow.
Because white resigned. And it seemed like black was not able to get through, but here he was able to. So a4. But you know, pawn end games, it's crazy And I think most of the players, top players also, you will barely find any pawn endgames between them. And I think one of the reason, just quietly saying, I think none of the top players like to play pawn endgames. When if you make a mistake in pawn endgames, you really feel stupid. Like, how can you ruin a drawish pawn endgame? So it's crazy. I mean, I don't know if after a4, because it's so difficult. You have to play it based on intuition, but much more about calculation. But maybe it's impossible to calculate. But still,
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it's a pawn
why?
end game, right? And
So-
why and how and whatever.
So
he
a4
went
takes away the b5 square. Yeah, okay, but why is
No,
it
but I
so
think-
critical?
I think what is very important, that after c3, you see b6 was played, bad move.
Yep.
Oops, I'm sorry.
See, this is far more equal. Yeah.
Yeah, c3 and b6 was played, but b5 was winning.
Yeah, it's like whoever's controlling b5 seems to be...
b6
Seems
and
to have the
a4, and he went a4.
Okay.
King c6, king d4, king d6, b3. So it seems like he stabilized his game, Sam. King d3, king e6, going back, king d3, king e7, king d4, king e6, king d3. Still nothing really happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
h5. So black
Yep.
is making progress. White is doing everything fine. And this position you had to go king e2. But why is this a draw? And now b5. But it looks so losing, and it's not losing because if h4. Oh, now he goes king d2. So something went wrong, because this is a draw.
Yes, because you can trap the king in the corner.
Oh, because h4 was played. If the h5 is here, you go h4 and you win.
And you've got an extra tempo.
Because you can get out with
Wow.
your king. Oh. Oh. He forgot that h4. You see?
And that extra
Because of-
tempo is
yeah.
all you need. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh my. This would be a draw if it's black to move.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
B takes a5. If he doesn't take b takes a5, but plays king e2.
E2, then it's a draw.
But my question is, what happens if king d4? King d4 also loses. Because king f3. No, he just went generally on the wrong path.
This is losing as
So,
well.
Yeah. Yes, because king e2 looks so bad.
Hmm.
And you don't think about this. And if d4? c4. No, c4 is losing. But what is a draw? But how is that possible? This looks completely lost.
This looks... I'd much rather play black. I know what my plan is.
But you know why? Because you don't go this way, but you go that way. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. what we are saying in these situations, chess is hard.
Chess is hard. And this is... I thought rook endgames were complicated, Judith.
No, pawn end games are much worse, trust me.
Much
Pawn end
worse.
games is much worse because you feel really like a beginner. Because you can make mistakes. There's a great chance that someone makes a mistakes, decisive mistakes, and you really feel miserable.
It is worth mentioning that the time on the clock, I mean, Ali Reza Firouzja was able to calculate this out and win in a position where Sam Shankland had 44 minutes on the clock and Ali Reza had 2 minutes left. So this is maybe an example of players who are really good under time pressure. 2 minutes on the clock effectively is like he has 32 minutes on the clock. But if you already saw the pattern and you spent time to calculate out the pattern and you've used half an hour of your time to figure that out, then I guess to an extent it's possible to blitz out the rest. But yeah, that's really heartbreaking for Sam.
Well, very painful loss, no question about that. Clearly, it's a very difficult journey. In the meantime, Rapport is struggling. Not much chance to save the game.
That's right. We've got a lot of games right now where the eval bar and the positions are looking like it's a bit of a struggle to try and defend. We're still going to try and do that. The final time control where players get additional time is awarded to them at move 60. So some of the games will be hurtling towards that at breakneck speed while we try and find that extra little bit of advantage on the board and that extra bit of advantage on the clock. We're hopping to a break now, folks. Go ahead and refill your teas and coffees, and we will see you back here in a couple of minutes.
I was raised in Telna Village, Arizona, which was where the Church of Immortal Consciousness, which was a spiritual group, formed. It was a cult, and it's taken me a lot of years to come to terms with that. But once you do, and you kind of reflect on a lot of things about that experience, you realize that it was not normal and not okay. And the unique story of my life is that as I became a strong chess player in the American chess scene, one of the top players, I was taken away, separated from my mother by the cult leader in order to pursue chess, which is the wildest thing in the world, given that that road kind of ultimately led me here.
Did they realize that you have talent, the cult leader? Or what was the process there?
Yeah, I mean, I learned to play chess along with my stepbrother, which is its own very complicated story with my parents and how that dynamic went down, because my dad was actually one of the leaders of the cult. Very wild aspects there, and I learned to play chess with my stepbrother, and we got good really fast. We were obsessed with Searching for Bobby Fischer. I mean, that was the movie that got a whole generation of players into the game.
I'm Levon Aronian. I'm a chess player, 42 years old, very good looking and very smart. Let's see what the questions are. What is Levon Aronian's peak rating? My peak rating was 2830. What happened was I was winning Vaikanze. Last round, my live rating was 2835. I already won the tournament by then. I think I was 2 points ahead of Magnus. And I was playing against Luke from Valley. Then I lost against him, and my rating that got registered was 2830. How old is Levon Aronian? Levon Aronian is 42 years old. I was born in 1982 in Armenia, but I don't feel 42. I feel much younger. What is Levon Aronian's IQ? I don't know, actually. I've never did the test, and I'm scared to do the test because I never really went to school. So I think you need to know at least basic geometry or basic mathematics to do the test. What is Levon Aronian's favorite chess opening? Levon Aronian's favorite chess opening must be the Marshall. I played rarely, but it's the opening that definitely gave me a lot of joy and occasional sadness. Why did Levon Aronian leave Armenia? I think it was kind of a decision. I was being dragged into some politics and some things that I didn't want to do. And I was, okay, if I want to remain being a chess player, remain being a happy person I am, I need to move. And I moved to St. Louis. When did Levon start playing chess? My maternal grandpa was always obsessed with chess. He tried to teach me. But there was so much enthusiasm in his teaching that I never wanted to learn. And then I was visiting my paternal grandparents, and my sister Lilith, that is 6.5 years older than me, was being pestered by me. I was really driving her nuts because I was saying, no, you cannot leave me alone. You're going and playing with the kids. What am I supposed to do? So I was 8, turning 9. And yeah, she was 14 and a half. Turbulent times. A teenage girl, you know, wants to go and explore the world, explore the relationships. And she taught me to play chess. Say, oh, here you are. I think she understood the potential of the inner nerd that I had. And then I just didn't want to do anything else after that.
Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss. Well, what can I say, Judith? I'm back and the bloodbath has resumed. Yes, we don't actually know which game we need to go to at the moment because we're not sure who's going to be resigning first. It is crazy. It looks like we might well have decisive results on all of the top 6 boards. Shall we just run through them in order? If I take a look in terms of time, Richard Rapport has the least amount of time on the clock. So I feel like it would make sense to do that first. And actually after that, it's Prague on board 2. So if we can whiz through those, then it's Erdogmush, and then it's, well, Gukesh is still fighting against Mishra. Gukesh actually has more time. But board 1 here, Richard Rapport, 5 minutes left on the clock. And we are trying to convert here for Parham Maghsoodloo. He was already the sole leader of the tournament, so looking to make sure he carries that through to tomorrow.
Absolutely. He was the sole leader, and it seems like he will stay the sole leader of the tournament. He has 2 extra pawns. He played well this game, even though in the middle game he had some problems there. Richard was able to turn things around, and he was having a few moves where he had the upper hand. At the same time, now with having this h3 brutal passed pawn, black is going king g6. Probably after check, he can just simply go king h5, not allowing the rook to go to h6. 6, and then who will stop this pawn? This is my question. White probably wants to go rook h8.
Makes sense.
That makes sense.
Knight
g6
g6
is possible also, though after that white can go. Well, actually on knight g6 that's not good. White can just simply play rook a3 and then is a repetition, I believe.
Ah, okay, cool. So there must be something else.
I think rook g2 must be the move, making space for the king. This seems to be an easy way of doing it. Let's say rook h8, king g4. Probably white wants to go something like this, but everything is winning, kind of. That's the problem. For example, going knight h5 and then knight g3 seems to be the most practical, and also after that to move the pawn. Also, another way of finishing the game is king f3, pushing the bishop away, and then just go to d2, let's say, and just make a double attack, for example. So there are endless possibilities. This is a moment. Let's see where they are standing. Rook g2 was played on rook a7, bishop e3 on the board. Well, white has a very, very slim chance, practical chance, to make miracles in this game.
King just steps forward to g4 and it sidesteps most of the tricks, right?
Yeah, the problem is even if you could blunder, it's so difficult to blunder. Even this is not a blundering. I'm seeing some funny stalemate patterns, generally speaking, but still, obviously, black does not want to keep the pawn with stalemate. Black will go
e2.
to e2.
Yeah.
Make space for his other pawn. So it's basically... Yeah, I mean, knight d5, for example, would be a blunder because of check. And then if black goes here, bishop g5. Okay, so this is...
nice. So there are ways to mess this up still. By no means completely over, but...
Yeah, I can blunder, but you have to be...
helping.
yeah. And when you have 34 minutes, this is not the move you're going to make. Obviously, king g4 is the most obvious move to make in this position. What white can do, which could be a mistake, let's say rook b2, and then I'm trying to go king g1 and go under the pawn. But even after this, king g4 is just wins. Because in many cases, if you could save the game by exchanging the bishop for the knight, even because of the reason that the king is cut completely off and your king is on the first rank, even those positions are lost. Like, I believe that after takes, it's still completely lost because the king is cut off. Because otherwise, if the black rook would be on b3, white king on h2, and I can give check, it's a draw. But cutting off the king is just completely hopeless. So, okay, he just played h2.
Lots of fans of Parham in the chat as well, and pointing out that he's nearly gaining 20 rating points in the tournament so far, and that's not inclusive. I don't know if that's even inclusive of today and whether he'll gain more than 20 if he wins today, but an extremely strong tournament from him so far. And how soon is too soon, Judith, to start talking about Parham Maghsoodloo in the candidates?
Well, it is still early, but he's on the right path, and great way to do that, because I mean, he had quite a performance already until this point, right? I mean, he won his first 3 games. A crucial game he won against Firouzja, where Firouzja made a very interesting but losing exchange sacrifice. And then yesterday it was Abdusattorov, he made a draw, and now he wins, and he has an incredible score, sole leader, 4.5 out of 5. Amazing performance.
So there we go. Parham Maghsoodloo wins, and it does bring him to plus 20.1. So whoever said that in the chat, well done for nailing all the calculations there. Let's now move on to board 2. Matthias Bluebaum has 21 minutes to Prag's 7, and an awful lot of pressure on the board. This was that really technical, complex knight endgame we were talking about. And it's now progressed to a point where it's looking a lot more straightforward because the black king is just so far away from everything.
Absolutely. We had seen the pawns drop off, the black b5 pawn and the white c6 pawn. White was not able to enter with the king beforehand, but he made the regrouping with the knight. There is an active knight on g4 attacking the h6. And just in the move before, black went back from f6 to g8 to defend that pawn, which makes it possible for the white king to enter, go king e5, king e6 very shortly. So if black is going to be taking that, it will be almost impossible for black to save the game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not almost, but yeah, a miracle is the least that has to happen in this game. I'm just wondering if king e6 also wins. And it seems like that's
looks
also
like it does.
A win, because I capture the pawn and then I start moving with h5. King goes here. And I think simply h6. And the pawn endgame. Black is not able to reach the oppositional squares. And game over. So basically, this is a win. Also after king a3, king e5, a5, h5, I believe you can go also knight e3, let's say. Because the king is simply so far, far away that it's impossible for black to... Even this is lost, yeah? Because in this position, white has this g3 move.
Oh, nice.
With a Zugzwang.
I was looking at that thinking, actually, this line is looking a little bit scary, Judith. But yeah, g3 there makes literally all the difference. And until you see g3, it looks like they're neck and neck. But yeah, that just completely makes sure it's one-sided.
We talked about it, and I always like to highlight that in endgame, suddenly the king can win the game, depending on the king's position. And this is a great example of that as well. If the black king would be on d6, it would be a completely draw. But because the king is so far away, distanced away from all the happenings, what's happening on the king's side, this is the reason black is losing. Well, of course, it's a heartbreak for Praggnanandhaa, because yesterday he had played a good game and then he missed his opportunity, which is very, very painful. And he did not win. And today he was basically during the whole game, he didn't have really serious problems. But towards the end, he made some inaccuracies and suddenly he got into big trouble. So the last day and today was very difficult for Praggnanandhaa, seeing the score.
Especially the way he started the tournament and his attitude coming into the tournament, the kind of chess he's been playing. We were extremely excited after his round 1 and round 2 performances as well. Like, just very, very strong stuff. And then I think the way he beat Gelfand as well, we were thinking, okay, Pragg isn't just here to try and wait for an opponent to make a mistake and then just make some moves. He's properly trying to be aggressive. So it's good to see. It's a fact of life that it doesn't always pay off. And this is going to be one of those situations.
Well, of course, his missed opportunity against Mishra, that was something that it ruined his tournament, and today it's really bad. At the same time, he still has +1, so if he wins 5 in a row, he's back in business. But he has to score many points in the next rounds, that's clear. And he has to make big scoring out of the next 6 rounds. So it's very clear that round 4 and 5 was a big loss for him. And well, I hope he's not losing his self-confidence and he's bouncing back and starts winning his games. At the same time, we can say that for Mishra, it was an incredible saving yesterday at the same time. And it gave him special kick. And today, against the world champion, he is having a winning position right now. And for him, it was a great push. That's how competitions are. This is what sport is all about. All
100%.
the heartbreaks, dramas, incredible, amazing performances. And we are here to follow that and to see unfold front of our eyes.
So may I suggest, Judith, that we go slightly out of order here and take a look at Abdusattorov Erdogmush first, purely because of the time on the clock, and it's 4 minutes. And after that, we can go back to check in with Mishra Gukesh, if that's still going on.
Yes, absolutely. So let's do Nodirbek's game. It has been some change, and maybe I would like to go back what has happened, because there was a moment where interestingly enough, in this point where we thought king h3 would be the winning move, Nodirbek went rook h1 with, I think, with an idea to go rook to h1 and possibly to h7 to attack, though I'm not so sure if after rook a1, rook a3 would, no, rook a3, what did he want? He wanted to go rook h, I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to go rook e1.
Rook e1, maybe? Stops knight e3 checker.
Exactly. And after rook a8, rook e7.
Then you've got rook e7.
Still the game. Okay, so instead of this, after rook c1, black played rook d6, attacking the bishop. Bishop c5, rook d2, king g3, knight e5. And then bishop e3. Good move. Pushing back the rook to d8, capturing the pawn. So now white has 2 pawns up, but one is going to be falling off on g6. Now the a3 was already attacked, but in this position, bishop c1 is not given as the best move. I wonder why. What was the best here? Maybe rook c3, but I'm not surprised that white didn't want to go here, because knight e5, and then again this, what else is possible? Bishop e3. Can you imagine
Blue
bishop
arrow?
e3? Bishop e3 was the best move, so bishop d4 and capture this pawn. And the black knight is in a problematic situation. But this was not so easy to find, I have to say. But I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because bishop c1, bishop b2 looks like a much more natural continuation than bishop e3, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it seems like black had an opportunity to play knight e5.
It's purely because of knight
bishop
e5.
d2 to go knight c4, I think. And somehow the bishop is badly placed. You have to waste time until you go bishop rook g7, bishop d4, and takes. So it was interesting. White played bishop c1, and after that, immediately black made a mistake playing rook f8, and went on to exchange. So this is the position we are heading to. So knight d7 on the board, king e4, trying to enter to d5 and collect the pawn. Black king cannot come because of the g7 pawn is not defended after that. Knight b6. So it's interesting that king d3 seems to be the best move, though I'm not really understanding why not. And look at that, king d4 is kind of giving away, or what's going on?
Really?
Because it blocks
king
the bishop.
d4 makes a lot of sense. It does,
it
but
blocks
just
the
for
bishop,
the...
and the g7 is not hanging, and king c5 is not possible because of knight
No,
a4.
because of knight a4, yeah.
But king d3 is not an obvious move.
No,
It's
not at
an
all.
obvious move. So
Is the
after
plan to go
g6,
c2, b3 and push a4? What's the plan?
I think it should be bishop d4, pushing away the knight. And after knight d7, I
Feels
don't think
weird to.
so. No, this is not possible. That
Yeah, if you go knight d7, do you step back with the king to e4 and try and move? But then you've got king e6, and it's like, okay, but where are you going forward to?
I don't know. It's not so obvious.
Is there? I really don't want to play f4 because it's like you have a way to waste a tempo, but
Maybe
you
you
only do
can
that
go
if you
king
can
f4. But I just
come in
don't
that way.
understand it. Okay, let's see what's the position. And he went king d4. Look at that. No, but king d3 was not a human move.
Agreed. Yeah, it looks fine on the surface. Obviously, you don't then play king c5, so you want to come in via king d5, king c6 if you're determined to go after that pawn.
But the problem is, like, where you're going to enter. I mean, on king e4, I think knight c4 is possible. But it's only I think so. It seems. I don't have collaborators for that.
We need them to think so. Oh my.
Yeah, g6, but I don't understand because we are, I mean, having the same position.
I like the idea you were exploring earlier, though, because if king d3, you know, feels like not a human move, and if you were going to go to the queen side, you would go via d4, then if I'm going to be playing my king back to e4, I'm looking at ways to go to the king side instead. I'm not thinking about different routes.
This bishop c1 actually is a smart move, I think.
Yes, so it prevents knight a4 check.
Yeah, and if black goes king d6, then what about bishop c4, bishop f4?
Yes, which is why instead of moving the king after this move, do you have to play knight c4?
Well, maybe I would go bishop e5, g6, and go back, making my route clean. And knight c4 is not possible because of a4.
Because you've got a4 behind it.
A4, but you see what kind of supporter I have. No supporter on a4. And why not? Because knight a3, look at that. What a ridiculous, ridiculous blunder I made.
Well, our Dogmush still fighting, still trying to find any possible way. And I think...
No, he's doing it great.
There are opportunities, definitely, for White to go wrong. And until every single one of those is proven, he's not going to give up. It makes no sense to give up. There's so much that can still go wrong. Bishop f4 has been played. Judith, you called it. So this idea is on the board.
Yeah, but after king c6, what happens? Probably bishop e5 is still not bad, and after g6, bishop should be going away for the moment. No, but this is crazy if it's so easy. Bishop g7. I made again a bad move because knight d6. Look at that.
Ooh. That's nasty.
But it's so easy. I mean, it's so easy, right? So, but it happens many times that in such a cases, you just have to go bishop h8, you know, just put the bishop as far as possible. And then it's a completely draw.
And endgames with Judith and John. I love the featured chat. I always say I enjoy my endgames, but I might stop after today.
Sorry, that's not the point. That's the reason I'm making mistakes, that you give up. No.
This is rough.
No, I just want to show how easy it is for all of us to make mistakes. So what does it want? Knight d2 or what?
Oh, no.
No,
There we go. The wind's back
No,
on
you
now.
know what? No, the problem is again knight a3, I think. I think it could be knight a3, a5, here.
Yep.
Here, knight e1, f4.
Knight g2?
Knight g2, bishop
No.
e5.
Bishop
Maybe
e5,
knight
yeah.
f3 and g5? No.
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 This is a fun choose your own adventure game, this.
Very interesting.
We're playing Dark Souls with the engine here. We just keep making moves and seeing when we get slaughtered. You have died. Try again.
Yes, but how many lives do we have? I don't
Dark Souls
know.
Chess Edition. You have infinite lives, but you don't have infinite patience, Judith. I think that's the key. So you can have as many lives as you want, but when you get fed up, you quit the game. That's how
But I
Dark
like
Souls
it.
work.
Just
okay?
resign when you reach the end game. LOL. Can you imagine the arbiter? That there is a limit. If the engine says it's more than 5, let's say, then the arbiter comes and says, "Okay, it's over."
It's over.
Yeah.
Mercy, mercy. Oh, this is rough. You can understand how and why Erdogmush is continuing to fight on, because there are so many. I'm actually wondering as well. It's easy for us to see winning, winning, winning. Oh wait, this line is a draw because we have the eval bar with us, Judith. The real
Do you think it's really easy to see myself making mistake every second?
it is with the. Turn the eval bar off. We don't want to know. But imagine what it's like for the players, right? The players will know that some lines lead to draws and some lines lead to wins. And they're not going to have they don't have the kind of feedback that we do. Taking a look at the eval bar, we can even choose to put the engine on if we want to. It's possible that there's just so many different calculations going on, and they're trying to constantly evaluate their own position, and they're not as sure as we are. And we're not even sure. So
This is your last sentence. I didn't really get it. Why you say, like, do you understand it?
what's that?
I mean, you understand it, how it's more or less a draw? I mean, the evil bar says that I should not make my mistakes. I should be making good moves for black.
I think in your defense, Judith, the eval bar says everyone should always be making good moves. At no point will it say otherwise. I think you're off the hook there. I guess the challenge is when it comes to. So if I'm thinking about it from the point of view of playing a game, I of course always want to play good moves, but ultimately in an end game where the eval bar says I should be winning, the best way to win those games is to understand the idea behind why you should be winning. Because that way, if you've got 6 different options and you can't calculate everything to the end, you go, which of my options are furthering my progress because I understand the concept, right?
I understand what you're saying,
Seeing
but
the
I
patterns
don't
and-
understand. But tell me
Well, in
what's
this
the pattern
situation, I
here?
can't figure it out. I want, for me, I want the pattern. I want the concrete idea that says, okay, whenever you have the possibility, you have a spare tempo, slowly move the king to this square. Because once the king gets here, you win the game, or something like that. And it's just so difficult in this end game to come up with like a rule or a scenario that says, you have to do this. Once you accomplish this, you win.
Yeah, but for example, now after knight c4.
Mm-hmm.
Like first we thought it's a4, but I think a4 was not good because immediately knight a3, knight c2, knight e1. This we figured out, right?
Yeah.
This is why the bishop not supposed to be standing right here. And then it tells us that after knight c4, a4 is not a good move, which means that you have to go back with your bishop to c1.
Yes.
And now threatening with a4. So if black goes back, then already I have my straightforward journey to catch that pawn. This might be the solution. Okay, so after bishop f4, knight c4, we've been here. But the thing is that now knight d7 is the best defense, so I don't have entry points for my king. But it's winning. It's still winning. We just don't know how. King e4 probably, and it's a Zugzwang. No, it's a Zugzwang. Knight b6. Knight b6.
Bishop e5.
Knight c4.
Then knight c4 again. No.
I'm wondering if king e5 giving away.
Yeah, and then knight c4, and you just play king f6, and you take. The engine hates that with a passion, Judith. It's not even like a slight nudge towards the middle, it's a slap down.
Look at that. Knight c2 in the sky, the bar. But why is it the draw?
Oh my god! Make it stop! What's going on?
No, I think maybe our editor, our producer, may be making jokes.
This is like the second or third sign of madness. I don't.
But really, I mean, I don't dare to make a move, John. It shouldn't be me making moves.
This is. I think my next move, Judith, is ibuprofen to d2. Because everything else right now is just. Oh, wow. And why is it that isn't it fascinating that all of the problems that we're trying to solve, all of the difficulties seem to be coming for white? Black's got 34 seconds left to move, but every single time we're looking for an engine line to try and find what the straight and narrow path is for white to win the game. Actually, each time we've been able to spot Black's response in 2 seconds, in 3 seconds. We've been able to see that it's white who's being asked the question and saying, yes, there's a path to victory, but it's so narrow, I'm going to force you to tread on that tightrope. And if Erdogmush has seen that, if Erdogmush has gone, I know what Nodirbek's plan or should be to win the game, he can just keep instantly playing the moves that keeps asking him the questions. This is fascinating. And we still haven't completely solved it.
Well, we are quite far from that. you don't feel it also, yeah? That we know all the ins and outs of this endgame.
Listen, Judith, when you're commentating, sometimes you have to, sometimes you have to put a brave face on. And you gotta say some things with confidence. The problem is when we say some things with confidence, the eval bar does a seesaw. It makes us look rather funny. But
I think it's time for me to analyze blindfolded. So I'm not making moves. I'm just okay, guys. Bishop G3 is the best move. So it's a memory exercise, so we don't have these jokes around with the evil bar. But knight d7, nice defense by Yagiz. Very, very, very beautiful defense, because he could fall into knight c4, bishop c1. It was easy to blunder bishop c1, and then it's
for sure.
kind of a lost position. While now it's still not so simple. Where the bishop has to go? This is the big question.
And I think that was move 60 as well. So both players should now have an extra 15 minutes for the game.
Indeed.
Yeah. So that 34 next to Erdogmush is, I think, it's either 34 minutes or it's supposed to be 15 minutes and 34 seconds, and we're about to see it added on. But we're reaching the last time control now, so both players should have some extra time.
Yeah, so I'm afraid we are not getting rid of this game.
We've got time. We've got time, Judith. Don't worry about it.
But let's talk about it. If we go to bird's eye view, we see that the first 5 rounds for 5 boards is, look at that. Look at this score.
Wow.
Look at this
win for black on board 1 and wins for white boards 2 through 5. So there's still 2 games ongoing in the top 10, and the top row are completely and utterly decisive results. Gukesh has resigned. Mishra has beaten Gukesh. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Maybe we can see the final moves of Gukesh, and then we also haven't seen Giri's game for some time.
That's a great stat, Judith. I mean, well done, team, for checking that out. Mishra is now officially the youngest player ever to defeat a world champion in a classical game.
Wow.
That's a great stat.
Because he's what? He's 14 years old? Still, he's 14, yeah?
Goodness. Something like that, yeah.
Wow.
Now, Judith, we've resisted going to Anisha's game for a little while, not because the game wasn't interesting, but because the eval bars everywhere else were driving us crazy. It turns out they were driving us maybe a little bit too crazy on board 5, but I feel like it might be worth checking out board 9. Anish Giri is grinding. I do not know if he's winning or won. The eval bar is certainly giving it a very healthy advantage for him. But look at this. It is 40 seconds to play 14 minutes and 51 seconds. And this is move 65, Judith. There is no more time for the rest of the game. Everything that Anish is playing from this point onwards is on increment only.
But Anish will still receive, or he received it? You think
I think this is post receiving, and he's actually playing on increment now.
Oh, that's incredible that he went down so much in time.
So he spent that would mean he spent at least 15 minutes on his last 5 moves.
Yeah, but that's crazy. No. Now we have his time.
Ah, there we go. We were being tricked.
Yeah,
I mean, that looks a bit better, but to be honest, in another 5 moves, it might still be that situation. This looks much, much better. So 15 minutes plays half an hour. Anish still has half the time of Oparin, though. It's worth pointing out.
It seems that that Oparin made a serious mistake after rook b6, which was also a mistake. So let's go back for at least to this point, where rook b6 was a mistake, but I have the feeling that it's not a real mistake, but maybe something else was better. That's the feeling I have. Because maybe queen b4 was much stronger. I'm not sure. Because rook b6 he went.
Oh, doesn't like that either.
Actually, maybe h4 should have been played with white. If this is the best move now for black.
And is the idea behind that if the game goes on much longer, we swing the major pieces over to the H file and play against the weakness there, or what's the idea?
I don't think that that's a possibility. Maybe f4.
It looks like it's quite far away doing that.
No, maybe black is just trying to look for counter chances, you know. But h4 was not something that black was taking in account. Neither was thinking about this kind of counter chances. Because in this position, some of the main problem is for black that you don't have counterplay. So you have to block everything and not allow any kind of. So h4 actually is a nice move, I believe, because it gives even less opportunity for black. While after rook b6, black went really a bad move with knight c8, but I think simply white is going to play rook a6, and what happens with this little pawn? Isn't something that it's gone forever? Well, long time ago we were discussing that this a pawn, which was still an a5, that it's a weakness, and also the c6 pawn is a serious weakness.
That's right.
So I don't know what rook a6 will be.
Forcing off the rooks, and more importantly, asking questions of the pawn on a3.
Well, after takes, you cannot leave your knight alone undefended, so queen a3 is there.
Yeah, there's no queen a5 or anything because the knight is on prise, so as soon as you move that away,
it's just over. I mean, also the black king is weak. Well, maybe here anyway, black should be just start giving, and then play f4, try to get knight f5. But okay, bishop d3, and simply white has 2 pawns up.
yeah, if you shut out the knight coming in, then okay, there are still ways to lose. I feel like in our endgame masterclass today, Judith, we've covered rook endgames, we've talked about pawn endgames, we've had the knight endgames, we've had the endgames where we look silly in front of an eval bar. Now we're gonna get queens as well. Swap the knight for the bishop.
Yeah.
Queen endgames, just a cherry on our little cake here, maybe.
I don't think we are going to see a queen endgame.
No.
I don't think so. I don't know after queen d3 though what black is going to be doing. King f6 or something. Maybe white's plan is to go back queen e2 and then bring the bishop back to d3 and then build up with queen c2, queen b3 and build up the path for the pawn. Yeah. I'm curious what black is going to be doing. It's not so easy otherwise to bring out the bishop.
Let's talk about strategy for black here for a second, Judith. If we get into a position where, like, what are the criteria where, as the black player, you don't mind swapping off and holding on while white has the extra pawn? Like, what sort of things is Oparin looking for as an opportunity to, beyond doubt, I'm going to close this off and say you've played a great game, but now it's going to be drawn? What's he looking for?
Well, it's very hard.
Don't say miracles.
I mean, well, yeah, your opponent can feint. That's of course, well, one of the chances to save the game, but we don't wish that. Well, for now, I think black just wants to sit and wait, like making moves with his king. So the white queen has to be really moving away. What he wants to do, I believe, and probably is the best chance to wait with these 2 pieces, the queen and knight. So let's say black goes king f6, I go queen e2, black goes back, white goes bishop d3.
Yep.
The problem is there is a very slim practical chance for black, because also g4 can be a problem because this bishop is attacking all the white square being pawns for black. White can go queen c2, also attack this one. But still, if black is going to be playing queen a3, let's say, white goes queen c2, white has to show the technique for sure. But to really save the game, maybe in time trouble, if the execution doesn't work properly for Giri, and he starts, I don't know, in some way he gives up the pawn on a2 to give some checks, and he thinks it's winning, and actually it's not winning, you know? But it's very, very difficult because structure-wise, white is much better. White has an extra pawn. And obviously in an endgame, for example, the bishop will be a killer because all the black's pawn are standing on white
Stuck on white squares.
So it's, I mean, the only way black could save the game, if you get this pawn, we get exchange of queens, and then you also have your knight on e7, so you defend everything.
Covering everything. But that's a lot. That's a big straight. That's a huge shopping list.
Yeah,
we need a lot of things to happen.
this is what I wanted to ask. For you, it's too much. The list I was just mentioning.
I think maybe you can get at least one of those things. I don't think that's too much to ask. But yeah, what we really want is a situation where, at some opportune moment, if black gets, I don't know, the knight on e4 or c4, there's a way to force a trade where the pawn endgame isn't winning, but I don't see that happening.
No, even
the structure's
even
too
that,
bad.
It's not possible. The only thing, practical chance, what black has, is that Anish is going to be thinking his time. He's going to be in time trouble. In time trouble, he's going to be panicking for some reason, and then he makes some crazy decisions. This is the scenario where things can go wrong for white. But if he's under control, he has a plan, he's systematically playing it out, in that case, there is not much of a practical chance for black.
Makes sense. I mean, until we prove that quick moves can be made by white, that's got to be one of the things that Oparin is currently, if not the thing that Oparin's currently playing for, right? Because Anish down to under 12 minutes now, clearly trying to double check. If at the point he makes his next move, it's okay, I've got this figured out, I know what I need to do, let's just slowly grind, and he's able to make the subsequent moves really quickly, then perhaps there's not going to be much chance. But if he makes his next move, and then Oparin has a response, and instantly gets into a position where he needs to sit down for another deep think, you're going to be thinking to yourself, as the player with the black pieces, can I induce a mistake in time trouble? Like it's going to start happening.
Well, knight a4 was played. Bishop c8, this is what I just wanted to say, that now bishop c8 is a very strong move, because black, if goes back to knight b6, white goes queen a6.
Mm-hmm.
And the king is very far away, so it can easily happen that white is going to be collecting some important pawns, for example, on c6. You know, I see on the bird's eye view on the other screen, I see something very strange, that Abdusattorov game.
Oh, we should go take a look at that then.
Yeah, I just don't understand what's going on. It's still the same position, and the bar is like not giving much. But what happened? Is it a repetition of moves, or what's going on?
Judith, are you sure you want to do this again? Are you sure?
But look at this. The game went g6, bishop f4, knight d7. He went bishop g5.
Hang on. Let's okay, let's go ahead and swap over to Abdusattorov Erdogmush. We'll have another crack at the web here and take a look.
Yeah. Okay, so this is where we stopped somewhere, where it was knight d7 one time, then white went bishop g5, king d6 question mark. It's not me, it's he did it. Bishop h4, knight b6, bishop g3 question mark. Probably it's question mark because there was something better, you know? I have the feeling that maybe bishop e1 was the best. King c6, bishop f4. So it's only the second time they're going to have, but it's very strange that he's not making knight d7. Because it will be the second time they have this position. So what was the idea? King d6, why was this so bad?
And that's king d6 on move 61, yeah?
King d6, move 61. Well, I'm sure Nodirbek should be going nuts. I mean, he was so winning before. And he didn't even experience the journey I did some minutes ago.
Is he not still winning now?
I think it should be winning. Like here. But it's I mean, I think bishop d8 is not doing anything. Let's see. Bishop d8, king c6. Maybe king e4. King d6. Can I go king f4? Knight f8 probably, and knight d6. Probably we will have to stick to them doing this.
So,
Hold on,
Judith,
hold on. They are playing, yeah?
I think I have an idea. I'm going to tell you that I've been looking at the engine line, which doesn't mean anything for this game, as you know, because I still don't actually understand. I'm trying to understand what the principle is behind it. And there's a chance I'm beginning to understand.
Good for you.
But I'm not sure, so I need you to tell me why I'm wrong. So I think if you have your kings in opposition in the middle of the board, say on d4 and d6, which we have had in many of our variations, and I'm just going to make one waiting move, but let's say bishop g5 is a waiting move, knight b6, bishop d2.
No, I go d5, king c6.
So
maybe this is a Zugzwang. This is what you want to say.
So I think the idea. So I have the same position, but with the knight on b6 and the bishop on d2. But I think the idea is that if you can force black into a position where black has no choice but to allow white to play king e5, white wins the race.
Well,
is
now
what I think is happening.
Bishop h6. e5, or what do you do?
I think king e5 here.
Knight c4. King f6.
Now, so here's the thing. I do not know why this is winning, but from taking a look, from taking a look through, it looks like in all lines where white allows black to come in and take, but the white king is able to get towards g6, that seems to be the most important part of the winning idea. Now, I'm not sure why, but that's what it looks like at the moment.
And what if I go king e6? Also bishop f4, probably.
Is that because that might be Zugzwang?
Yeah, maybe just go here and then bishop c7, let's say, or bishop here. Zugzwang.
Yes, because you don't have king d6 to buy you the tempo. So either the knight has to move somewhere you don't want it to move, or you have to push the pawn to g5, which in the long term is fatal.
Well, yeah, that should be like you just go here and bishop d2.
Yeah, that should be curtains.
But not here. But not here, because knight e5. No, because you cannot allow knight e5.
You can't allow knight e5. So you go what, bishop c7 instead? And go that way?
Yeah, because it's Zugzwang again. So it's not that we have a plan. It's just playing for black to make a move. And then what you say is that in this position after bishop g5, let's see, king d6 is on the board. So what you're claiming is that you go bishop g5. That's what you said, no?
With king d6 on the board, I first thought about playing the bishop back to c1, but I settled on d2.
Okay.
I need to figure out why.
Bishop d2.
I'm not sure. Maybe this is one of those. Maybe this is one of those kind of constructions that actually you shouldn't be looking at the engine at all because they don't understand.
Yeah, but they are very good in making us not understand either. Yeah, because knight b6, then already you go check, and king e5 if everything is correct. And everything is not correct.
So when you
said...
But
I don't understand. No. But look at this. It means that after bishop c4, it's not a Zugzwang. You understand it? Because before it was that if you go here, then you want to go bishop f4 and it's a Zugzwang. And if I go knight b6,
Mm-hmm.
King e5 is not good. But what else can you do?
No, it doesn't like that, does it?
We talked about this before. Because it takes king g6, knight c2. No, this is where we were, and then it was, yeah.
So it's the moves in the middle where we're going wrong.
Or it's really tricking us. Maybe king d5 is the best.
King d5.
Still keep waiting. Look at that. That depending on where you're moving your bishop, we go to c4 or c2 with the knight.
How are you going to do this with playing on increment in 7 minutes from now?
That you don't have an engine disturbing you.
That you don't have, yeah, the engine's not helping, it's disturbing. This engine throwing us off.
Okay, you gave a good try.
I'll tell you what you have.
It's a Zugzwang.
You have you have age on your side because you're 14 years old and you have unlimited energy. That's what Dogmush has on his side.
Well, bishop g5, and what does the computer want to play on king c6? Tell me. Maybe bishop e7?
So bishop e5, and if king c, the computer wants to play bishop c1.
Of course.
And if
after king
then,
d6, and after king d6,
after king d6, it goes bishop d2, and you have my what used to be my starting position 5 minutes ago.
King c6.
King c6 again, and now says bishop e1.
Of course. But what is he playing for? Touching every square with the bishop? That's the big thing, or what? Okay, so go king d6.
So then just king d6. Now bishop g3 check.
We haven't been there yet. True. King c6. Bishop h2, yeah?
f4. We have a pawn move. Sorry, not on the live board, on our analysis. I realized, chat, I was very excited. I was excited for the computer suggesting a pawn move, if I'm honest.
f4.
f4. What is this? So all I can think of about f4 is that it takes away additional moves, right? So knight e5 is no longer an option. G5 is no longer an option.
No, the thing is that he makes you a Zugzwang while having the bishop as far as possible from the a3 pawn. And you have your pawn on f4 already. So after knight b6, already king e5, knight c4, king f6. So everything is ready. Before we had the pawn on f3, bishop on f4, and now we have one tempi more. And it means that it's all calculation, because knight is not possible, because then you're not back. But this is absolutely crazy if this is the only one. If the g3, can you tell me if we are already having fun like this? If knight, hold on, if you play f4 without playing f4, okay, I have a question to you. So let's say king c6. Okay, let's say I go here. And please, bishop f4, knight b6, bishop h2, knight d7. Is f4 winning here also? The bishop on h2.
No.
Of course not, yeah? It's not winning, yeah?
No. Yes, this is the line. King e5.
But okay, then why is he complaining to us that bishop with bishop on h2?
I'm not sure. I've got so many.
Knight f6! Knight f6! Knight f6, and you cannot go to e5 because knight g4 check.
Oh. It's always a Judith Polgar knight move. It's always.
Nightmare move.
It's going forward, to be fair. That is rough.
No, because I had this feeling, you see, it's not by chance that I'm asking you that if the bishop on h2, is it the same? But it's absolutely crazy if this is the only win. It's absolutely crazy.
You have to be able to see that conceptually as the idea before you start maneuvering towards it. Otherwise, you're just shuffling pieces around. So the question then becomes, does Abdusattorov see that that's the idea?
No, but now I don't understand. You said here bishop g3. No, what? But you see, it's not even so simple where to go bishop g3, because bishop g3 here, it doesn't work because of knight c4. You see,
I'm not
here
sure.
bishop g3 is not working because of knight c4 and knight d2, I think. So you had to make these crazy moves to go bishop e1. So you get this position only that you have to go to e1 with your bishop. So king d6 is a must because knight b6 is not possible to king e5. Check, king here, here, and then king g6, and my pawn is protected on b4. So if let's say, yeah, because you see, our bishop was on f4, that was a draw to king d5. Because you cannot push the pawn. Because you cannot push the pawn. And if knight c, I think it's bishop anywhere. And it's already, nobody can stop this pawn, f4, f5. I'm not in time with king e6 and knight to put my knight on f5. So you have to go bishop e1, bishop e1. So after king d6, sorry?
Yeah, bishop e1 first.
Here, in this position. Bishop e1. So black has to go king d6, and after that you go bishop g3, king c6, f4. At least I don't feel so stupid, because it's just such a crazy position. So it was worth figuring that out.
It absolutely. You know what? I'm so glad as well. Ironically, I have with regret, I have a medical appointment that I actually need to duck out for towards the end of the round. But luckily, I'm going to be able to go to that without having a banging headache, because that's exactly what would have happened if we couldn't figure what was going on in that position. And to be fair, just because we've seen down that one line, we don't know to what extent either player has seen down that crazy rabbit hole that we've just seen as well. That was utter madness, Judith.
But it says it's also winning. Bishop on d8.
Oh, no. It could very well be. Folks, we are going to be continuing with the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. I am going to be ducking out in lieu of Bick, who will hopefully be coming in to tag team with me and play the Endgame game with Grandmaster Judith Polgar straight after this break. So definitely grab your teas and coffees. This has been thoroughly entertaining. We've got no idea what's going to happen, and that's why you need to stick around. See you in a bit.
Welcome everyone, we are back with the FIDE Grand Swiss and the women's FIDE Grand Swiss. My name is Nodirbek. I'm here with the amazing Judith Polgar. She is still crushing it here. I just drive by and we are going to finish this one to the end. Judith, usually I sit behind the computer screen, making sure everything goes smooth. Right now I'm sitting next to you. Are you excited?
Well, it's a lot of fun to finish with this show together with you. You were listening all the details about the end games. So maybe you can tell us also your thought. Do you think it's going to be a win for Abdusattorov, or the 14-year-old genius will be making it draw?
I'm afraid for Abdusattorov it's going to be a draw. The 14-year-old genius has been phenomenal, I would say, this tournament. And it's just so incredibly difficult. If those black pawns were on dark squares, Judith, this would have been so much more easier. But as you can see there in the bottom left brown board, the only advantage that Abdusattorov has is up a pawn, up 13 minutes. So anything can happen, but it's going to be a very tough one. On the other hand, we have Anish Giri here on the 9th board. That's the more metallic color. We see Anish is crushing it and closing it towards a win. That a pawn there on a2 might be a huge way away from the king on g7. That might be a sweet win. What do you think, Judith?
Well, maybe we can go there and dive into that game, because we were neglecting it quite a bit, Anish, because he's just playing a great game today, very smoothly, grinding it from the almost morning until late evening. But finally, we have h4 on the board. This I like very much, that black played h4.
Yeah.
That I think it's a lot of fun, because that's the only kind of resource black has. And Anish took g takes h4, so I'm expecting f4 also to be on the board. And it's interesting that Anish was not aware of it, that he was not playing h4 earlier, just to make sure that the whole king side. Let's go back just a few moves. I want to go back because I'm curious what I've missed out here. So in this position, Giri played, Anish played bishop c8, queen c7, queen b3. I was expecting queen a6, knight b6. And now if White would have one more move, I have the feeling he would be already going h4. At the same time, it did not happen. So black went h4, takes, and now I'm really curious. Of course, f4 is on the board. I mean, once you have an awful position, at least you want to have some life.
Absolutely.
So now he gave up 2 pawns. Knight d7?
Well, now I'm curious for white as well. So you have an a pawn. You want to push it all the way till the end, but also your king is getting under pressure. Do you prioritize defense more, or do you just say, you don't have anything, I'm going to push my pawn?
Well, I think that's what Anish is thinking, that fine, you ruined my pawn structure. Good luck, congratulations, but I have 4 of my bad pawns, which is defending my king around, and nothing will stop me playing a4, a5. After that, I want to play queen b7, exchange the queens, and then game would be over. So maybe Anish is right overall, that he was keeping his pawn on h3, provoking his opponent to go h4.
Well, it's super funny. What do you do when you sacrifice 2 pawns, Judith?
What do you mean?
You sacrifice the third one. I see on the live board that Oparin also has played c5 and is really going all out right now on the king side of Anish.
Wow. Okay, finally black has a pass pawn himself, though there is not much what that pawn will be doing, because white is able to bring back bishop to d3, and then it will be a great target on g6, that pawn. So queen g3, for example, I think it can be not a bad choice. Threatening with h5, threatening with bishop d3, making a clear vision towards the g6 pawn. But of course, that's not the only win. I mean, h5 is also something. It can be a great idea. Black king is really not safe.
Yeah.
A lot of problems can arise.
I think black's only chance here is keep the queens on the board and try to get somehow a perpetual win, but that's going to be extremely tough. Even something like d4 here
Queen
probably
e5.
is the only thing, but queen e5. Queens are traded and it's off. It's very difficult for black here making something. He has extra time, but I don't think it's going to save him.
Actually, queen e3 is a real pro move, I must say. It's the most painful move on the board, I think.
Yeah.
Anish good in this. He does not let it go.
So
he took it and goes it until the end.
So how do you defend? Do you play queen b4 and try to somehow not exchange queens while defending the knight?
Well, you don't really have many options. It's queen a5 or queen b4, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I mean, white can give check on e5. I show off with my bishop on d3. I mean, it's going to be not more moves, I think, than 5. Maybe that's the maximum I can see in this position if black wants to play on for a few moves.
Exactly. So we see Anish winning. We see Satorov maybe winning. It might be a draw. I do want to get your attention to Pranav against Andrei Esipenko, who are going into the endgame, and which I think will be the longest game that we will have on the broadcast today. Don't think we will see it all the way till the end. It might be a 200 mover because it's one of your favorites. It's a rook versus a rook and bishop, but black still has 2 pawns. Do you think those will be exchanged quickly, those pawns, and then we'll have just the bare rooks and bishop, or are there some tricks?
Well, it's not so easy to play it with black also, because rook on g8 So black went just king f5. Probably black wants to go g4. At the same time, also the threat can be king e4 if black to move.
True.
So I'm not sure that black is going to be rushing to play g4, g3 and just simplify the position to rook bishop, because that's the aim of Prime, right? For him, it's a great deal if he can go for the rook bishop versus rook for 50 moves. But now there is a threat of bishop d8 trying to grab the pawn, which is still not grabbing actually completely. Well, it's very difficult for white.
Well, I'm curious. If you go rook d6, bishop d8, rook g6, is that a draw? Could you still hold that a draw, or is that actually not that good? Because the bishop can just move around and you're never going to exchange those two pawns for that one pawn.
Well, here I guess you can, you should be bringing your king. King f5.
King f5, yes.
And then simply wait.
And then g4.
And after g4, I think I can go bishop h4.
Ah, and after g3, you just
F3.
go f3. f3. Ah, tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not possible. Wow. Okay, so can exchange the rooks there. You have to be very careful with black.
Though I'm surprised if black is going this way. I wouldn't like to have my rook on g6. No, sorry. Rook g6 is not possible simply. So rook d6 is not okay. The question is what will be okay for black. Maybe rook. Yeah, bishop b6 was a good move.
I think you're gonna have to play g4 at some point. It's not something black wants, but you gotta keep the pawn. Free pawn on g4.
Free pawn?
Free pawn.
If the d8 bishop is not
exactly
an important one.
Exactly.
Bishop f7. Ah, rook c1.
Rook c1. Oh, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful.
Okay. Yeah,
so
king
what else?
e4. Yeah, if black reaches to f3, then things are okay for black.
Yeah. Can you still go bishop h4 and try to make it a little bit tricky here? Yeah.
Well, after bishop h4, I could even go here.
Because rook takes g4, king f3.
Mm-hmm.
And you're no longer good.
No, I think with black also I would try not to go into exchange of all the pawns.
Yeah.
Even though I know how to make a draw, if I remember. If I would remember. So let's see, after bishop b6, time can be an annoying part of this game, you know?
For sure.
That can give a hard time for Yasipenko. But he shouldn't lose this. He shouldn't lose this.
No, I think, like you said, if you get your king to f3, you're going to be very happy and you're pretty stable. So maybe, yeah, how do you stop that? Also going to be difficult. The white king is cut off at the moment, so black will try to keep it like that. And maybe you compete the pins on. There goes the king goes to g4 and says, well, bishop d8, I'll just go rook d5 and I'm well defended.
Well, it seems so. That's what he believes in. And after king c4, where does he go? Simply rook f5?
I think rook f5, yeah.
And then king f3.
Yeah.
Trying to target the f2 pawn. Yeah.
There you go.
Not a bad one.
So we think that will probably be a draw. Looking at some other games, it's very fun. We don't have to pull it up, but we have Arjun Chopra against Alexander Grishuk, and they did not exchange. They still had like 30 pieces on the board, 45 moves in. They refused to exchange, but they now slowly start to exchange their pieces. And all the
We
that
should
we
go
have.
there.
Let's jump.
Why
And the
don't
other
we
game
do
that's still
that?
going on is Heike Martirosyan against Dennis Wagner, which is also interesting. It's a rook and pawn and queen versus a queen, bishop, and two pawns.
Yeah, and I've seen that there were just some mistakes happen, but it's not an easy endgame either.
Exactly.
In the meantime, we see that Adamus against Nodirbek is going to be a draw, I believe, which will be a huge emotional break for Nodirbek because though Yagiz has 36 minutes, 36 seconds only. So we might go there still, what Nodirbek is trying to do. But let's see this. Anyway, Alexander's game I didn't see yet. So I'm happy to visit this.
Well, before we jump into that, I have a question for you. When, or has it ever happened, was the last time that you flagged over the board? Not because you didn't know the time control correctly, right? You make move 40, you think you have an extra hour, and then you lost. Though really that you're deep in thought and suddenly it's zeros.
I don't think I ever lost on time myself.
I wish I could say the same.
Yeah, but these days, no, because when I was without increment, it was the time when I played very fast in my teenage years. And later on also, I was pretty fast. Only I started to play slower in the already this millennium. When I but then we had more the bonus time, and with the bonus time, I think it's almost impossible to lose on time.
I'm looking at this position. Yeah. Sorry, I'm excited about this position. I'm looking at it. I want to play queen b2 check. Let's say king h7, and then if bishop h6 works.
Nice idea. But probably...
Queen... Any annoying checks?
Queen c8 check, and then I can take the
bishop. Queen c8, yes.
The idea is great, but cannot be executed now.
I have to make it work, but those are the bullet
but
tactics.
I don't understand actually why black played f4.
I mean, does black have the same idea, trying to get the queen from f2 to g3?
No, but I can simply take the pawn.
True. So maybe he sees something that we don't.
Oops, sorry. That was not my intention. That was not exactly my intention.
There, and then...
Well, somehow he wants to grab that pawn on a4.
Yes. Can you go queen e6?
Maybe queen d5.
Queen d5 even. I'm trying to get my queen to e1.
I can go queen b2. Bishop e5. And then you start chasing my queen.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, queen d8.
Queen e8 I wanted to go. Queen f6.
Queen f6, and then queen f8 or queen g8, and then... It's not happy about that as much. Huh. Is there ever a Zugzwang here?
I thought I could also play queen g8.
And go between them. Yeah, okay. So there's something here. Will you ever go king h2 g4 and just say, I'm playing the slow game?
It seems you're right. I just don't understand why. Okay,
well,
let's say I take.
Yeah, and then I want to slowly close with h5.
h5 or g5?
And then you take it, then g6 check.
Yeah.
And if you don't take...
Then you take.
Then you take. Wow.
Not a bad one. Okay, so still we don't understand. White didn't take on f4.
White did not take on f4. White played...
King h2, queen e5. But then black will be fine.
Yeah.
Queen d7. Okay, it's still not easy. It's still quite frustrating, but what about playing king g8? And now stop going back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as the queen stays on e5 and covers
Well,
g7.
they are
then
on
it's good.
seconds already. You see?
I see.
They're under 2 minutes.
And they don't have any extra time. They're on move 74. Just to remind the viewers, they got 15 minutes extra on move 60. But right now, it is all increment for the... Well, time trouble is something Grishuk is married to for sure. He loves
Yeah,
that.
so he must be feeling strange. He has 2 minutes and 6 seconds, and the opponent has 32. What is this? They should switch clocks.
To be fair, I've done it as well, where my opponent has like 30 seconds left, and I have 7 minutes. Just wait for 2 minutes until my clock goes below 5 minutes, and then you don't have to notate anymore. And then I can just start
Okay.
matching the speed. What was he, queen
And
d2
then-
on the board?
In the meantime, Anish collected the 4 point.
Yeah.
Queen d2. Okay, so finally white will be collecting that pawn.
And then?
Yeah, it's not much fun to play this with black.
No. No, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's not fun.
Wow, wow, wow.
Very nasty situation. Should we
Looking
go
at-
to Dennis?
Yeah, let's have a
Dennis's
look at Dennis.
position?
Heike Martirosyan against Dennis Wagner. Heike is having a tough time. Not only in this tournament, he's 1 out of 4. He was a 2700 plus player. He's now 26, 28. We've seen players do it. We hope he come back stronger. But right now, he's putting up a really good position. He is up in material and he has some nasty threats.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be... Well, he has many options. He can have king c8. And then wait black how to defend. What? King c8 is such a bad move? Maybe because black can go here and defend the f6 bishop.
Then maybe king g5 afterwards, I see.
So maybe rook b6 I should be doing.
Yes.
Or king a7. And then on queen e4.
Mm-hmm. Don't go king b8. That would be something I would do.
Yeah, that we are not doing. Bishop e5. This is the question. Is this a good move?
You see, I was wondering if queen f3 would also be a draw if you exchange the queens. I'm always super curious about those positions, but this is crushing. It does free the dark square bishop again.
You mean queen c6 you wondered?
Probably, yeah, queen c6. Is that
Queen c6.
draw or is that complete destination?
This was not the right approach, it seems.
No.
Yes, because bishop d4.
Aha, and if you go take
King
with the
c6,
king-
but maybe king c6 wins because king is getting closer.
Yeah,
And then comes here and then it's a clear path.
indeed. All right.
But c6, I guess, and that's on the board.
Beautiful. Beautiful play there by Heike. Is there anything black can do? Anything to make it more
King
difficult?
g7.
King
Maybe
g7. King out of the way. Yeah.
But where? Because here
Yeah.
bishop d4.
You ever go king c8?
King c8, front of the pawn.
Because the thing is that you cannot give a check or have queen d7 check.
But then queen e8. You have to go back.
You have to go back, yeah.
So king c8 cannot be the best. Probably queen d7 check first.
Yeah, move back.
And then move the king.
Then king c8 still. Also not.
Queen f7 was something I was thinking also. What about this move?
Mm-hmm. Seems to work. Bishop goes back to e5.
Bishop e5, I think I might give a check. Bishop g7, you have.
Yeah. We'll try to repeat.
You know what's also possible? I would go queen e7.
Ah.
Well, I just had this idea, but...
You play with fire. I like it.
Well, it's it's not so easy with this king on b7.
No, it's hard to shoot yourself from the checks, and if too much gets traded off, black also has h4, h3, and
When I go to b5,
starts running.
If I want to go there anyway, and then I'm threatening with all these moves.
Ah, that's pretty good.
To start with.
But now I can at least move my bishop first. I could go...
bishop g3, or where do you
yeah,
go?
g3, trying to double up.
Okay, I can go queen check.
Okay.
You have to go back. And then...
And then
rook b7.
Yeah, I wanted to say like king h8, but a8, but that doesn't work.
Rook
Can you go
b7.
king a8?
Queen a4.
Ah.
Queen a4.
Take all the fun out of it, Judith.
Yep. Yeah. Maybe queen b4. I don't know.
Very difficult.
You see how difficult it is?
Absolutely. On the live board, we have some moves. I see the queen is now on c5, so we're going a little bit down your line. f3 has been played.
Ah, pawn is so 7. Look at that.
Boom.
Yeah. Mate. Queen.
That's the easy way to fix it. Wow.
And after queen f3? Maybe.
Yeah, rook
rook
f3.
c6. No
Rook
check.
c6. Yes. Wow. Wow. The only thing you shouldn't do is queen e4 check, and then the king to b8. That would be a...
Even that is winning, no?
Is that winning?
I think that's winning too.
King b8, bishop takes c7. Take, and start running the pawn.
Maybe my king is still far away, yeah? You understand?
Yeah.
Oops, no, I wanted king d6.
I guess you have to...
You see? You can still lose it.
That's
But
rook e3.
I think king g5 has to be the move, and you go king f4. And if here, then already you can push it.
Ah, I see. Wow.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see if he resigned. Not yet. Rook c6, queen b4.
King goes back.
a8.
And after, I see. After queen a4 with rook a6
and queen e4.
Then again queen. Oh. You go just. Yeah, we just saw queen c6 doesn't work. You just trade. So what do you do?
King here. King a7. And after check, king b8.
Now you keep it. That's the one. That's the killer. Will we find it?
This is not simple. Queen a4 check on the board.
So we expect rook a6.
You can get confused easily. He has to go rook a6.
Absolutely.
Abdusattorov, in the meantime, still struggling, still fighting. Cannot believe it, what's happening with him. King b8. Not rook a6 happened.
What's next? You have to keep checking. I mean, that's that is a giving.
But actually, this is also good.
Can you actually doubt it? Can you go queen e4 here as black? Very tricky.
Queen e4?
Yes. Sorry, e4.
Yeah.
And I'm saying you cannot take on g6.
No, maybe after queen e4, I would go back to a8 and then go rook a6.
Okay. I don't mind repeating a few times, get some extra time.
Yeah, I understand. Repetition, 3-move repetition would be a surprising end of this game.
Very surprising.
But he will have to go back.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the idea was of the king b8. Maybe we'll see king a8 and
Rook b6.
rook b6.
Okay, so queen e4 will be a must.
Mm-hmm.
And then where does he go after queen e4?
I think we'll see the same thing again.
What do you mean?
We go king a7?
King a7, rook a, queen a4.
Yes. And rook a6, you have bishop d4.
King b7.
So you have to go king b7.
No, but then queen e4. So we have to go back after all to a8.
There's
You
a win
can't
somewhere.
avoid.
All right. I'm going to have a quick look and see what it is that the almighty engine is saying. He says, what is the easiest way? The engine here says, why do you make things so difficult? Just play queen f7.
Of course. And you're going to tell me that this is a human move, play queen f7 here, right?
Just
no
play queen
idea
f7.
No idea what is the threat, what's the purpose of the move, but we have to go queen f7.
Of course.
What's the idea behind? Of course, he didn't play queen f7.
No.
Goes back king a7.
Yeah, and the best line now is queen a4, king b8, queen e4, queen f7. So we're back at the...
No. After queen a4, we go rook a6.
Rook a6. All right. Then I should go queen d4.
King a8.
King a8. I'm going to go queen e4.
King a7, you go queen d4.
Yes. And you can't go to b8 now because of bishop takes c7. Very tricky. Wow.
So how do you win?
The only line the ancient give is that you have to put the queen on f7. After he was good. Right now we're going to see a bunch of 4 checks. Yeah. Apparently black always has checks unless you put your queen on f7.
But what happens with my queen on f7? Is it Zugzwang or why would I not have queens?
I didn't get that far. We'll get there. All right, I'm gonna...
Okay, so far it's checking. So I don't even have time for king queen f7. But...
It's putting some moves down here.
Queen e4 was done only when the king goes on b8.
Yes.
No. Yes.
Well, now we can do a little maybe triangulation. Let's say king a7.
King a7, queen
Yeah.
a4, king b8.
No, rook a6.
King b8 is not good.
I think king b8 is good, but it will go to the queen f7. I have a different idea. If we go rook a6.
Queen d4.
Queen d4. Now king b8.
Okay, very good.
Get me off. Not the only way to lose.
John, where is John?
John back. I didn't sign up for this.
Queen d8. It can happen because you wanted to get back where the computer says queen f7.
Exactly.
That was the punishment.
Well, the funny thing now is after queen b4, king c8, where are your checks?
Queen e4.
Boom, 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 boom. That's true. What can white do?
You can go king d7, king e8, start your overseas journey.
Can you go king
all
d7?
the way. Yeah, king
Oh,
d7.
white has played king d7. This is on the board now.
Super. No, but the queen g4? What queen g4? No, but the queen is on g4. Wow, he played queen g4. Look at that. Whew.
Ah, and now
if
you
you
have
don't have queen d7, you're stuck and it's a draw.
Yeah.
Wow. Phew.
And now the king is close enough. We see.
Yeah, because the rook and the king switched places.
Yes. So let's put it on the board and show our lovely viewers that we're just going to exchange it.
So this is a draw, yeah?
Yes.
Draw?
Wow.
We can always go wrong. But king e6. But instead, black played bishop c7 before. Takes. Fighting spirit is high.
Yeah, that's right, right? Would you take here on e6 or would you?
No.
Continue
No,
to check.
queen d4. Trying to give check and then push pawns. No, because queen e6, you will not really possible to go wrong, I think. I mean, it's just too simple. I think you can just go so easy.
He did not listen to you.
Sorry?
He did not listen to you. The queens are exchanged, and we will see this on the board.
Yeah. So let's see how they are playing it out. King e5.
That's very instructive, by the way, how you shoulder the king all the way down, and then you get the rook in. So the idea here in this position is get your king in front of the pawns before you involve the rook.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is a draw. Is this a draw if I go here? No, it's still winning. Because I go here and king g5.
Yes.
And if here king g3. Why is it a win?
Let's see. You cannot go king f6 because these pawns will keep running.
Probably we go.
Yeah, and then king e4.
King e4, king e2, king f2. Yeah.
Wow.
Many ways of doing the job. King e3.
Well,
then
black
g7.
must have seen something that apologies. Must have seen something that thinks that, well, this is going to be a draw now, or it wouldn't have exchanged the queens, but
No, but I mean, it was lost anyway, so it was a matter of taste how you're losing it. And probably he considered that there is more chances this way, that maybe white is going to be going with the rook behind and not to bring the king so fast. But okay, he fought it very well, I must say.
Very entertaining. And I have one question for you, by the way, Judith. Dennis Wagner is German, right?
Yes.
Because on his profile picture, he's sitting there with the flag of India. It's probably of his opponent still peeking in, but it is a bit interesting profile picture for sure. He just loves India. Who doesn't?
Great. He won, scored the full point. Okay, so 3 games to go. And you know what? Yasipenko is losing.
No.
Yasipenko is losing. Something really went wrong there. Look at this.
Wow.
Look at this. And what has happened? This is where where did we live? It was somewhere here. You see he went back to f5 with the rook.
That makes sense.
Rook a7, check, king g2, king d4. g4, king e4, rook f7. Already not good. Probably rook b5 was better. Let's see if that was the move.
With a tempi, and then you get defend on b4.
That was the move.
Yes.
So he went rook f7, rook a2, rook f8, bad move. No. Bishop c5, rook f7, bad again. Bishop d6. g3, bad move.
I take
what could he do? f3, but then bishop f3.
Yeah.
No. I think he's already bad.
After f3, bishop g3, do you have like a crazy rook? Because I'm trying to get my white rook to a5 to h5 to h2, something like that.
But... No, but I think here he's lost already. So this was the problem. Rook a2. Here he had to play f3 and g3. f3 and g3. Bishop c7 doesn't exist.
Yep.
But probably he had seconds left, so he went here. And then bishop d6.
Yeah, and now it doesn't work. Wow.
Rook a5, rook f6. Bishop e3, look at that. Wow.
Can you show us why you cannot promote here?
Sorry?
Can you show the audience why we cannot promote here on G1?
Well, we cannot promote for many reasons, but the best is this. I mean, everything wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and just take the next move. But also bishop g1, everything would be winning. And he's still fighting. Rook g3, rook g5.
He's got spirit. I see the rook is now... Let's go to the live position. I see it's on h3 at the moment.
Yeah, but white is going to be pushing his pawn f5.
Yeah, what else can you do?
And it's there. What a painful loss. Oh my.
You didn't even get to the excruciating... Well, maybe it's good, so he doesn't have to defend bishop and rook versus rook. I'm not sure how fun that is.
But probably that he knows. Or he was afraid of that. And he was avoiding it.
I don't think so. I've no problem of he loves chess, right? Like he's chess crazy. I've
I mean,
if
if Yasipenko was avoiding it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? I know Yasipenko the most and the best from defeating Magnus Carlsen in the Tata Steel 2021, and he's always been around the 2700 level. He's always been performing well. But today he's not having a good time.
We have a very funny game going on with Grishchuk. Because it is quite unusual endgame. Maybe we go there? Because this is not going to be saved. And before going there, I just want to bump here to Nodirbek's game, which is quite unbelievable that black is seemingly making a draw. It's move 105.
G5 is so nasty. Such a tease as well. Wow. F3 falls after, and you only have to worry about the queen side now for black.
Yeah, but still it's not so simple, I guess. Takes here.
Well, what I'm trying to do is like, not even that. I'm going to go 91, 93. I want you to have the A-pawn with the dark square bishop, right? That's the goal, but like you said, it's not that easy.
What would you like to do here? Knight d1?
Yeah, so my idea was I'm going to play knight d3, sacrifice it for b4, and you have the wrong pawn, but you could always take back.
Yeah, but you don't have that. Look at
Exactly.
the bar. You see what we have done?
I ignore the bar. It hurts my feelings every time I make a move. Every time I make a suggestion.
Well, I know the feeling. I've been there. So now I'm thinking of bishop e3.
Mm-hmm. Take on f3.
But I think even knight f5 maybe it's a draw. But maybe not. Takes.
Well, you cannot play king e5, I think, because can you run a4 immediately?
No.
Because you promote with check?
No. My king is too...
You're still close enough, yes.
Yeah, close enough. So you go king d3, king d5, king c3, and then you go already a4 you can go.
Wow.
Takes then b5, king b4. Okay, so that's not the point. Okay, so bishop e3, knight f3, king c5. g4 will happen.
Mm-hmm.
King goes to b5, and I think... will fall. I don't know, but maybe black has to go back because this will not work, I think. This should not work.
Let's run it down.
You see?
Yeah.
It's losing.
So you have to put the king back earlier. So we're expecting...
Maybe king, maybe I should go this. Not exactly, yeah? Maybe there is only way. G4, king b5.
Now maybe you can go, maybe first G, yeah, I think first G3, so there's no bishop F2. And now you can go run back with the king. Also not.
Sorry. Sorry, we are not good.
Ay, ay, ay.
A5 is a draw.
Also a draw.
I just can't believe it.
But how does this win for white?
Because maybe king b6 and king a7. Don't tell
So
me
difficult.
King a6.
King a6, okay, I'll go probably king c8.
And b5.
b5.
And g2, king a7.
So king b8.
Bishop f4.
Then bishop f4, you lose the pawn, right? Ah, so that's it.
But
So
my question is, what is a draw?
So if you play g2 first, king a6.
No, maybe king d5, king e4 has to be... No.
No.
But what is it?
Okay, we'll get there.
What do you mean we'll get there?
We'll
are
get there.
here.
Ay, ay, ay. All right, so what's the current position? We have king on a6.
No. We have king on b5.
No, the current position is king on a6.
Ah. But okay, we still have to check this. What's here?
What's the idea here?
But king a6 was not good because he's giving away this idea.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go back one more time to the a4. Instead of
We
king...
tried already
yeah.
everything with black.
What if we go knight e5? And I'm saying I'm going to bring my knight back to d7. Or bring my...
No. You have to go knight d3 and knight b4.
Ah,
so
there you
now
go.
You
That's
have
the
to,
pawn.
So maybe that's why he went king a6.
But are you still in time to get your king to a8 before the pawn reaches the other side? Can you go king d3 here? Nah, knight d3 doesn't work here, right?
No, probably you go king d7.
Yes.
You have to go all the way back. So in the game, you see there is this king d5, king e4.
Yes.
Plan.
Wow.
Which means that bishop c5.
It feels so risky getting the king away from the a8 corner. I need to reevaluate how I see chess.
This is losing, I think, no? Bishop f2, you see?
Bishop f2, yeah. You don't have time for knight d4.
So you have to go knight d4.
Yes.
And after bishop d6?
Well, you have to go there.
You're winning. You're winning because knight f3.
Yes, bishop h2.
Well, not winning, but b6, but okay.
Wow. There are many ways, many paths that lead to victory. I found none of them. But we see that Yagiz Erdomush does find them, and wow, what an endgame study.
Crazy. But look at that, how accurately Yagiz is playing. Incredible.
So sharp.
7.5 hours already.
Yeah. Move 111. It's so easy, and we will see knight d4 here. We're going to go down that line, I think. Is
well,
knight
that
d4
would
the
be
only move?
Quite crazy not to play knight d4 and playing g2, bishop f2, but he's not going to make this mistake. I think it's the only move.
I think it's the only move.
King d5.
Okay, you cannot go... Yeah, you also go bishop e3, I guess, and then you run the pawn.
And then you repeat.
Yes.
Okay, so king d5 may be another option. Though I think knight d4 is better. He has a minute and 7 seconds.
Yagiz doesn't have
111 so far.
111. I see here on Shirov from YouTube was talking about that Yagiz does have less time, so he might be the one to blunder here. I think that's what Upstorov is also playing for. Quick moves. Do you want to use all your time here as white, or you just want to hope your opponent makes? Because you're not really losing anything if you play faster.
Yeah, I mean, if you know that you don't have a victory, then what can you do? You're trying to confuse your opponent. But Yagiz is doing a great job.
Absolutely. Looking back at who he faced earlier, the first round, he played one of the two female players, Alexandra Garyachkina, which he won. He had then 2 draws, impressive draws. The first one is against our current world champion, Gukesh Demaraju, a draw against Vincent Kemar, and then he won against Aditya, and now he is claiming for a draw. He does go king d5. Maybe we'll see the repetition here.
Very sharp. Very sharp. Actually, white has to be careful. Not much, but let's say king b6 would be losing.
Yes, but they are repeating the first time. I think we'll see king e4 here again.
Well, white can go bishop a7.
Yes. Will we still see
Maybe.
knight d4 then?
Well, why not?
I would assume so, yeah. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It is the day of the younger generation, right? When I was still in preschool, these guys were kicking some booty, and they show now.
Bishop a7, you know we are going to see the queen endgame.
Yeah,
So
knight
it's going to
d4.
be
Only
knight
move.
d4, bishop
Wow.
d4 takes, b6, g2, b7, g1, b8. It's not too difficult to make a draw, I think, but the king on d4 in the center, I don't think it's a great location for black.
You want to get your king as far away from it as possible,
Yeah, but
right?
it's not so easy. And this will be still a great test by Nodirbek.
Absolutely.
Okay, so knight d4.
We're going to see it happen. The other games, let's have a quick look. What is still
It's
ongoing?
only Grishchuk. Grishchuk game is ongoing,
Yes.
right?
Grishchuk is a pawn up. That will also take quite a while. The other game did finish with a win. And now we have 2 games left. And we're going to see this pawn ways. See a pawn going to g1 and a pawn going to b8. And then you have to be a little bit accurate, but...
This game can be like 150 moves easily.
Well, Judith, I hope you don't have plans for tonight. Cancel
No,
them.
I was planning to stay here for another 2 hours to see this endgame, and after that to see Alexander's game, because that will be an endless story too. So we have 2 ways of keeping us up until midnight.
There you go. Love it. No, it's been an incredible day so far, Judith. We're gonna avert our eyes a little bit from this game. I just want to talk a little bit about the results that we have so far in today's round, which is round number 5, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna start here with the women's section, where we saw that the 2 top 1 players, Vashali and Katerina, they drew. Antoinetta, former women's world champion, is also a draw. And then we see a lot of black wins on boards 3 to 5.
Wow, there were 7 decisive games out of the first 10 boards. That's quite something. And Olga won against Carissa. But Bibisara is climbing up.
Absolutely.
Back. And Kosteniuk lost.
Wow. Tang Zhangyi, by the way, she lost her first game. She has been on a tear trying to climb back, and she has. She now defeats Elina Danelion and is also in a great position right now. I also want to have a quick look at what we have in the open section, where we are right now. We see 1 game still ongoing, Nodirbek to Storov against Yagiz Khan Edemush. Richard Rapport against Parham. Wow, that was a fantastic game by Parham. He's now the sole leader. We have Matthias Bluebaum defeating Praggnanandhaa, which is quite a shock there, Judith.
Where?
Matthias defeating Prague.
Oh, that was absolutely, and he played well. He created chances. It was not a too complicated middle game, but after that, when it was already heading towards the equalish, then he had this beautiful plan, and I was quite impressed by that. That when many of us could have think that it's going to be a simplification in the bishop and knight ending, White went on to sacrifice central pawn on d5 and then play this knight c6, getting back the pawn. And there somehow Prague got confused. And very quickly he ended up in a lost knight endgame, which meant that he was suffering all the way. And with precision, Matthias was collecting the full point. So that was quite impressive and extremely painful for Prague.
Absolutely. And on board 4, we have to talk about Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest player ever to defeat a world champion in a classical game. He smashed Gadakomsky's record, who was 17 years, 10 months, and 17 days. Mishra is 16 years and a half, I believe. His birthday is in February of 2009. Honorable mention, by the way, Timur Rajabov defeated Garry Kasparov at 15 years and 11 months in 2003. But Gary was not the world champion at that moment.
Yeah.
Page number 2. We're going to quickly go through these as well. Anything here that stands out for you?
Also, a lot of decisive games. I mean,
Absolutely.
Today it was what a fighting spirit. What kind of mistakes were done? But well, we can't say that the players are getting tired. It's only round 5. But for sure, we're going to see more and more games.
Players are getting antsy, for sure.
Yeah, and of course, after round 5, for those who have only +1, they have to be really looking after to collecting their pluses if they want to qualify. So after basically round 6, 7, 8 will be crucial for them because you have to collect to have by the round 7, 8, you have to have at least +2 to qualify.
Yeah. Wow.
That's
You're
why
correct.
it's very difficult for Praggnanandhaa. He's able to win many games in a row, but he has to start it tomorrow.
He does have to start tomorrow. Let's have a quick look at the standings. A reminder, there's one game still ongoing. That is very impactful for the pairings. That's the one we're looking at. Abdusatorov against Yagiz. Well, we do see a name missing, and his name is Praggnanandhaa. He is no longer in the top 20 after that loss. Someone who was +1 and is now +2, Giri, joins the pack. Is now in the top 10, but we have one sole leader, and his name is Parham Maghsoodloo.
Yeah, he plays very impressive, very practical. Today it was quite something. I don't know if you're following that specific moment when he played rook c8, giving away the 7th rank in the endgame, because that was a provocation which actually Rapport fell into. And that after that it was very difficult, and Maghsoodloo won the game with convincingly. So that was it was a very tough game that he played today with Richard.
Yeah. A lot of people here on 3 points. I see Levon Aronian. We see Praggnanandhaa there as well. They have a chance, but they need to start winning. And they need to start doing it fast because they're 1.5 points behind the sole leader. Taking your eyes off this game, I wouldn't want to deprive you from that, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a clash of endurance. I don't know when the restaurants close, Judith. I think it's about almost 11 p.m. there. They must be hungry.
Well, it must be very tiring. They are the only ones who play in the whole playing hall together with Alexander Grishchuk and Ariane Chopra. The ladies finished already all their games much ahead of the guys because they have a shorter time control playing out. But these two can be another 30, 40 moves. easily. But
Easily.
actually, it's endgame, it can even be more. This is move 120. It seems so that Yagiz knows it very well, that he has to go not closer to the pawn, but he has to go as far as possible, especially to go to h1. I think to a1 was also possible.
Ah, behind the pawn. Yeah. So
But maybe to h1 is even better.
the general idea that for everyone is you just don't want to walk, that you as black give a check. White puts his queen between you and the king, which is then also a check. You're forced to exchange, and suddenly it is a draw.
Well, the queen stands very well in the center, generally speaking. At the same time, now probably the king will be moving towards the corner. Still, the king cannot be moving aside. So at the same time, it's not so easy to make a draw if you think about it, that he has only 20 seconds. So there are some things, I mean, unbelievable. The players are already playing for 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours they are fighting it out. And I'm very curious what will be the technique of
Move away, Tata Steel Chess. You no longer have the most insane time control. That is now the FIDE Grand Swiss, nearing the 8-hour mark. Wow. No, that's absolutely correct. As someone on YouTube said as well, SLK Chess. Time pressure, that is the extra piece that Nodirbek has as well. He has a pawn and a time pressure, and that can do crazy things to a player, especially if you've been defending for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this would be extremely painful to lose with black. At the same time, Nodirbek knows it exactly, that every half a point counts so much. It's round 5. We are not over with the whole first half of the tournament, but every round gives you the reminder that you have to look after every single half a point. You have to be very careful. You have to try everything out so your opponent can make a mistake. Because actually, it's interesting that he went queen c6, king b4. Now I think he will try to make queen b6 check. But then white is able to go hide to a3 and then start pushing his pawn, and then the king can be going back anytime.
Yep. No, that's a good point. And the closer it gets to the 8th rank, the higher the blood pressure will get of Yagiz. I mean, it must be very frustrating for Nodirbek, but he has nothing to lose at this moment, right? So do you think he's there sitting a bit tilted, or do you think he's, all right, we'll see how it goes?
Oh, he's there. He's sharp. He says, I don't care how long I have. If I have to sit here for another 3 hours to collect the full point, I'm going to do that. If I have to make a push-up of 120 after every move, I'm going to do that. I just won the game by any means. I think he's absolutely sharp there. And says, okay, let's go. Go, go, go. Interesting queen c6 move.
Yeah. Wow.
Very interesting move. Like, what does he have in mind? After a5, maybe to go queen c4.
Ah, and you say like, well, I'm gonna block you off here. So what will white do? Queen check.
Yeah, I don't know. Oops, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. What did I do? What did I do again?
You gave queen b2 check. See, it's not queen b2.
Ah, and You see? You see? You see
Hold
what
on.
happens?
This is me celebrating for finally getting a move correct. Don't worry about it. Yes, now it's super difficult. And like you said, only 30 seconds. He has to be on his toes.
Queen c6. a5, queen c1. It's gonna go king b4.
Mm-hmm.
If Yagiz makes a draw in this game, that's a great sign for him. Great, great sign. Can you imagine him qualifying, playing the youngest candidate?
Move over, Gukesh. I want to get that youngest World Championship title. No, that would be very well deserved. Let me start with that, because it is insane how how he grew in this tournament. He's been playing so well, and we will see how that leads on. But yeah, him and the candidates, that'd be something for the books.
Oh, absolutely. Well, he's still far away, but the moments he has so far already in the tournament, winning that beautiful game yesterday and holding this, I mean, you have to be keeping your focus incredibly.
Yeah.
That endgame where I got lost so many times when I was analyzing it with John, 3 pawns against 2 and that all kind of Zugzwang positions. I mean, to hold that was already quite an amazing performance, regardless what's going to be the end of this game. But of course, he has to keep this draw. He has to hold this, which is very, very difficult.
No, we're gonna see the photograph in a bit that tells the story of the game. We saw that Nodirbek up to Satorov just cruised, especially there in the middle game. We saw him up and peaking, but slowly but surely, the lower we get, the higher the view, the higher the numbers, the lower the eval got for him, because expensive and fantastic defense. But this is scary, right? Don't go queen d3, don't go queen d2, because you will lose.
Yeah, queen d5 is there, check, counter check. So you can go queen g6, but I think it's not, the queen should not be there. Somehow I don't like the king on f3, by the way. I think it would be sometime a good moment to go further. But in these endgames, you can easily have the king on h3, let's say, and then it's going to be lost.
It's not easy. Queen a4. Queen behind the pawn. What will white do?
And we have Alexander Grishchuk made a draw. So this is the final game, which is gonna last forever. Move 127 for the moment.
Let me ask Chet. Chet, what do you think the final number would be? Will it be above 150 or will it be below 150? Let's put a chat poll up in chat. Let's see if we can do it. I love doing that. Usually Danny always does that to me. He like requests random stuff and I just have to run for it. And now I can just do the same to my great moderator auctions. So let's get that poll going.
Yeah, that's a good question. Queen a4. Interesting that he does not want to go further with his king from f3.
Yeah, there's something he sees is like, my king is perfectly fine on f3. It's far enough. I just need to move the queen around now, but
I learned that it's not enough far away. Maybe it's good enough, but it's safer somehow to be on h1 in these 4 somehow. Oops, sorry, that was my move. Because queen c6 is a threat. Of course, he's not going. Yeah.
So king g3. Do you move the queen?
G3. King g3.
Right? And then queen b6. And we try to make progress.
Well, after king g3, it's possible. Maybe he wants to go king c7.
Ah, yes.
Again, threatening to give a check. Then I can push. But of course, I'm pretty sure that Nodirbek is not in a rush to push a6, because he can make another 30 moves here. Then he makes a pawn move. Then he can make another 45 moves. Then he makes a7, and then he has another 49 moves to go. And I would not be surprised if this would be even a close to 200 move game.
Well, that's a good point. And if we're going to go towards a 200 move game, I think it's only fair that we grab some water, Judith. We get some food, we sit down, and we get ready for the battle that it is between Nodirbek up to Satorov and Yagiz Adamus. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. The game will stay on stream at all times. We'll be back in a bit with more of the FIDE Grand Swiss. See you in a bit. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls from all around the world. We are of a beautiful little time. My name is Wouter Bik. I'm here with Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and we've been enjoying the Queen Endgame that has been served to us. And we will see it for quite a few more moves, Judith.
Yeah, let's see how it's unfolding, how they are standing it. Because Nodirbek wants to win still this game. He was fighting it so hard. He got a winning position earlier, which he misplayed a bit, and then he got a winning position again, but already without the rooks. And then somehow with miracle, what Yagiz is doing in the last, well, not 100 moves, but let's say the last 50 moves, it is unbelievable what kind of strength, patience, and determination he has to hold on this game.
He's been showing it for sure. It's a world champion mentality, and they might go on for a while. And we actually asked this, Judith. We asked the chat, how many moves do you think it will be? Will it be under 150? Will it be above 150? And let's look at the results. Wow, it's a 50-50 split. The 56% is the ones that actually they have to go, and they just want the game to end. And the over 150 is people will say, well, we're here for advice. So I think...
Well, I would put my bet over 150. What do you think, Vic?
Oh, yeah, 100%. 150% that's going to happen. They're only 13 moves away. So the 56% might be the winner there. So, but he did listen to you. Going back to the game, Adamush did get his king all the way to h2. It's safely tucked away, but that pawn is creeping closer and closer to a8, Judith.
Yeah, so now we can count from here the 50 moves, because the 50 move rule, if there is going to be 50 moves without the pawn move, then the black side can claim a draw. But after h6, black will have to think how to give checks. The king on h2, it can be a danger once the white king is on c6. And let's say there is a check with the queen, and then the queen goes to d6. That is a danger for black. So he has to be smart, doing all these checks in a smart way. So let's see where and how Nodirbek is going to be trying from every angle. The other day it was Ivanchuk who was playing out versus, I remember, against whom did he play? He had this endgame with the black pieces having the h-pawn. And he was not able to win it either. Because the easiest, there are other drawish queen endgames, but this is the simplest, the easiest to keep and hold it.
Yeah, he played Artemiev in the second round, which was a very, very long game.
Yeah. How long was it? Was that? How many moves?
That was a grand total of, you want to take a guess?
147?
56.
156?
No, 56.
Altogether?
Altogether, 56 moves. Those entirely. Oh, no, hold up. I have the wrong game.
Ah, that's why.
Hold on. One more.
No, it's impossible. 56.
No, I also that's a bit weird. Okay, so we're back. 84. 84 moves.
Even that is short compared to a queen endgame, but this is almost the double.
I like what black has done here, by the way, because the only way you're going to trade off the queens if you play with a queen c7 idea check. There are no other ways to be worried about. Only if the white queen comes on c7, you will trade those queens. So I like the king placement, and now it's all about perpetual checks.
Well, now maybe black can go all the way different checks, and actually the queen on e3 is too far away. So the white king will have to come back probably somehow to b5, and then get closer with the queen, and then go up again with the king. So let's see, there is not much check to give. So it's either queen f8 or queen g8 he's going to be playing. Going down in time, 14 seconds. but it's not the first time, and I believe it's not the last time he's going to go down so much in time. Queen G8 check.
Okay, I have a... No, that doesn't work. I have a fun little idea. So, my idea, if you go back 2 moves, you have to... I need some help from my opponent. But let's say Queen F8 check, or when he was back a few moves. Queen F8 check, Queen A7.
King A7.
Yeah, and then that's so King H1 for black. And now I need to kill a move. So let's go Queen B6 or like a Queen C5. No, Queen D4.
C5.
Queen D4. Queen D4. Now does Queen F2 work?
Well, it works, but of course the only move is Queen B6.
You go back. Yeah, and then
Keep the game going. And actually, King on H1, of course, then Queen B7 is an option, so you cannot go give a check. You will have to move somewhere the king, queen. But
always tricky.
Nice pattern, but I think the king is on H2 is better than on H1.
Yeah. And the king moves up to D6, which is also smart. Yeah, smart move.
Okay, somehow Queen G6 or Queen F6. Queen E6 will be there. That's the move. That's the move.
And now we see checks. Do you go to D4 or do you go to D8?
I think after going, I don't know, maybe Queen D8 is better. Queen D8 is better. I like it. Because I would be happy to go Queen A5 on Queen C5. But maybe Queen C6, King C6 would be the move.
Yeah.
Queen
King
D4. Maybe now King C6.
Yep. King C6 seems the most plausible, and black will have to go Queen A4. King B7. Do we go Queen B5?
Going
around and around.
Yeah. Again. 30 seconds for black on the clock.
And 6 more moves until move 150, which I think will be a great time to say goodbye to this chess game if we get there. Because we could still sit there for another 100 moves. Unfortunately, white will play 40 moves. Push the pawn again, which resets the 50 move counter. And then try again.
Yeah, Queen C3. Is white going to go King B7? Or
I would
King
say so.
D7? Maybe King D7.
King D7.
I would go King D7.
Yeah. There are some tricks there.
Queen G7, go Queen here. Queen G4. Okay, Queen C3, check.
Stays on the dark.
The board.
Yeah, King
D7.
D7. And we go back not to D4, but to G7.
No, that would be brutal. Queen G7 will be played.
So impressive. Look at the bottom of our screen, Judith, we see the stats, the glyphs. Look at how many great moves Yagiz has. So those are only moves to keep the game going.
Wow.
16 is incredible.
Wow.
Wow.
Queen G7, check. Yeah, I have the feeling that Yagiz is going to hold it.
Yeah. How is Nodirbek tomorrow or tonight going to bed? How is he going to fall asleep?
Well, very differently whether he wins or a draw.
if he draws.
Yeah. Queen E7. Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be, but he's very young also. And he had rough and tough games.
Mm-hmm.
But I think also for now, he's going to be trying for quite some time still. And he knows that he just has to try it. Of course, he's going to be very unhappy with himself that he didn't win earlier where he was able to. But it happens. It happens. And the Yagiz was making an incredible defense in this game. Incredible defense.
Absolutely. He'll be very happy.
So actually for Yagiz, I think it's a essential game. Because to win a game, it's great. But to show to the world that how strong you are and resilient, and no matter how bad position is, what fighting spirit you have, and you go and you sit there for 100 moves if it's necessary, and you're not making the mistake what your opponent is waiting for, that's a very important message to give. And people will have the great respect for him for doing so.
That is an incredibly good point, and you're right. I mean, he's been doing this on increments for so long. And then sorry, did you hear that? My dog was growling. He's been doing it for so long, and he's defending so mature. He's not doing any fancy tricks. He's not trying to get like a weird pattern. He's just playing incredibly mature, and hats off to him. We'll see great things.
Yeah.
I would
King B8.
usually people would say he's the future. I would say he's the present right now because he's showing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Queen B5 check, I would go. No, he goes Queen G8. He goes Queen G8.
Which is move 149. And the people will be correct. We will get to above 150 moves, which will be the longest game in the FIDE Grand Swiss of 2025.
Well, king goes out. Black will give check on G2, on G1. Keeping the distance, but still giving checks.
Yeah.
100 move 50 is coming. King A7.
One more check. It will be over there. Do you ever move your king now in this situation, or is it always checks for black?
I think it should be always checks. Or you can make a move like here that white pawn cannot be pushed, and then you just make a move.
True, but like you said, the king is on the perfect square here. There's no way to...
I think so. I think it's a good spot, the king on H2.
No, this is super instructive. Super instructive chess by Yagiz Edemus. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, he's been doing it super well. He's been fighting really hard. But there, with queen to d5, both have reached move 150. And I think there'll be a fantastic time for us, Judith, to let them finish it up. I'll keep an eye on it while we finish up to see if something happens. But I think this is going to be a draw. And wow, what a day, what a game. And we're not even halfway yet through the tournament.
Absolutely. It was an amazing day because the top 10 players, the top 10 boards, it was the first 5 boards were decisive. It was absolutely amazing for me. And we've seen quite amazing games, how it was unfolded. It was, well, Mishra, Gukesh, that was one of the key games of today, I believe. And of course, that the leader still kept being Maghsoodloo, being number 1, 4.5 out of 5.
He's now the prime candidate for the candidates. Judith, he will definitely have the best odds there. There are so many players still in the lead, chasing him down. I know we didn't start together, Judith. I know John was here, but I appreciate you sticking up here with me all the way till the end to show the chat and everyone else what an amazing game chess is. And we hope that you have enjoyed this as well. For Judith Polgar, my name is Wouter Big. We appreciate you for being here. Tomorrow it will be Judith Polgar with Anna Rudolph, and we will have a great show then in round number 6. For now, I bid you a fantastic evening. It was amazing having you here, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for round number 6. Take care, everyone.
Bye.